Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.
Chapter 1 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ashley Jane. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 1. Prologue. Lamps had begun to flicker in the wintry dusk. They gleamed with a flaring and very earthy mimicry of the first earlier stars which already had orbed clean little disks of silver above the city's numberless roofs. It was December, and though as yet slight snow had fallen with the dying year, an icy breath made the quick gusts cut like blades. The broad boulevard of Lower Second Avenue gleamed quiet enough for the hour that brings weary swarms of laboring folk home from shops and factories across the big East districts, where so many of their dingy dwellings are huddled together, had not yet arrived. But the 6 o'clock whistle soon sent its loud shriek with eerie effect to pierce the stillness of even this drowsy quarter. And then, in what seemed a strangely brief interval, the shabby throngs began pushing their way from a few of the near side streets. Varied indeed were the countless forms and faces for any eye that might care to look on them with more than indifferent heed. But none the less a universal sombreness and rustiness enfolded them in one visible fellowship of toil. Some of the men, women, girls, or lads wore merry and smiling visages. Others told of worriment and fatigue as plainly by their pallor and spareness as by the halting drag of their gait. The spacious avenue was suddenly alive with their dim swarms. Not a few, perhaps, were going hungry to boards where bread would greet them in no plenty and meat was yet more scarce. Along these same pavements, morning after morning and evening after evening, has passed for years this dreary procession, forever decimated by death, yet forever swollen by fresh living recruits. It is a far more piteous parade than if mendicancy and not toil were the meaning of it. For here we may guess what bitter vetoes poverty can lay upon human struggle. How large is the doom that bows and even crushes our effort to thrive. How few of us in the mighty mill of life may get fat sacks of grist from its cruel and ceaseless wheels. Here in the early gloom of night, always as now, moved this forlorn soldiery, with misfortune and endurance for their captains, and with uniforms cut as if by the shears of fate itself into one woeful pattern of want. They march with no color and music. We marvel that any laughter should go with them instead, as it does go. But this breaks mostly from the lips of youth, which persist in laughing simply because they are young. As for the sighs that other lips give, we cannot hear those. But both sighs and laughter must serve for the strains of the march, and in the way of light and pomp there is nothing save the grim reverse of either. No windows are opened to see the still procession file onward. It has become so monotonously commonplace. The masses are seldom picturesque except when they turn bloodthirsty and fling up barricades. They have never flung up barricades in Second Avenue, or in any part of New York as yet. The politicians and the millionaires cry that such mad anarchy would be impossible in a country where all voters are equal at the polls. Perhaps the real facts of this bruited equality may be questioned, but the politicians and the millionaires say not, and they ought to know. They have studied the entire matter so closely. But tonight, while the stream of working folk was in full progress, an occurrence took place which indeed caused a picturesque consternation among its journeying pairs and groups. From the doorway of a small basement house not hundreds of yards beyond the transverse route of Clinton Place, an old woman, stout and of decent dress, like a well-to-do servant's, emerged, uttering plaintive cries. The woman was evidently in a half-hysteric state. She wrung her hands for a second, and then for another lifted them quite wildly to that niggard stretch of heaven supplied by all cities. Her plump face shone unduly pale in the faint light. She expressed past doubt the dismay wrought by some abrupt calamity. Words were spoken by her in a pell-mell, distraught style, and those of the homeward crowd who paused in front of her, thus making on the instant a new crowd of much denser sort, heard her repeat several times with comparative clearness a certain chilling dissyllable. This was murder. The multitude thickened to a pressing mob in briefer interval than it takes to record that they did so. The woman's audience, thus rapidly summoned by her own mad demeanor, felt swiftly the thrill which made it one incarnate curiosity. Whisper in any frequented street a prophecy of disaster, and that latent relish for the horrible which the best and worst of us might as well own to, since it lies alert in all of us, will leap up avid for facts. Men and women were glued together before that low little stoop in a trice. If the woman had wanted to leave it, she must have used wings now and not feet. The narrow-fronted house behind her gleamed ordinarily high, and with no more lurid suggestion in one or two of its lighted windows than that opaque black which drawn shades give to any gaslit interior. The awe she had roused vanished for her immediate surrounders after a very slight lapse of minutes. A number of male figures were soon on the stoop beside her. The desperation of her language and attitude promptly underwent a change. She seemed to realize the publicity for which her cries and gestures had made her responsible. A tumult of questions assailed her in various tones and accents. "What's the matter? What's happened? What's up with you, anyhow? What's the matter? Are you crazy? Who's been murdered? Is thieves inside there? Say, old gal, what do you mean? House on fire? What you howling about? Burglars? This house, eh? Want us to assist you, ma'am?" These appeals came in a torrent. The woman had now seen what a riot of excitement her behavior had evoked. Her arms had fallen limply, and she stared about her with a new sort of fluttered dismay, till her eyes lighted on the face of a man who had pushed himself nearer than any of the others. It may have been that something in this man's gaze and mien struck through her bewilderment with a sense of refuge and aid. She caught his hand and drew him toward the open doorway. He yielded willingly enough to solicitation thus frantically shown. He let himself cross the threshold into the hall beyond. Then the woman dropped his hand and dashed the heavy front door shut. The two now stood in the hall, facing each other. He who had come there with her was a man of perhaps not more than 30 years. He had a smooth, shorn face with some strong lines in it. He looked like one who could think with both force and speed in such a crisis as the present. You would have said that he was of the people, or rather that he did not hold himself above them. But his voice and phrasing bespoke education, as he now swiftly said, "Tell me at once, in the plainest way you can manage, just what the trouble is." The woman sank into the one chair which the hall contained. Her observer thought at first that she was about to swoon, for her eyes closed and her head fell slightly backward against the upper carvings of the chair. But she rallied while he drew closer to her, and said in a succession of gasps which her starting tears rendered still more painful, "I rushed out there a few minutes ago. I guess I didn't know what I was doing any more than a baby. There's only me and the cook here besides them, but I didn't think about her. She's downstairs, and I'd just come from upstairs where they are." "They? Who? Tell me who?" The young man's voice was tender yet firm. He could hardly have used an inflection at once more diplomatically suave and frankly demanding. He let one hand rest upon the woman's fleshy and trembling shoulder. "Come now, be a little brave about it," he went on. "There's no hurry. At least, I suppose not. There. You say something's gone wrong upstairs. Well, that's a beginning. Now for another point or two. Is anybody hurt? Or is it worse? You said, I said it was a murder," broke in the woman just here with a shuddering fall at the end of her exclamatory little sentence. And a double murder, too. My employer, Mr. Demotte, has killed his wife and then killed himself. Or it seems to be that. I heard the 2 pistol shots. I was in a room on the story above theirs." "I see. Well, you hurried down and you entered their room. You found them both dead?" The tears had begun to stream from the woman's eyes, but perhaps on this account her tremors of agitation were much slighter and her speech was more controlled. "I think he was dead. He's laying stretched right on the floor. His head is all bloody and his eyes are shut. I guess he must be dead. He got a pistol gripped in one hand, but she—" Here the woman gave a great wailful cry and rose from the chair. "She isn't dead, then?" queried her companion. "Oh, no. She was breathing when I dashed out of the room. She was on the lounge, all blood spattered like him, but worse. She saw me and knew me. She said, 'Lizabeth,' once or twice. That's my name, Lizabeth. Her eyes were kind of rolling. I ran out of the room to get help. I must have been thinking about Susan, the waitress. I wanted somebody near me that was real alive like I was. And then when I got down here into the hall, I must have remembered that it was Susan's day out, and I was to set the dinner table and wait on it. Then I suppose I recollected there was only one cook, and cook's an old foolish thing, so there was nobody to help me. I lost my wits then and darted out on the stoop." By this time, Lizabeth, as she had named herself, was at the first step of the staircase in act of ascending it. "And she's up there, not dead?" came the poor creature's next dolorous cry. "Oh, may the Lord forgive me that I forgot her as I did. That lovely woman." She essayed to mount the stairs, but soon paused as if from severe bodily weakness, clinging heavily to the banister. "Let me go," said the young man, who had sprung nimbly past her, and then had stopped with his quiet, clean-cut face turned half backward. "I may as well tell you, Elizabeth, that I'm a detective by profession. This sort of horrid thing isn't as new to me as I would like it to be. I'll see to the lady, and if there's any hope of saving her, I'll call you. Don't come up yet. Wait till I either call you or come down." The woman dropped into a sitting posture on the stairs as he finished this hurried bit of tidings and counsel. But some new access of faintness, caused perhaps by the realization of her mistress's neglected agony, had overwhelmed her already strained nerves. And whether or no he had spoken as he did, she probably would have failed, just the same, to re-seek that lair of horror from which she had but lately fled. Meanwhile the young man sped upstairs. He saw an open door, that of the room which faced on the street, and hurried toward it. Elizabeth's information now frightfully corroborated itself. The apartment was evidently a kind of sitting room, prettily and modestly appointed, and lighted by 2 jets of gas. At the foot of a large armchair lay the body of a man, his head bathed in blood, and the pistol of which Elizabeth had already told clutched in one hand. The suicide, as it looked, had sought to reach the armchair after dealing himself death, and had fallen too soon in ghastly failure. There seemed a sort of flutter about his lips. And yet the newcomer was barely certain if any such token of life still remained. Nor could he verify his doubts just then, for beyond, on the lounge, gleamed another shape, that of a woman, and Elizabeth's remembered words made common compassion seek to aid the living before scrutiny did more than sweep a few glances over him already declared as dead. The young man now sought the lounge, and bent over a face which even the hideous spots marring it could scarcely rob of its great inherent beauty. She could not have been more than 23 years old at the most. Her hair was a soft dark yellow, and her features were of that fine chiselling which pallor only turns more exquisite. The wound given her was in the right temple, but her head had fallen sideways, concealing all grosser disfigurement. The white lids had dropped mercifully upon her eyes. Her delicate lips met in a line that was not a smile, and yet attested no suffering. It seemed to express a material sigh of regret, though not too deploring a one, at her own miserably violent end. And he who stood beside her soon felt confident that she would never breathe again. He stood there longer than he knew, thrilled by the mystery of a fate so untimely, and fascinated by the tragic presentment of its victim's loveliness. A hoarse cry suddenly made him start in dismay and wheel eagerly round. And then he perceived something which seemed to stop the beating of his heart. The corpse on the floor had come to life. It had lifted itself on one arm and was staring up at him with a mournful madness in its eyes. The young man had never been troubled with feeble nerves, and so in a brief while his alarm vanished. But the presence of mind he now showed was even better than hardy courage. It flashed through his brain that this murderer and would-be suicide had shot himself once without mortal effect, might soon use the pistol near him in a second similar attempt. He therefore hurried toward the pistol with an instant view of securing it. But in this achievement he did not at first succeed, for the half-prostrate creature on the floor appeared to divine his intent and caught up the weapon with a hand that shook like a leaf in wind. That he would have sent one more of its bullets at his own skull without further hesitation was highly probable. But the young man who had watched him and who now sprang upon him, fearless, alert, and sinewy, was quite opposed to any such summary behavior. As a consequence, there now ensued the most ghastly contest between these two, one vigorous and whole, the other wounded and wildly desperate. It seemed almost marvelous that the pistol did not go off while they were fighting for its possession. But it did not, and at last the assassin, breathing hard, surrendered. As he sank once more upon the carpet, his quivering lips just shaped these words in faint yet audible whisper: "My God, to live after all!" Meanwhile his assailant, having possessed himself of the pistol, had thrust it into one of his pockets. A minute later he gave an exclamation of disgust, for his hands and the linen at his wrists were both dabbled with the red evidence of his recent odious conflict. The man on the floor soon afterward appeared to have fainted again, or had death, as we so often find in these hideous episodes, visited with unmerited mercy the most flagrant guilt. The young man did not pause to inquire. Discovering that the door was provided with a key, it was not long before he had locked the chamber from the outside. As he reached the head of the stairs, he found Elizabeth waiting at their foot in the lower hall. "You were wrong," he said to her when he had descended to where she was now standing, with her hands knotted tightly together and an appalled, frozen look on her face. "Wrong?" she faltered. "Yes, the lady is dead." "And he?" murmured Elizabeth. "Well, he may be dead too by this time. But he gave some sure signs of life when I first went into the room. Now, tell me, before I begin to act, and I must soon act in good earnest, what do you think was the motive for this crime?" "There was none. None that anybody could dream of." "Did those two live happily together?" "Happily? I never knew a husband to love a wife more. No, nor a wife to love a husband more, either. Had any quarrel ever taken place between them?" "No. They never quarreled. But I thought, well, keep as calm as you can." "You thought what?" "That they were having excited words together as I passed their room when I went up to mine." "This was how long before you heard the first pistol shot?" "Only a few minutes." "Did you hear any words that you can remember while you were passing that room?" "Yes. I heard a name. It was spoken by Mr. Demotte himself. It was spoken quite loudly, as if in anger and surprise both. It was the name of his dearest friend, a gentleman who has been away in Washington for a good while, several months, in fact. But lately there came a report that he was missing. No one could make out where he had gone. They wrote to Mr. Demotte about it from Washington some days ago. He and his wife felt very bad. They talked of going on there together. They thought the world of him. but they hadn't seen him in all that time, and when the bad news came they took it very hard. They were going abroad soon, and they wanted to hear about him on this account before they went. I don't see what he could have to do with this awful thing, a trusted friend like him, that they hadn't even set eyes on for months." "What was his name?" "Duane. Douglas Duane." The young man started. "Douglas Duane?" he repeated, as if he spoke to himself rather than to the pale, perturbed woman whom he had been questioning. "I remember. He disappeared mysteriously from his home in Washington not long ago. The papers have been full of it. He was a chemist, a scientist, or something in that line. I recollect the name perfectly." "Yes, of course. Douglas Duane." End of chapter 1. Recording by Ashley Jane.
Chapter 2 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Frank. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 2. Great crimes rarely affect great cities. 20-odd years ago, the Burdell murder in Bond Street sent a protracted shiver through New York. Men of commerce, meeting one another, postponed queries about the revival in beef or lamentations concerning the depression in molasses to discuss the probable guilt of Mrs. Cunningham or the alleged complicity of Snodgrass. An entire number of Frank Leslies was made up of illustrations that depicted every hateful detail of the lurid affair. To have your pet theory regarding this dark deed was expected of you, very much as though it were your preference with relation to the next most satisfactory mayor, or your conviction that the abolition of slavery would or would not be an outrage. The taking off of this ill-fated dentist left a deep damnation behind it that clung to the whole stunned city as if it were some pertinacious malarial vapor. An uncanny dread chilled people for months afterward when they bolted their bedroom doors at night, and it is nearly certain that those nocturnal nomads, the rats and mice, had their midnight caperings very obstinately misunderstood during that special period. But now a murder in New York hardly will stir more than a ripple or two of public concern. When, on the day that followed Floyd Demotte's totally unexplainable atrocity, its full ghastliness and savagery had transpired, there is no doubt that the multitudinous metropolitan breakfast was consumed without the faintest decrease of appetite. Dollars were deposited in banks or drawn from them during the next 24 hours with quite the same diligence or reluctance as of old. The immense scheme of life was not interrupted or accelerated by a hair's breadth of inertia or momentum. Sugar did not go down in its market price, and Wall Street stocks, whose unlimited sensitiveness to the most absurdly foreign incidents no political economist has ever yet satisfactorily explained, continued quite unaffected in their leaps and tumbles by this deplorable event. Floyd Demotte had not been a man of wide personal acquaintance. His Second Avenue home, in which the crime had occurred, was a part of that large real estate property bequeathed him a year or two before his majority by his father, Wooster Demotte, an old New York merchant whom everybody knew. But Floyd, for years previous to his marriage, had never sought social distinction. He had traveled in Europe after quitting Columbia College, and had returned to his native city when about 32 years old, with the tastes of a book collector, a bibliomaniac, a man for whom the last bristlingly elegant ball at Delmonico's or at Mrs. Spuytenduyvil Suydam's Knickerbocker residence offered extremely slight inducement. Like nearly all men who love the outsides of books for their shapes and finish and traditional or historic attributes, he was a poor and spiritless reader. They say of a capable librarian that if he reads he is lost. Floyd Demotte would have made, if fate had not given him through inheritance a clean income of $20,000 a year, as serviceable a librarian as the resources of our own unscholarly country could well light upon. He came back to America with no intent of marrying. His affection lay all in the rare books which he had gathered together abroad. But he did marry, nevertheless. More might be descriptively written of him in this biographic strain, but our present narrative interest must, on the contrary, concern itself with two men, one of whom the reader has already seen and known. In partial way I allude to the observer of Floyd Demotte's calamitous crime after its commission was so horridly apparent. The name of this young man was Ford Fairleigh. He had drifted into his present position as a detective under the best municipal endorsements, for the reason that a near relative of his had been among the influential potentates allegiant to the sway of Inspector X. Fairleigh had always had his own opinions about Inspector X's mode of administration ever since his bright, exact mind had quitted the excellent discipline of the New York college. His parents had been poor people, and had sent him, after a few years of preparatory training, to that pretty turreted brick building on the corner of Lexington Avenue and 23rd Street, which is an honor to our hazardous and faulty city government. Fairleigh left the New York college with sense enough to understand just what errors that government tolerates. But he was like a good many more quick-witted young men than our patrician classes take account of. He had abilities, and there seemed no earthly means of his putting them into operation. He did what so many of his contemporaries are doing in this vast Republican city, every new day that shines over it. He took the first chance that offered. He did not like the chance at all, but he saw no other, and by degrees he found himself dropping into methods which had before seemed most stiffly uncongenial. Meanwhile, he had made a friend in the ferreting and spying business to which inexorable environment had so subjected him. This friend was of his own age, or nearly so. He, too, had been graduated at a free college, though one in Boston, not in New York. The destinies of the two young men were similar. They were both fitted for better things than the tracking of thieves to lewd dens of refuge, the prowling vigilance needful for discovery of this or that criminal, the face-to-face meetings with grossest blackguards. But here they both were, confronted by the necessity of either thus earning their bread or of not earning it at all. Fairleigh and his friend, whose name was Hiram Payne, had often talked together over the harsh requisites of their own destinies. What they said between themselves, both, be it recalled, were young men of ample mental training, might have roused astonished comment on the part of certain self-satisfied thinkers with regard to social possibilities of advancement. The common phrase of the prosperous, of the men who have striven and won, was repeatedly discussed between Ford Fairleigh and Hiram Payne. "Oh, if he's got anything in him, he'll be sure to come to the front," was this phrase, as these two young detectives, each detesting his compulsory office and each feeling that he was trained for better things, delivered it. But they constantly delivered the phrase in dejected satire to each other. They had tested a truth which even the humanitarians sometimes coldly overlook. They had discovered that thousands of able men, like themselves, in the fierce rush of civilization towards success and fortune, are inevitably and frigidly driven to the wall. They had satisfied themselves that there are a great many members of this tossing and turbulent element which we call modern society, who are forced to draw blanks in the huge, cold, throng-beset lottery, however richly they may deserve prizes there. This is a truth full of anguish to any keen and true thinker. No man who has fitly used his intelligence and guarded his probity will take on himself to assert that the oak crown in our wild, mad modern game goes usually, or even ordinarily, to the best athlete. Or, if the umpire be one in the full purple of monopoly, he must grant that the oak crown, when not meanly bought, is seldom awarded to either the fleetest or the strongest. And even this be fact, the fleet and strong are legion. There lies the unspeakable pity of our 19th century developments, greatly as they promise, miserably as they fulfill. Ford Fairleigh and his friend Hiram Payne had talked this and many similar questions over between themselves again and again. They had met in a peculiar and strangely exceptional way. They were both detectives employed by civic authorities. They were both fitted for higher modes of employment, though neither of them possessed any creative gift suggestive of really lofty end. But it would have been interesting for some man, their superior both in mental force and worldly position, to have heard a few of their talks together. These talks might have struck for their hearer the true note of so-called modern socialism, and divested from his secure belief in the certain rise of human desert under all circumstances, the fallacious doctrine that there are none meriting ascendancy who do not by right of personal power attain it. Ford Fairleigh, several days after the Demotte murder, that was what the current newspapers of a better class called it, leaving others of a worse class to call it Demotte's desperate deed, or something equally foolish and alliterative, held a serious talk with his friend, Hiram Payne. Payne was quite the opposite in physical type from Fairleigh. He had stout limbs which a good height redeemed from clumsiness. His frame was large and firm, and the visage that overtopped it was of the wide German look, lit by a pair of blue, amiable eyes. Fairleigh constantly accused him of being a sentimentalist, but he would genially resent this charge, and bring as evidence against it acts of stringent severity toward outlaws whom the handcuff could alone potently address. "I don't know what you would make of this case I'm working now," said Fairleigh to him one day as they sat together. "I am afraid you would be inclined to think that Floyd Demotte's insanity was induced by some hidden infidelity on his wife's part, or a cause just as romantic." "I've followed the case in the newspapers," replied Hiram Payne, with a touch of belligerent distaste, "and I shouldn't be inclined to do anything of the sort." "Ah," said Fairleigh, brightening intimately, with a pleased look that his friend met by one of unpropitiated coolness. "So you see, then, what an act of mere empty madness it all was." "Do you think it that?" returned Payne inscrutably. "Do you?" came Fairleigh's questioning and surprising response. Payne laughed in his mellow, reserved way. "Oh, that isn't fair," he protested. "As a detective of vast sensibility and what is your pet word for me? Sentimentality, I consider your appeal a trespass on my own preserves." Fairleigh smiled and shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, very well," he retorted. "I'm prepared to be matter-of-fact enough, Hiram. I always am. To my thinking, coarse and commonplace as its method may be, Floyd Demotte killed his wife simply because he was riotously and furiously mad. You don't believe, then, that Douglas Duane had anything to do with the affair? Douglas Duane? Why, man, he hadn't been in New York for months. He'd been living in Washington. From which city, said Payne ruminatively, he disappeared in the most unexplained manner. Yes, a few weeks before the commission of Demotte's crime. And nothing has ever been heard of him since his disappearance. Nothing. He is thought to be dead. He is thought to be missing. Payne softly laughed once more and drew out a cigar, which he proceeded serenely to light. The two friends were in a little room at their official Broadway headquarters. They had lunched together at a German restaurant in William Street, near by, a place where they could get a glass of fairly good Rhine wine and a brace of succulent sausages for a moderate expenditure of dimes. This was a possible hour of leisure with both of them. They were awaiting potential orders from closeted powers beyond. Fairleigh never smoked. He watched the smoke of his friend's cigar curl, however, in misty spirals toward the ceiling, and told himself how much better the man who wrought them would have been fitted for a less practical calling than his present one. Breaking the silence, which had become a little onerous, Payne now said, "Oh, very well. Call it missing or call it dead, as you please. Meanwhile, Floyd Demotte lies in a hospital, shot through the skull, yet in a fair way of recovery." "If he recovers," said Fairleigh, "he will be a worse madman than he was before." "Ah," said Payne, shifting in his chair and crossing his substantial legs. "So you persist in saying that he killed his wife from sheer insanity alone?" Fairleigh made an irritated gesture. "Hiram," he exclaimed, "you're incorrigible. You will cling to fanciful theories. I know so well just what you're trying to suggest." "What?" inquired Payne phlegmatically. "Why, this, that a man neither of them had seen for an age had something to do with the crime. It's true that this servant, Elizabeth, heard the name of Douglas Duane spoken irately by Demotte just before the murder occurred, but that proves nothing. Mrs. Demotte was a saint of virtue. She adored her husband. There isn't the faintest indication that she ever cared for Douglas Duane, except as a friend." "I didn't suggest that there was, Ford." "Oh, the devil you didn't!" cried Fairleigh. "You never allude to the affair that you don't imply something of that description. You make me feel it even if you don't say it. You exhale an atmosphere of it somehow. You ought to have written novels. I suppose you will some day, old fellow, and then you'll make proper use of the rich imagination that's so mournfully out of place in a pursuit like ours. Come now, I know what you're secretly brooding over." "I don't doubt you do," was Payne's placid answer. Fairleigh gave a kind of sarcastic nod. "Wizard," he broke forth, rising, "you think this missing Washington chemist was the lover of Floyd Demotte's wife. I'll wager you do." "Of course I do," said Hiram Payne, smoking quietly. "So do you." "Nonsense," disclaimed Fairleigh, bristling. "Do you take me for a man steeped in falsehood? I tell you I think nothing of the sort. Please note that. I think nothing of the sort." "Excuse me," said Payne, with a smile so covert and subtle that it went nearly exasperating his friend. "I apologize, then, Ford. I own that I was under a different belief." "Bah!" cried Fairleigh, flinging himself annoyedly into his chair again. "You'll maintain that Douglas Duane held that picturesque position in spite of every existing disclaimer. You always look at a case, my dear fellow, as if you expected to find a new plot in it for Gaborian or Wilkie Collins. Well, you know how I look at this one, and I suspect that you would have a rather hard time of it if you tried to prove me wrong. I couldn't prove that the side of the moon we don't see is not composed of plum tart, but I have, nevertheless, a firm conviction to the contrary." "What about the testimony of Demotte's friends?" Payne said, after another little pause. "He had no friends." "Really?" "Oh, there were some people, of course, who went to the house in Second Avenue, but it would be worse than exaggerating to call them friends. The truth is, Floyd Demotte, who was a book collector, fell into the habit of treating his wife as if she were a very rare edition indeed, and by no means designed for promiscuous handing about." "You mean he was jealous?" "Inordinately so." "My dear fellow," exclaimed Payne, "and you refuse to regard Douglas Duane as the cause of this murder? Why, you said yourself that he once lived there in Second Avenue under the same roof with Mr. and Mrs. Demotte." "So I did, Hiram." "Now, this jealousy of Floyd Demotte's was by no means of the ordinary sort. I have lately fallen in with a man who knew him as well as any man ever did know him, I suppose, except the missing Douglas Duane, and this man assures me that Demotte's conduct was simply of the passionately exacting kind. He could not endure the society of his wife to be shared by others. It did not at all matter who those others were. It did not indeed matter what their sex was. He had no amatory jealousy of his wife, and from every scrap of evidence I can collect, he never had the remotest reason to feel any. But he was stoutly, ludicrously, abnormally jealous of her, for all that. Everybody, in his queer estimate of things, represented an adverse force at war with his own superabundant uxoriousness. One by one Mrs. Demotte's acquaintances dropped away from her. It was he who compelled her to isolate herself. Life would have been burdensome if she had done otherwise. He would never have used with her the least tyranny, but his extraordinary melancholy and his continual implied reproach must have been a still more tedious doom. By degrees the social circle of the Demottes became narrowed to a very few individuals. Mrs. Demotte was the daughter of an old bookworm here in New York named Adam Hadley. She had lived in peculiar retirement. Her days had been passed chiefly in the companionship of her valetudinarian father. So you see, there were not many people whom Floyd Demotte's funny jealousy could offend. "And Douglas Duane," here struck in Payne musingly, "how was it that he continued to be tolerated by this nice, genial husband?" "Ah, there is a most singular feature of the whole singular situation. Douglas Duane appears to have been the sole human being toward whom Demotte behaved in a refreshingly human manner." "Yes?" said Payne, with a nod that hinted depths of doubt. "He didn't rouse any of the monstrous morbidness that everybody else came in for a taste of? What on earth was the matter with him? Had he a hunch? Or was he afflicted with goitre?" "Neither," replied Fairleigh, with the curtness we use when distrustful of the proper respect by which our opinions are being privately greeted. "I am led to understand that Douglas Duane was a man of very marked personal attractions. I don't mean beauty, rather mental gifts." "I was prepared to hear so," stated Payne, with a tormenting dryness. "And so he was permitted to have an occasional chat with his friend's wife, and not to fear being thrown out of the window as a punishment." "He was loved and honored by Floyd Demotte, as I have every reason for believing that he deserved to be. That is, to put it bluntly, I am satisfied he never dreamed any more of nourishing a sentiment for Demotte's wife than he dreamed of making gold or diamonds from the chemicals in which he was so fond of dabbling." Here Fairleigh leaned back in his chair and stared ruminatively at the ceiling. "Ah, no, Hiram. The whole mystery of that murder and suicide can't be explained in that way. If Floyd Demotte ever became sane and so rendered himself a criminal to be tried by the law, we might reach some astounding disclosures. But I don't think we would. The man went mad and became the prey of hallucination. There it all begins and there it all ends. He was a most likely and fit subject for lunacy. Such deeds as the one he committed are happening every day. The brain sometimes gives no warning of its sudden collapse. We say of a man for years, 'He is odd,' and some morning we wake up to the fact that he has gone mad. Well, as with the brain, so with the body. Sudden seizures kill that in a second. Acute heart disease or apoplexy is no less common, perhaps, than acute dementia." "What is Demotte's condition now?" asked Payne. "Oh, he's in a horrible state. His life hung by a thread for nearly a week. Then he showed signs of recovery, but it must be a recovery that will only doom him to a more lingering death hereafter in a madhouse." "And they will send him to one as soon as his physical strength permits?" "Yes." "Does he talk deliriously at all?" "Oh, he raved a lot of nonsense at first, I was told, but they could make nothing out of it. He is silent now for hours at a time. He had an insane fancy, when first brought to the hospital, that he was—" But here Fairleigh paused with pointed abruptness. "I won't tell you what form the fancy took," he continued, giving Payne a burlesque scowl of hostility. They were the best of friends. They never quarrelled. There was somehow a safeguard against rupture in their incessant mutual dealing of skin-deep wounds. Payne's eyes began to sparkle. "Come now, Ford," he said. "Let's see if I can't guess what those ravings are about." "Oh, you'll guess that they're about Douglas Duane," cried Fairleigh challengingly. "You want them to be. I dare say, Hiram, that you've got some pet idea as to the corpse of Douglas Duane being procurable if a fellow should only search industriously enough for it, in small fragments among the pantries and crannies of that Second Avenue dwelling." "More amazing things have happened," smiled Payne. "But you are wandering from the main question. Did Floyd Demotte rave on the subject of Douglas Duane?" "Well, yes, he did." "Very empty stuff, no doubt, eh?" "I should say so," declared Fairleigh, with the air of one who has a bit of refuting intelligence that he now means to pop forth from ambush. "He insisted that he was Douglas Duane. He constantly called himself by that name and seemed quite forgetful of his own personality." "Ah, that's mere Bedlam business, of course?" "And discouraging for your theory. Won't you grant that it is?" "Not at all," affirmed Payne with comic stubbornness. "A madman will say anything. But why didn't he think himself the President or the Prince of Wales or somebody like that? Why should Douglas Duane have entered into his fantastic dreams? Truly, Ford, it seems to me that your magnificent pooh-poohing of Douglas Duane as a personality to be considered in this case is a trifle, well, to phrase it mildly, old fellow, a trifle obstinate." Fairleigh condescended to make no reply for several minutes. Then he said, with an air of gentle interest, as if he were a physician whose profound friendliness quite eclipsed the consideration of any prospective fee, "My dear Hiram, has it ever occurred to you that you smoke more than is just good for you? When we drench the brain with nicotine, you know, we must not be surprised by bad results." "I haven't found any yet," said Payne serenely. "Why don't you smoke, Ford? I think the narcotic effect would round off the sharper points of your mental angles." "Delightful," said Fairleigh. "Save that for your forthcoming novel. What are you going to call it, by the way?" "I don't know," answered Payne, seeming to reflect. "I think Douglas Duane would be a good name for it, don't you?" "No," said Fairleigh crisply, "unless you're like some of these modern American writers who believe in a story without the ghost of a plot." The two friends did not discuss Floyd Demotte's crime together for several ensuing weeks. When they next touched upon it, circumstances had wrought radical changes in its perpetrator. He had been pronounced sufficiently well of body to be transferred from hospital to asylum. But his mind was now, in a general sense, the most hopeless wreck. He had terms of utter madness, followed by lucid hours of dull and stolid silence. But during the latter he had indicated his desire to write, and in this humor he had been freely encouraged. It was supposed at the outset that what he wrote would prove the most vacuous kind of absurdity, but this turned out to be very far from the truth. These confessions of Floyd Demotte's amazed everybody who looked at them. The writer was deceived into thinking that they were successfully concealed from all inspection but his own. Otherwise he would probably have destroyed them in annoyance, as he had repeatedly asserted, during his intervals of comparative mental order, that these most remarkable memoirs were destined to confer immense benefit hereafter upon the scientific knowledge of mankind. But not until his meditated work was complete, he furthermore avowed, could its value become splendidly established. When the last page was finished, he designed giving it to the world, but not until then. Rather than do so, he would leave all unwritten. The law, with its clutch still upon him, directed his warders to watch eagerly everything he wrote. An exposition might lie in those pages of the motive by which he was swayed when he killed his wife, and thus a deduction might also be reached as to whether he were sane or mad at the time the shooting occurred. He was given every incentive in the way of comfortable surroundings to continue his work. Meanwhile, secret copies had been taken of it at different periods. Ford Fairleigh was among the first who saw these copies. Their sheets impressed him greatly, but that was all. For the most part they struck him as insanity made to pose for its opposite. But when he mentioned to Payne the manuscript that was in course of preparation under such weirdly interrupted conditions of composition, his friend expressed the strongest desire to see it. "And so you shall," answered Fairleigh, "when it is finished. I make you a promise of that, Hiram. There will no doubt be a small edition of it privately printed, and you shall certainly be gratified." "The writing may take a rather long time, I should say," answered Payne, "if it is true that Demotte is prevented from steadily proceeding with it by recurring fits of madness." "It is true," said Fairleigh, "and what seems wholly marvelous about the case is the man's own perfect realization that he is insane. More than once he has risen from his desk, put aside his pen, and quietly declared that he had better stop just there, as he felt one of his bad attacks coming on. And yet you say, Ford, that the confessions read as if they were those of a lunatic." "As far as I've got in them they suggest an extremely fine mind," said Fairleigh, yet one most seriously fevered and clouded. But a few days later he told Payne that he had seen more of them, and that he considered they were growing wildly preposterous. Not, he added, that their peculiar fascination abates in the least. On the contrary, it increases, and the narrator's air of firmly believing every syllable of what he writes lends to his story a new distinction. Already he has shown signs of accounting for the murder of Mrs. Demotte, for his own attempted suicide, and for — don't leap at me in astonishment, Hiram — the disappearance of Douglas Duane from his Washington home." " Good heavens !" cried Payne, turning rather pale as the words left him. " He has shown signs of accounting for these events ?"" Yes, but in such a way. It's very thrilling, very eloquent, my dear boy, but " Fairleigh lifted both arms in the air and then waved his hands over his head extravagantly. " Wonderland is out of fashion nowadays. I don't think even your imagination will be quite elastic enough to stretch just that far. Still, there's no telling." " I'd like to have the chance of telling," said Payne with fervour. " When will you give it to me ?"" When the marvellous document is finished." " Pshaw !" exclaimed Payne. " With an invalid, an epileptic, like that, its end may never be reached." And Payne's half prophecy hit the truth. A fortnight later his friend informed him that Floyd Demotte, levelled by a new stroke of worse illness than any from which he had yet suffered, was once more incapable of touching his manuscript. " Do the doctors fear he will never come to his senses again ?" was Payne's quick inquiry. " They fear he will go out of them permanently," said Fairleigh, in grim undertone, " and by that straight little pathway that we must all take sooner or later." "Death, eh?" "Yes, by paralysis of the brain." "And his papers?" "They'll be handed down to posterity in that case as one of the most extraordinary fragments that the annals of lunacy have yet given literature." The very next day Floyd Demotte breathed his last at the asylum, painlessly and suddenly. Fairleigh had considerable trouble about procuring for Payne that incomplete record left by the unfortunate dead. No edition of it was printed, and only a very few written copies were made. The pity which is so sure to follow a death like Demotte's, even when preceded by an action as horrifying as his own, had sprung up quite lively among the medical guardians who surrounded his last hours. He had certain relatives, too, distant and yet bearing his name. These desired the strange tale suppressed, holding that for it publicly to transpire would inflict a needless notoriety upon themselves. But Fairleigh persevered. He had become very well acquainted with one of the physicians at the asylum, and he pressed his suit with not a little tact and diplomacy. One evening he called at Payne's lodgings and handed him a roll of papers. "There," he said, "I have given Dr. F my solemn word of honor that I will return this to him, intact as it is, in 24 hours, and that not a single line of it shall be copied." "Agreed," replied Payne, opening the packet. "My reputation as an honest man, Hiram, is in your hands. Remember that." "I do," said Payne. "As for the 24 hours, Ford, I probably won't require so long a term of grace. If you've not been deceiving me as to its qualities of entertainment, my friend, I shall perhaps feel inclined to sit up all night over what is inscribed here." fairly put his head a little on one side and scanned the speaker with eyelids fluttering in an impudently critical way. "Well, all in all, considering that it's you, I should be disposed to think you would sit up all night." And Payne did. He read the pages which here follow. End of chapter 2. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon.
Chapter 3 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 3. The Story. At the very beginning of this autobiographical effort I find myself called upon to make an announcement of so absolutely unprecedented a sort that I shrink alike from the mockery and compassion of those whom it may meet. And when I recall the circumstances under which I have resolutely determined to compose this most astonishing history, the surroundings of mental disease or infirmity which taunts me, taking sharper stress of irritation each new day, I recognize how futile must be the hope of my gaining respectful credence. But they who at first deny me such tribute must afterward liberally pay it. That is quite inevitable, provided these words of mine are read to the end. I do not deny that the suicidal wound I gave myself has produced in me grave cerebral results. And yet the lesion has assumed, I am convinced, a morbidly recurrent epileptic shape which may subject me to acute attacks of mania, of exhaustion, or even of entire coma, while it leaves me interregnums of the most rational self-command. These fortunate occasions I mean to grasp and use. My motive for so employing them is not one of self-extenuation. I accept the verdict of vicious egotism which will of necessity be rendered against me by those who fully appreciate the magnitude and peculiarity of my unexampled temptation. No, my impulse is selfish, and yet far less selfish than any contained in the wholesale tendency to mitigate due responsibility for a desperate though deliberate crime. I wish to receive from my kind the full measure of fame for a discovery which, as I am in no manner doubtful, will provide of golden benefit to humanity. It is a dreary commonplace enough to state that science, which groped darkling through many previous centuries, has moved along during this last century with very nimble feet. Sooner or later the great truth which I have been first of all men to tear forth from the obscuring mists of nature's many concealments will shed its helpful dawn upon this planet. Now that all is over for me as a separated and individual being, I desire the rather fanciful glory of a single posthumous boon. I wish that the termination of my singular career shall not be, on the one hand, merged into mere criminal odium and obloquy, or receive, on the other, that somewhat undignified and petty fate which befalls a man who strangely disappears from among his fellows and is never again heard of by succeeding generations. If the foregoing sentence flings a challenge to sober reason and seems to savor of insanity's most daringly insoluble paradoxes, I shall not be at all surprised. And belief that I am merely dressing up madness till it wears the outward garb of reason will very possibly grow for the sceptic who now condescendingly reads me further. For in writing these confessions I must at once declare that I do not write them at all in the person of Floyd Demotte, but in that of Douglas Duane, his former intimate friend, the man who has through weeks past been missing from his Washington house, the scientist whose problematic spiriting away has caused so many columns of newspaper wonderment, gossip, and speculation. Let me begin, then, from my own presumptuous and seemingly fantastic standpoint. I, Douglas Duane, address the world merely in the body of Floyd Demotte, husband of the woman, Millicent Hadley Demotte, who was so cruelly murdered in Second Avenue on the evening of December 8th, 1880 something. My family, the Duanes, have for 70 years and longer been people of note and repute in this country, and so when I mention the fact of my father, Archibald Duane, having moved from Boston to New York when I was a boy, and having taken a handsome residence in the then fashionable quarter of Bleecker Street, where I, his only child, was reared, this allusion wears but the hues of ordinary reminder, and not by any means those of novel information. My father's fine and upright life as a member of the legal profession, when to shine at all in that profession was to rank as a leading and honored citizen of New York, requires from myself neither comment nor commemoration. He was the most loving and indulgent of fathers. He never crossed me in any but a single wish, and for doing that with firmness I often afterward felt deeply disposed to thank him. At the age of 18 I had already made 2 trips abroad with him, one while my dear mother was still alive, and one when later boyhood was just verging upon adolescence. Our sojourns in Europe had been brief. I preferred my own country, and greatly relished the idea of entering Harvard rather than a German university. But my father, always so gently and fondly yielding in other matters, was obdurate here. To Heidelberg I must go, and to Heidelberg I finally went. My father, like few Americans of even his so-called patrician class, distrusted and was held to undervalue the best educational resources of his own country. He was a man whose judgments on many subjects were regretted and denounced by his warmest friends, but it delights me now to feel that I can safely rank him with the very few unprejudiced and wholly dispassionate thinkers whom I have ever known. He drew a sharp line between patriotism and that reckless glorification of everything American which has won the merited censure and ridicule of contemporaneous foreign critics. He had a big heart and a keen brain. He loved to strip the husk of sophistry from disguised truths. His tenets were always as bold as they were sincere, and he possessed the courage of them to a degree which won him easy foes, while it made him a few fast friends. In religion his liberality and tolerance were held as execrable by hordes of pietists, for whom his white life might well have been a secure exemplar. Had he lived a few decades later, he would have been far more outspoken and rationalistic. As it was, he waged a stout enough fight with orthodoxy to stir indignantly the sluggish blood of many bigots. My own more pronounced but equally unconventional attitude in early life was a direct result of the model which he set me. Thanks to his influence, I faced the dogmas and platitudes of daily existence with a prepared antagonism. My natural faculties were good, but I detested the complexities of linguistic study and could never master them. Latin and Greek were odious to me, and all my efforts to gain the slightest literary solace from such writers as Horace or Sallust, Homer or Thucydides were pitiably barren. At the same time I felt an alert disposition to declare classical symptoms of education a foolish, traditional vagary. I have never had occasion to alter this estimate. The more I have contemplated what huge ignorance our world contains, the more I am led to deplore time wasted in any sort of culture not purely practical. And poems, histories, essays, written many centuries ago in languages now forever dead, are past doubt the reverse of practical. All thoughts which these enshrine, however noble and precious, may be made clear to us through translation, and indeed have been so made clear. It is therefore idle to set out by a long and circuitous road for the arrival at ideas which a much shorter one may reach. The passionate defence of the classical system undertaken by certain zealots in this and other countries cannot but make the truly impartial observer realize with what hard struggles old useless faiths die. The antagonism which I now begin with so much ardour to manifest in this one direction was but a single evidence of my multiform desire to slay prejudice by reason and dissipate superstition in proof. Such eagerness of longing after the actual and demonstrable in all natural, social, or ethical problems at length gave me a certain celebrity among my associates at Heidelberg. But though, like all enthusiasts in thought of whatever quality, I soon gathered about me a rather fervent clientele. It was not long before the surroundings of a German university began to fret and depress me. I remember writing home several letters to my father in which I unmercifully lashed with sarcasm the principles of tuition that confronted me and the dreamy character of the philosophy that we students were called upon to investigate and endorse. My wails gradually ceased, however, as the tone of my father's responses indicated how slight a sympathy they woke in him. And then, by degrees, a cynical but very noteworthy and significant change took place in me. I determined to probe the philosophies of Kant, Hegel, Fichte, and other less noted German thinkers to their remotest roots. A kind of scornful impetuosity went with this task as I now attempted it. I had already read the great Schopenhauer with reverence and delight, though his genius both for the analytic and the synthetic had irritated me not seldom by its a priori postures. But his hatred of nearly all the philosophy which his own land had produced, and his cordial rapport with the open-air vigour of the best English thinkers, gleamed forth refreshing in my recent experiences. And yet Schopenhauer did not by any means wholly please me. I longed for purer reason still, that which Bacon so finely began and Herbert Spencer so capably continued. My career at the university may be described as a laugh of irony lasting 4 years. At the end of this time I had made myself detested by a number of my co-disciples and sincerely liked by a special rather loyal minority of them. My professors abominated me for my hostile disdain of what I frankly denounced as foggy idealism. I yearned for freedom to pursue the mathematical and scientific studies which now seemed preferable among all human cults. Occasional trips to England during terms of vacation had brought me into contact with minds patterned most congenially after my own. Demonstration, exact thinking, the placid and patient search after physical law, the agnostic, if not the atheistic way of regarding all final causes, and the fixed creed that mortal intelligence could never pierce beyond defiant boundaries of matter itself, while very plausibly and sensibly hoping for large realms of maternal enlightenment in the future. These considerations and assurances held a prodigious rule and influence over my daily life. I drew a deep breath of relief when the university at length delivered me, and with no mean honours of graduation, reluctantly as these were bestowed, from its resented tediums. On the eve of my escape, as it were, I sent my father an almost rhapsodical letter of self-gratulation. I quit these bournes of insufferable German mysticism, I wrote him, for evermore. With your permission, I shall spend 6 months in England before reseeking you in New York. There are certain clinging vapours yet in my lungs, and even in my very garments as well, which the healthful breezes of Britain are needed to medicinally exorcise. Next to the happiness of seeing you again will be that of abandoning this priggish community in which I have so long dwelt, a spot of residence where one breakfasts on dogmas and dines on provincialisms. My letter continued for many paragraphs in just this vein of hyperbolical invective, broken here and there with fond allusions to the happy, anticipated meeting between my father and myself. But, as fate bitterly ordained, he never received the lines. An apoplexy of fearful suddenness assailed him shortly after I had written them, and the cablegram which told me of his death reached me while I was actually bidding farewell to my little coterie of adherents at the university. A dreary voyage across the Atlantic brought me to New York with sensations of desolate bereavement. I was now in the full flush of youthful manhood. The fortune left me by my dead father was an exceedingly ample one, but I had no near relations with whom I could hold pleasant friendly converse regarding the dead, whose dumb grave, in a suburban cemetery not far away, stared at me its pitiless apology for consolation. And yet my reception back into the city of my birth was by no means an uncheering one. I was Douglas Duane, a young gentleman of large income and unimpeachable position. There is no people so anxious to recognize its own arbitrary distinctions of caste as the Americans are in any one who strikingly represents these equipments. When monetary points of attraction also become apparent, the social opportunity, so to speak, is an unlimited one. In my deep mourning I soon found that what are called our first families proffered by numberless chances of special and flattering diversion. But I must state abruptly and plainly that I soon perceived just what lay behind the whole hospitable movement, and without hesitation condemned it. I rapidly made up my mind that I did not by any means desire a welcome in New York society. Perhaps a fair majority of my hosts and hostesses concluded simultaneously with myself that I would not at all do for their salons and dining rooms. I was certainly not by any means a conventional figure. I did not wear my hair long, and there was no startling eccentricity about my collars. But for all that I chose to walk in no beaten track of fashion. As long as I kept well within the bounds of cleanliness and good taste, it mattered very little to me what sort of appearance I made. Symmetries and graces in inanimate or impassive things never greatly appealed to me. The beauty of women rarely woke in me more than a transient admiration. Colour gave me only a neutral satisfaction, not very far from positive indifference, and when I saw it most brilliantly treated by art, I was fondest of those pictures in which it accompanied the literary or story-telling element. Music I passionately loved, but this means music of the modern, elaborated, intricately melodious sort, and not the facile, jingling tricks of earlier Italian composers. I played fairly well myself, never having the slightest inclination to become a performer, and indeed disliking persons who had gained such goal of accomplishment unless they held at their finger ends that marvellous system of telegraphy between these and the heartstrings which we agree to call genius. But I possessed none of the little airy, facetious, insincere courtesies which society finds so agreeable because they ring as falsely as itself. When people bored me by their vanity or irritated me by their shallowness, I kept silent. No earthly force of suasion could have made me speak in a dialect that was detestable to my sense of manhood. I was often held to be boorish and insolent when I really felt shocked alone. And yet my reserve, my reticence, was by no means always unintentional. The women who now showered bland civilities upon me with their rustling silks, their floating perfumes, their decorous and yet often audacious nudities, their hollow phraseology of idle compliment, their suggestions of fatigue ill hidden beneath a self-imposed veneer of the mundane, and the femme légère, wearied and depressed me unspeakably. I could not be of them and with them. I was man of the world enough to see that they would never have noticed me at all were it not for my name and fortune. While I secretly deplored their artificialities, I had a very clear conception of how they were probably yawning at my stupidity behind my back. And all the while I was sensible of a capacity for accepting with the gladdest welcome what was simply and unaffectedly feminine in their sex. I was already a mathematician, and it has been said of mathematicians that they have no positive sentiment for women. But of myself this was not true. I may have been cold, ratiocinative, an idolater of fact, a hater of reveries, but at the same time, during this dubious and unsettled term of my life, I covertly acknowledged a wish for worthy womanly companionship. Perhaps I should not chronicle a certain incident which befell me one evening after dining at the house of a lady high in worldly prominence, and yet to narrate it will be to explain the precise need which haunted me, and my profound abhorrence for any mere sensual agency which might present itself for the gratification of that need. The hour was about 10 o'clock. I had left Mrs. Van Peekskill's lofty Fifth Avenue stoop, thankful that I had been able to tear myself away so uncompromisingly from the bevy of diners amid whose befurbelowed and white necktied company I had been thrown unawares. Mrs. Van Peekskill, who was a distant relative of mine through my mother's family, had sent me a dinner invitation, imploring that I would meet a few friends at her house very informally. The little scented note bore an allusion to our kinship, and a tender touch of recognition, also, that I was in mourning for my father. "But it will be such a small, inoffensive assemblage," ran my third cousin's delicate handwriting. "You will feel almost as if you were dining with me en famille, and that, you know, you will have a perfect right to do, as we are so nearly united by blood." We were not in any way nearly united by blood, but as Mrs. Van Peekskill, a New York grandee, had chosen to think so, my acquiescence in the polite fallacy was thus rendered daintily imperative. I went to her dinner and found that a kind of gaudy trap had been sprung upon me. It was a gathering of modishly attired merry-makers, who soon seated themselves at a board loaded with flowers and silver and crystal glasses. The wine, and of wine I have never partaken throughout my whole life except in the most sparing way, sparkled from a little group of glasses set at each plate. The air of the room in which we sat was heavy with roses. Viand succeeded viand, served on plates of costly porcelain. The guests were nearly a score, and their chattered merriments fell on my ears with an irksome monotony. I silently execrated the whole entertainment. The lady whom I had taken in to dinner was young and of blooming visage. But as I looked into her conscious eyes, as I scanned the deliberated abandonments of her glowing and artistic costume, as I heard fall from her lips their neat yet empty commonplaces bent with a coquettish challenge that seemed almost mechanical in its well-ordered adroitness, I silently began to regret that Mrs. Van Peekskill had ever plotted to bring us together. When the long dinner was ended, I asked myself whether or no the lady had by this time made up her feeble little mundane mind that I was a sort of semi-civilized ruffian. Afterward came the cigars with the men, none of whom, in their stiff uniformity of formal shirt-bosoms, interested me beyond a concealed inclination to cover them with ridicule. And then, a little later, came what I could not but regard as my most blessed escape. I was certain that while I shook hands at parting with Mrs. Van Peekskill, there lay the glitter of ice itself in her would-be winsome smile. I was personally unprepossessing. My countenance had a rough-hewn and sombre look, and not a single point in my general appearance was of the kind by which women are won at first sight. Since my entrance into these drawing-rooms I had done and said nothing suave or graceful enough to dispel the impression wrought by my plain and rather melancholy exterior. But I cared nothing for any such impression, favourable or the opposite. I was only too thankful to rid myself of a most uncongenial atmosphere. Fifth Avenue gleamed quiet and stately as I struck downward through its narrow and yet imposing domain. Not far above 34th Street, where the majestic marble mansion of the dead dry-goods king, Stuart, loomed pale against the keen-starred sky. The weather was almost perfect in its breezeless but stimulating calm. November was dying, and yet no fierce news of winter had given even a single chill premonition. The extraordinary, lingering, unparalleled autumn of America was regent on this especial evening, and with a cool, rich charm that no one can fitly value till he has seen and disliked the vapory, chilling autumns of most European lands. I no longer dwelt in the family home in Bleecker Street. It still remained my property, but it had been rented to a German Jewess, who kept there a theatrical boarding-house for transitory and perhaps effete members of the dramatic profession. My present apartments were at the Albemarle Hotel, the most dignified of New York inns, which has preserved through many years a prosperous gravity unharmed by the palatial smartness of the Fifth Avenue Hotel on the one hand, and of the flaring and flamboyant Hoffman House on the other. I had possibly reached 28th Street in my downward walk when I suddenly saw the form of a solitary woman emerge from the heavy, encompassing shadow of the corner I was about to pass. In another instant the light of a near lamp struck upon her face. I paused involuntarily as I saw it. Something made my heart beat quicker. I discerned the face perfectly, and it seemed to me full of the most exquisite girlish loveliness. In London, whose horrors of street harlotry I well knew, I would not have thought of pausing. But here in New York, where vice is kept so much more decently within doors, I at once obeyed such a desire. The girl showed not the least aversion to pausing also. And yet I thought she looked the very incarnation of innocence, with her luminous dark eyes beaming from a face of virginal fragility and sweetness. Her attire was so mean and shabby that it did not surprise me when she asked for help. I stood before her simple, lily-like face and ill-clad figure with a glow at my heart which all the grandeurs and braveries of Mrs. Van Peekskill's dames d'honneur could not have created there. I presently questioned her of her family, and received such hesitating and stammered answers that for the first time I began to suspect that she was not telling me the truth. And then, in the twinkling of an eye, she dropped her mask. Letting her head fall backward a little, she looked at me with the look no woman's face has to my thinking ever worn, and yet preserved its beauty. I scarcely needed to hear the reckless words and the little wanton ripple of laughter which now left her lips. I already knew the dispiriting truth as clearly as when these had told it me. Putting a few coins into the girl's hand, I hurried away from her. In an instant her believed purity had become for me the most repulsive shame. But her poetic face with its eloquent eyes, in which the chastity of a young soul seemed sleeping, haunted me afterward amid more than a single dream. At the same time, this brief yet pregnant episode revealed to me my own changed nature. I had passed through a few wild follies, first at the university and again in Paris. These had been somewhat savage mutinies, too, of my baser against my better parts. But now the last had brought their foes under inflexible discipline. I comprehended that hereafter all my mental lights were dimmed, so to speak, except the cold and bright one of reason, rather than through what we term instinctive or intuitive repugnance. I loved the good of life and shrank from its evil exactly as I would have chosen to walk through a daisied field rather than a snake-haunted marsh. I had become a philosopher who saw in all self-soilure what he believed the worst conceivable folly, disdain of those marvellous reasoning faculties which mark so broad a line between men and brutes. In the company of my own sex I was far more contented than at such entertainments of those of Mrs. Van Peekskill. Her immediate flight from distasteful associates in every way was easier, and the intensely practical character which my own mind was now each year assuming with sharper definiteness made me find something of interest in observing or questioning almost every male mind I encountered. Sometimes, as for example in the fashionable Metropolitan Club of which I had been promptly made a member, I would meet a type of manhood that taxed endurance and tried respect. I mean the perfectly idle swell who tranquilly exulted in having both his capacities and his energies represented by the roundest of zeros, and who took for granted that I, on account of my known wealth and some absurd claim which he insisted on connecting with me and which he chose to call my position, was of just his own lazily and effortless turn. This sort of drone in the huge hive woke my spleen and vexation. When he talked to me of his four in hand and his betting book, his polo playing and his yacht races, his coarse gallantries and his equally coarse condescensions as a person of matrimonial market value, I am afraid that he more than once noticed with surprise my discouraging apathy. But after all, such occasions were infrequent. Still, the club soon wearied me as a place of habitual resort, and besides I had set myself a course of decidedly hard reading, varied with many experiments which involved the strictest care and the most rigorous mathematical calculations. One day, while searching among some old scientific volumes at a second-hand bookshop in University Place, near Washington Square, anxious to discover here a certain treatise, long out of print, but which I had been told there was a chance of my thus lighting upon, I made, or rather remade, the acquaintance of Floyd Demotte. How woeful is the commonplace of reflecting from what trifles of incident our most vital future misfortunes may be born. And yet the pertinence of such a meditation pierces me just now. Had I never known Floyd Demotte, the horror, the strangeness, and the agony of this little history might never have been written. and I was so completely without the least presage of what lay stored black and threatening for me in the future, when a tall, pale gentleman, of apparently about my own age, came up to me in the dim, dingy, book-lined place where I stood, and said, putting out his hand, "I'm sure that I'm right. You are Douglas Duane. 'Tis a good while since you and I met, and we have both changed a great deal, of course. I hope you remember me. I am Floyd Demotte." "Ah, yes, true enough," I answered, shaking his hand. "Floyd Demotte, I am very glad to see you again." End of chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Hickey. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 4. My words were hardly true. I was not, in any real sense, glad to see Floyd Demotte again. Still, I was by no means sorry. We had been schoolmates from the age of about 11 to 14 years, respectively. Afterward, our parents had separated us by sending us each to a different institution of learning, preparatory to our making the collegiate plunge. It was a queer school, that one of Mr. Gillespie Gordon's, and the intimacy which soon followed upon Demotte's reintroduction of himself in the dusty twilight of the bookshop was perhaps first stimulated by the reminiscences which we could now mutually laugh over. "No wonder our fathers took us away from it," I presently found myself saying to Floyd Demotte. "We ought to be thankful that they got us away before all studious habits were completely killed in us." Mr. Gillespie Gordon was a New York dandy with a repute for scholarship among certain pleasure-loving people who could not have told you whether Hector was a Greek or a Trojan. Perhaps a few of them might have agreed with you if you had called him an American. Mr. Gordon Gillespie, finding himself with a depleted bank account, caressed the chronic rose in his buttonhole and mused as to the propriety of setting up a school. He had so many dear friends. They would be sure to give him a helping hand. And they did. But this is considerably more than Mr. Gillespie Gordon may be said to have done to their numerous boys. Our taste of discipline was about as bitter as the perpetual nibbling of a sugar plum. Mr. Gordon pointed to us with pride as the delightful testimony of his friends' tender devotion, and whenever he most keenly realized how valuable a tribute we brought him from patrician circles, he would decree the entire school a half-holiday. With all his amiability and benignity, and I once thought him a seraph for both, he now appears to me, this highly aristocratic schoolmaster, very much more astute and self-centered than I could have then dreamed of supposing him. His indulgences to his pupils were the despair of every teacher he employed, and his whole system of educational superintendence was pour rire in the polite bad faith of its laxity. And yet he thus managed to have all the boys on his side, and they were wonderful preventives against his being ignominiously found out. It was always so pleasant for them to go on nibbling at the sugar plum. "That is why we all stayed on at Gordon's as long as we did," I now said, laughing to Floyd Demotte. "We each of us constituted such a loving, selfish, and zealous little advertisement for the school. I remember I didn't dare tell my father how every boy one day received an orange, a banana, and an excuse from studying any lessons for the morrow, because a certain ocean steamer which had been overdue about a week, and which carried some relatives of our dear Magister, had at last come safely into port. I was afraid my father might object to such an extension of clemency on the ground of rank imposition." "Which it certainly was," affirmed Demotte, with the same pleasant ring in his voice that I had liked years ago. Time had changed him for the better. He had been a rather lank and awkward boy, with hardly a facial line that did not err against beauty. But now he had acquired a really classic charm of expression that suited his almost commanding height. His pallor had lost the least unhealthy tint, and his eyes, always notable for their depth and their sea-blue sparkle, had become infused with a gently meditative light. His figure, growing taller, had smoothed away all its old angles into a blending of vigor and elegance. He was clad with a quiet art that made him look the gentleman as I could not have done if my life had been the forfeit of such failure. I am compelled just here to obtrude upon the reader this physical contrast between us, for reasons which will later be fully understood. My visage was at all times a somber, homely, and unprepossessing one. No garment, however dexterously cut, could charitably disguise the stoop in my shoulders, or the infelicitous modeling of my frame. But Floyd Demotte had the real bel air, though he was far from resembling anything foppish, that you seemed to discern in him the scholar as quickly as you discerned the easy-going worldly saunterer. And that is assuredly no unfair way of describing his personality. But scholar, as I soon afterward learned, he was none. His craze for rare editions of books meant simply the dilettante and cultivated fad of a man who was refined enough by temperament to avoid those more frivolous diversions which are apt to accompany a copious income. What won me about him, now that we had met after the old boyish good-fellowship had clothed itself in a memorial haze, was his perfect suavity of disposition, wed with a natural modesty and retirement. He was the son of a dead New York merchant who had left him conspicuously rich. Like myself, he avoided the aimless unrest of the pleasure lovers. Like myself, he was exempt from stupid vices. Like myself, he chose the silences of life's lanes and meadows rather than the turmoil of its thoroughfares. The rosy frenzies and intoxications had no lure for him. He was the most domestic and shade-seeking of spirits. But, wholly unlike myself, he was without the slightest dominating purpose. All that he appeared to ask of destiny was a comfortable and unharassed lease of existence. It struck me at first that he was almost wholly passionless, that so long as he could go on collecting his library and passing his days with a good digestion, a cheerful hearthstone, a commodious armchair, and a mellow-flavored cigar, he would remain an individual of unrivaled contentment. But while we slowly yet surely resumed the intimacy as men which as boys we had once sought and enjoyed with so different a zest, I began to note traits in Demotte till now unsuspected. It had already occurred to me that he was more than pleased whenever I dropped in upon him of an evening at the cozy little basement house in 2nd Avenue, which had been one of his manifold real estate bequests from his father, and which he had chosen as a residence because of the reposeful, old-time quarter in which it stood. He always welcomed me with a brightening of demeanor and a warm pressure of the hand which I could not mistake. He would conduct me up to his beautiful library on the 2nd floor of the house, above the dining room, and would wheel forward a cushioned easy-chair for my convenience, revealing in every gesture his unmistakable gladness at my coming. The visits were not all on my side, however. I had left my apartments at the Albemarle several weeks ago, and had taken a furnished house in one of the side streets, not far from Madison Square, turning its entire upper story, which in no way resembled the traditional rude attic, into a laboratory supplied with many costly instruments of science. Here Demotte would in turn spend an hour or two with me, apparently attracted beyond expression by my discourses on chemistry, optics, the marvels of embryology, of heat, or perhaps of electricity, a study, this last, in which I had of late most appreciably advanced. But I at length began to notice that each of his visits always was paid only after one of my own upon himself, and that if I let too long a time elapse without seeking to see him, he would subsequently betray toward me that hurt sensitiveness which we are apt, very unjustly, to call feminine. Finally, the truth became quite clear to me. Demotte's was the jealous temperament in almost painful excess. Most extremely jealous people are essentially selfish, for this fault is one purely of egotism. But Demotte was far from selfish in his daily doings, and while not in any sense a religious man, gave away annual sums to the poor which many a millionaire of thrice his wealth would shrink from thus employing. This one regrettable failing seemed to exist isolated in a nature of much intrinsic sweetness and honesty. For him to love a fellow creature was for him to demand, exact, and even self-tormentingly to watch the object of such affection. Good heavens, I remember thinking, what will become of this man if he ever falls in love? And what sort of an existence will the woman's be, should she marry him without previously having found him out au juste? As it was, I humored him in his failing, and hardly liked him any the less for it. I had hitherto been capable of winning a certain amount of personal adherence, and even of allegiance. But to win a friendship based purely on sentiment rather than admiration, there seemed to me a truly golden achievement, and one fraught with its own reward. I had grown to regard everything with the eyes of science alone, and I could not help thinking of this flaw in Floyd Demotte's character as of a distinct flaw in the structure of his brain. How deplorable it was, I told myself, that with all my amassed scientific erudition, I had no possible power of looking upon his optic thalamus, or searching his corpus striatum, while both were still informed with life. What splendid results of remedy might spring from investigation like that! Perhaps something resembling it will one day replace the mere empirics of our present medical men. It seems odd enough to talk of curing a man of jealousy as you would cure him of a bilious attack, of eradicating avarice from his mind as if it were a tooth taken from his jaw, of lopping away from his brain a depraved impulse as if it were a shattered limb from his body. And yet this was my point of survey for looking upon all moral questions. Evil was to me disease. Good was health. I found in Demotte a tireless listener. "You are teaching me to think," he said one evening in my attic. "That is pleasant to hear," I answered, laughing. "But please don't imagine that I rank my instructive powers in such direction as anything but excessively meager." "Come now, Douglas," said my companion, in his smoothly genial way. "You know that you've gone into the roots of things with an astonishing amount of penetration." I smiled. "You mean that I love science, Floyd?" "I mean a great deal more than that. You're positively fierce in your radicalisms." "Only comparatively so," I responded. "It's a curious age, this 19th century of ours, which we call, by the by, the 19th when it's more probably the 50 millionth. "How curious?" "It is so abysmally divided. There's such a gulf between the idealists and the realists, between the old men and the new men, between those who believe themselves endowed with an intuition that transcends matter, and those who face matter in the reverential spirit of searchers after a clue amid its monstrous labyrinth of facts." "You sometimes give a strikingly poetic turn to your phrases," Demotte said, watching me for a moment with a look where fondness and a certain sadness appeared to blend. "And yet the position you have taken is one so antagonistic to all that is spiritual, all that is imaginative. I was on the verge of adding, my friend, all that is higher and finer in either philosophy or metaphysics as to—" "I deny it," came my interruption, delivered with not a little heat, though without a shade of annoyance. "There was never a more silly fallacy than that which rests in the charges urged by orthodoxy against science. It is perpetually crying out that we, the friends and devotees of pure knowledge, vivisect the nightingale and anatomize the rosebud. And suppose we do, which is a more impious act toward that unknowable agency these pietists name God and we name unsolved mystery? To assert the nightingale and the rose a divine offspring of some celestial beauty? Or to use upon the developments of natural law, which we see in either, such forces of intelligence as nearly all mankind commonly possess? For my part, I am convinced that civilization is merely the destruction of ignorance. But ignorance forever remains." "It may not forever remain." My friend started. "You can't intend to even suggest, Douglas, that science, after shattering countless ideals, or superstitions, if you prefer terming them so, will ever pass beyond the limit of final causes?" "It may pass beyond the limit of what we term such. Who shall dare affirm to the contrary? The telegraph, the railway, the steamship would have seemed like realized miracles a century ago." "But these discoveries, great as they are, deal only in matter." My slight laugh just then must have had a very ironical ring. "Has it ever occurred to you," I said, That matter is the be-all and end-all of the whole immense perplexing scheme? Demotte shuddered. Carlyle's words come into my memory, he murmured. I know what you're going to quote, I hurriedly broke in. That flimsy little epigram of his about Darwinism being the gospel of dirt. Now, to my mind, Carlyle was a shallow shrieker, and, as all such men are, a sworn foe against the very progress and advancement of which he made so bombastic an apostle. Whenever a great truth is laboring for birth, some hostile conservative tries to invent a chilling and contemptuous mot about it. Oh, that gospel of dirt! How it has been echoed from one pulpit to another throughout all Christendom! It saved such an extraordinary amount of honest thinking. It had so protective and preservative a sound for those who still put faith in the legendary melodrama of Adam and Eve and the garrulous bugaboo serpent. No wonder it was popular. But in reality, if taken with a serious and not a flippantly jocose meaning, it condensed a greater truth than Carlyle's turbid and irascible intellect could ever have lighted on. Modern science, if you please, is the gospel of dirt. It isn't ashamed to be either. Dirt really means the planet, the tellus itself, the habitable globe. And I have never yet been able to learn that the rhapsodists about a less prosaic biding place were successful, after all, in securing a more trustworthy one than this. These conversations of ours, said Demotte, musingly and after a little pause, all lead me into one belief. I have never put the direct question to you before, but I put it now. Do you, Douglas Duane, place the least faith in the doctrine of immortality? None, I answered. I was sure of what I should hear you say, Demotte murmured. But do you deny immortality, then? Science never asserts nor denies without proof. The moment she does either, she ceases to be science and becomes something very much more intelligible and valuable, no doubt, but still not herself. I mean sentimentality. How those arrows of your sarcasm sing whenever you make the immaterial their target. Well, then, granting that as a reasoner you neither deny nor assert a future life, had you not just confessed something quite too arbitrary a moment before? And this was? That you failed to place the least faith in immortality. Personally, I do, came my swift words, for here was the sort of discussion in which at nearly all times I took the keenest pleasure. A lawyer might glance over the plaintiff's evidence in a certain difficult case without attempting to study it. He might say therewith that on general principles he thought the case likely to be won by the defendant. Such a cursory and superficial scrutiny would scarcely produce anything like an important decision. But if the lawyer had studied the case, insisted Demotte, why not put it in that way? No lawyer has, I said, smiling. At least not to the slightest purpose. A great many think they have. And worse still, a great many know they have not. And yet for the ecclesiastical salaries they draw, preach Sunday after Sunday what they themselves secretly discredit. And I'm sorry to say that this monstrous hypocrisy increases in our era of skeptical inquiry at a fearful rate. But good heavens, I broke off, what are we doing? We have mixed our simile in a sad way. We have confused lawyers with clergymen. That will never do, will it? And yet I have met more than one clergyman who seemed to me like the wreck of a good lawyer. You wander from our subject, said Demotte, eyeing me now as if he would read in my face more than I was choosing to let it convey. Perhaps you have done so intentionally, however, he went on. You mean that I wanted to evade your cross-examination? Yes, I fancied you did. Then you were not altogether wrong. I dislike to shock others needlessly. Still, in this instance, you would, as it were, have exploded the bombshell yourself. Then you have another announcement in reserve? If you choose to hear it, yes. I do. Does it concern the mortality of what we call the soul? Yes. I rose and drew near a magnificent new electrical apparatus, which I had just ordered home to my laboratory. I laid one hand caressingly upon the instrument. It concerns the discovery of a proof, a law relating to such mortality. Demotte started to his feet. Good God, Douglas, he exclaimed. You can't mean that you hope ever to go as far as that. As far as that, I repeated, looking steadily into his agitated face. My dear Floyd, I have not yet told you how far I hope to go. Demotte answered my look in a fascinated way. Suddenly an expression of mixed alarm and pain swept over his face. "Oh, Douglas!" he cried. "Beware! Be careful!" "Of what?" I asked calmly. "Of too great, too insolent a daring," he asseverated, with an excitement and a speed of utterance for which I was unprepared to see so abrupt and yet vivid a betrayal. "God will punish one who— But, you don't believe in a God. How can you when you don't believe in the everlasting life of the soul? Only, Douglas, I would say this. Don't let too strong a pride in your own great intellect master you with too absolute a sway. Pardon me, but I can't help recalling to you something which you, of course, have read." By this time Demotte, tremulous and eager, had drawn close to my side and had laid one hand on my shoulder. "It is that most magnificent part of all, Milton's poem, that which deals, I mean, with the ambition, the ruin, and the overthrow of Satan." "Satan!" I echoed with a contemptuous laugh. "Oh, he's a theatrical personage enough, and the whole story of man's first disobedience is only saved, to my mind, from being ludicrous, even as Milton tells it, by the rolling and stately blank verse in which it is enshrined. Still, Floyd, that doesn't prevent your having ranked me with anybody so abominable as this mythical Satan from being highly uncomplimentary." "I was not thinking of compliments or the reverse," said Demotte, as if he almost resented the levity of my final sentence. "I alluded only to the boldness of revolt which you have just suggested." "Revolt, my friend? Against what?" "Against that which must forever lie hidden from man until death brings him a revelation of it." "Ah, that is the way they talked to Galileo, and yet he insisted on telling us that the earth moved." Demotte had grown pale. I saw distinctly that I had somehow impressed him more than I had faintly imagined that I could do by the somewhat random nature of my recent utterances. "But this discovery?" he queried. "Do you actually aim at anything as appalling as you have implied?" I grasped his hand and shook it warmly. "Upon my word," I said, "you are more than stimulating." "I?" he asked, with a little perplexed recoil from me. "How?" "Oh, you think me capable of doing something brilliant beyond description before you have heard a word of what I meditate performing. There is so much in that." "I think you a man of supreme ability," he returned, with a positive accent of awe. "But men of supreme ability, like yourself, are sometimes entrapped and betrayed by their own powers." "Entrapped and betrayed?" I repeated, with perhaps a new and rather harsh note in my voice. "Into what, pray?" "Into punishment for their audacity," Demotte faltered. I began to see his drift, or to fancy that I did so. I drew backward from him further than he had receded from me. "What sort of punishment?" I inquired. "Madness," he said under his breath. "Oh, Douglas, banish from your mind the least supposition that by any chance you or any man living or to live hereafter can—" "Madness," I shot in, with as cold a tone as I have possibly ever used. I at once turned my back upon him. For a few seconds I felt myself despising and detesting him. Then I turned again, after I had got my leaping anger under full control, and said with what was doubtless a cutting curtness, "A little while ago you accused me of wandering from our subject, and I confessed that I did so voluntarily. I now insist that the subject be changed, since I also insist that you have shown yourself unable to treat it with either good sense or common courtesy. Pray let us never refer to it again." He bit his lip, and his mild eyes flashed a little, but I had imposed silence upon him as regarded a single topic, however wounded my uncompromising words had made him feel. But I too had been deeply wounded, and that single word, madness, applied to a man whose brain was so collected and equable, as I realized my own always to have been, wrought upon me for a long time afterward like the residuary sting of an insult. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 5. A coolness now ensued between Demotte and myself, lasting for several weeks. Certain affairs, however, relating to real estate investments in which we were mutually interested, brought us periodically together, and at last I broke the ice with one stout blow. Our acquaintance, I told him, would be impossible on these distant and formal terms. We must either become fully reconciled, or we must once and for all separate. A kind of terror came into Floyd Demotte's face as he listened to me. I felt then how much he cherished my friendship. He almost burst into tears a moment later, and while seizing my hand in his own, declared quite brokenly that he had been to blame, and yet that his admonition and his prophecy, ill-advised though both might have appeared, had had the one excuse of warm and profound regard. "Well," I said, pressing his hand with a smile, "I'm glad you don't think, after all, that I am the threatened victim of madness." "No, that was only a dread which flashed upon me, and at a moment's warning, as it were. There seems to be so ominous, darksome, and despotic no thoroughfare lifted above the misty border-line of infinity. One might indeed fancy that any mere mortal who presumptuously crossed it would leave not so much hope as reason behind him." "Oh!" was my laughing exclamation, notwithstanding that Demotte's words and his inflection of them had both touched me by their gravity and sombre candor. "I trust you won't accuse me of trying to overleap that border-line. Infinity is a very large word. In fact, it isn't in the dictionary of modern science at all. She only has what Herbert Spencer would call a symbolic conception of it." "But the discovery of which you spoke?" "You may be sure that if I am ever fortunate enough to make it, infinity will be no nearer to me in the end than was the western horizon to Columbus after he had put an ocean between himself and Spain. Some day you shall tell me of your plan, and of how you expect to compass it," said Demotte. There was a faintly gleeful ring in his voice which he tried to repress. Our reconciliation gave him exquisite pleasure, I knew. "Perhaps I will tell you," I said. But I did not mean the words. I secretly felt that while my truly vast idea was in embryo, to describe would somehow be to desecrate it. I cannot remember just when its magnitude and originality first took full possession of my mind. If I mistake not, there was no single primal throb of conception preceding its clearer self-portrayal in thought. The entire process had, I think, been as gradual as the nourishment of a tree by rain. Still, thus far I had accomplished little. My experiments verifying Faraday's molecular theory with regard to electricity may have quickened in me the germ of my own far different hypothesis. And yet, when I consider how Faraday asserts that electricity has no existence whatever, but that the phenomena which we declare to be electrical are the result of properties and motions born of the molecules of matter themselves, I can hardly trace any analogy whatever between my peculiar conclusions and these broadly divergent premises. Still, it was, I think, undoubtedly a close study of the polarized condition of molecules that first turned my attention toward forces of human vitality, those subtle and amazing energies which exist either in the brain tissues or the muscular anatomy of man, and so induced that primary and almost intuitive train of argument. However this may be, I had found myself absorbed in meditations on the one supremely attractive question of why and how, from the invisible nerve centres of cerebral efficiency, motor and sensory qualifications are forever springing. Schopenhauer's assertion of the will to live pushing itself up from the unknown into a million forms of organic and inorganic matter had strangely charmed, without by any means convincing me. For what, after all, is Schopenhauer but a magnificent autocrat in philosophy? And, hotly as he hates the mysticism of all his German confrères except Kant, how dreamily German is the real foundation of his superb Die Welt als Will und Vorstellung. Still, that incomparable potency which we see manifested in the winking of an eyelid, in the giving to man a poem like Hamlet, or in the generalship that won Austerlitz, might all be the same as regards kind. I began more than deeply to ponder this element of invariable similitude pervading all human action, whether physical or mental. If it all rose from a single vital principle, I asked myself, why should this vital principle not be understood in time at least as well as electricity is understood now? If, as some physicists would have us credit, all life is dependent upon a certain electromagnetic force in nature, why might not the cogency which causes me to walk across my laboratory, from a Leyden jar in one corner of it to a torsion electrometer in another corner of it, be akin with that which sends a translatable message across 3,000 leagues of sea? Is electricity, I again asked myself, really light, heat, and all known power? Then why is it not intelligence, human intelligence as well, brought into contact with those cells of the brain which are otherwise effete as a stone or a log? It is impossible for me here to elucidate the scientific origin of my early investigations. This demands not merely an intimate knowledge of the higher mathematics such as I myself possessed, but it also requires an acquaintance with the technical processes and nomenclature employed by trained adepts in other kindred studies. Still, it is my intention to write out, as a faithful appendix of these memoirs, every detail of the calculations and deductions by which I arrived at my present unmatched place among the loftiest thinkers of this or any period. Such a statement may sound like vanity, but how far from the least semblance of vanity actually it is, posterity shall both learn and admit. I do not advance this belief, I declare it. Meanwhile, I persevered with my experiments, and Demotte, at the same time, frankly deported himself as once more my devoted friend. I would occasionally accompany him in his pilgrimages to the bookshops, though I satirized his mania with a persistence of ridicule which he always bore good-naturedly. One day he said to me, "If you cared for good books, Douglas, I would ask you to go with me where we could see them in really splendid profusion." "Good books!" I cried. "Oh, how amusingly you collectors abuse terms! Good books are books good enough to read for ideas they contain, not for the archaic suggestions of their print and bindings. But where is this treasure house to which you refer, Floyd?" "It is a private dwelling in Clinton Place. Its proprietor is named Adam Hadley." "That name is somehow familiar," I said. "No doubt. Hadley has compiled a most exhaustive biographical cyclopedia of prominent Americans, from the early colonial times until now." A day or two later, Demotte and I crossed the threshold of Adam Hadley's residence. Clinton Place was once the placid domain of Knickerbocker respectability, but now sign-boards of 100 varying sorts obtruded their commercial gilt over doorways and windows. The Hadley house, with its antiquated arch of entrance and the pervasive suggestion of having its bricks joined together by mortar at least 50 years old, had once risen among many prim companions of marked resemblance each to each. But the quarter was fatally near Broadway, trade had unmercifully pushed westward toward University Place, invading chambers that for many years had been almost sanctified by the sweetest domestic privacies. Adam Hadley's house now stood quite deserted by its former highly reputable associates. On one side of it sprawled the immense advertisement of a Franco-American café, which had a basement where lager beer and absinthe were equally distributed to customers, and an upper story where a table d'hôte dinner at 60 cents, with wine included, offered bewildering attractions. On the other side flared a balcony whose colossal gold letters assured even the most languid passer that robes et manteaux were here procurable. Just across the street gleamed the windows of a restaurant in which you saw uncooked beef-steaks and sanguinary mutton-chops made spectacular with bunches of crisp-leaved and marble-stalked celery, not to speak of scarlet lobsters, brilliantly effete on plinths of dripping ice. Clinton Place had unquestionably become mercantile, but Adam Hadley's house remained just as drowsy and dignified as when quiescence and not turmoil was the key-note of its neighborhood. I had no sooner gone into the front drawing-room with Demotte than I began to understand how justly he had described the whole exceptional interior. Here was the old-fashioned American parlor, and yet all the coigns of vantage which our grandfathers and grandmothers loved to fill with wax flowers in glass cases, or possibly with a stuffed bird or two from tropic climes, were unrelentingly invaded by books. Books confronted you everywhere. The walls were lined with them, half-way toward the ceilings, in row after row. A large central table was piled with folios. On the floor, close against the lower shelves of the bookcases, rose piles of large volumes which no private library could well find accommodation for. And presently Mr. Hadley himself appeared, welcoming Demotte with an outstretched hand that made me think of nothing so much as of a wrinkled leather book-binding. His face was somehow the shape of a book. I have never seen so square a face, nor one so preternaturally solemn. He had a little bent figure, and the dull eyes under his tired, drooped lids bore a sluggish, inky blackness that recalled a large, blurred O in imperfect print. He somehow seemed a part of his books. His clothes were dusty, and his shirt-cuffs revealed the slight raggedness at their edges, which easily reminded one of a book's uncut leaf. He talked with Demotte of books, only books, for nearly 20 minutes, as I may conscientiously assert, before giving me more than a faint recognition of the acquaintance which our friend had duly established between us. He had a little dry laugh, like the crackle of a stiff book-page when you turn it quickly, and he used this laugh a good many times while he told my friend of an extraordinary trouvaille, a wonderful bargain which had lately befallen him in John Street, or Ann Street, or some down-town quarter like that. I am quite ignorant of the whole singular and unexplainable cult, but unless I mistake, Mr. Hadley was boasting that he had procured a Horace or an Ovid in petit format, or something of this nature, with the Elzevir date of 1629. Demotte shook his head a good many times, declaring the lucky windfall a clear impossibility. I was greatly bored, and began taking some of the beautifully bound volumes from their resting-places and examining them. Presently Mr. Hadley asked me if I cared for books, but in so wandering a way that I felt the question to have been somehow stimulated by a whispered suggestion on the part of Demotte. I was about to answer the little desiccated individual when he suddenly put one yellow hand on my friend's shoulder and pointed to the next room. In the next room, where rows of books presented themselves just as amply as before, and piles of folios were still more frequent, the priceless little duodecimo about which this tedious wrangle had been waged was finally produced and shown. Demotte eyed it at certainly 20 different angles of vision, and after twice confidently stating it to be spurious, at last declared it genuine. A new way of regarding it, however, appeared to rouse his doubt once more, and then, losing patience, I rather explosively said, "For heaven's sake, Floyd, do show me a little pity. You know I can't sympathize with the mysteries of your bibliomania. Do ask Mr. Hadley to let us have a glimpse of some rare engravings. I shan't feel quite so barbaric then. I've an eye for that sort of thing, as you know." My appeal was listened to, and soon afterward we were brought in contact with so many tomes of quaint, skilful, or beautiful pictures that even a cursory inspection of them would have lasted well beyond nightfall. It was not long before I observed that Demotte was letting his glance roam restlessly and perhaps expectantly in the direction of the doors. He anticipated another picture far finer than any which these book covers could reveal, and it presently appeared in one of the doorways. I had heard Demotte say that old Adam Hadley lived here in Clinton Place with a daughter who was his only child, and also that Millicent Hadley was pretty. But I had no suspicion of what a charming face and figure this lifeless little reference failed to describe. Millicent's blue eyes gave the effect of always swimming in a delicious silvery light, and her lovely silky hair, growing profusely on her small head, that had the swift grace of a bird's in moving, was tawny as a rusted leaf. Or possibly there would be truth no less than comedy in contrasting the tinge with her father's leathern little hands. It amazed you to think of this ethereal and blooming young creature as having sprung from parentage whose personality was so entirely unlike her own. You wondered if the dead mother of Millicent had not transmitted to her all this feminine felicity of personnel, all these pure, fresh graces of lineament. Millicent Hadley's gowns were surely made by no fashionable milliner, and yet her slender, flexible, maidenly shape wore them with a sweet ease quite her own. She seemed to love her father dearly, but the more I watched her, the more I felt certain as to her possessing a nature of such inherent womanly ardors that to love someone clingingly and satisfyingly was her spiritual necessity. She was by no means of a spiritual turn in her conversation. She spoke freely, openly, and with that happy abandonment which so many American girls employ to the grieved astonishment of English or French conventionalism. Her father incessantly observed her with an indulgent fondness which there was no mistaking. As soon as she appeared, he gave evidence of the most pronounced paternal pride in her. It was an exquisite enjoyment to me, as I studied the complete surrender which Adam Hadley indicated the moment she assumed her amiable and easily borne office of hostship. She made me think of a wood anemone blossoming in the dark cloisters of an almost sunless forest, and yet her tender individual traits of modesty were combined with a playful assertiveness that robbed them of anything like awkward constraint. A little later she went with us through not a few other rooms of the house, all so crowded by volumes that I began to look on this as a phenomenal sort of library, containing everything printed since printing began its enlightenments for the race. Millicent's talk was meanwhile buoyant and engaging. She treated her father's passion for collecting books as if it were a foible no less innocuous than droll. "I often wonder how I've managed to keep my health in this damp, sleepy old house," she exclaimed, "so packed with the records of dead writers. But fortunately Papa sent me to boarding school in Poughkeepsie for about 3 years. That saved me, I suppose, from becoming a victim of brooding melancholy." "You don't look at all melancholy," I said. "Is it only due to the boarding school that you don't?" "I'm afraid it is," struck in Hadley with humorous despair. "She calls this house a graveyard. Just think of that." "Well," laughed Demotte, "it's a graveyard with some very interesting headstones." "You get tired after a while of reading the headstones," cried Millicent airily. "But one can always pull them up, so to speak," I said, "and find out what lies beneath." "And what does lie beneath?" the girl exclaimed, looking full at me with her curiously winsome eyes. "Nothing but dead people, after all." We were passing just then through one of the upper halls. She led the way, moving along with her brisk, elastic step, and I chanced to be just behind her. Lowering my voice a little, and almost without knowing wherefore, I said, "Do you prefer live people?" She turned her face toward me so that I caught with a new effect of shade or color the rose-leaf lines of her cheek and temple. "Yes," she answered, "I prefer them with all my heart." "And do you meet and know many of them?" I pursued. "Oh, so few," was her swift answer. "I live a great deal alone. There's Papa, of course, and then there are 1 or 2 servants." "And there are no friends, no acquaintances even?" "Hardly any. I never went to school, you know, in the way that most New York girls go. Papa taught me at first, and then there was boarding school, and after that came the home life again, with all my old girl friends scattered about in various places away from New York." "And you have no friends of another kind?" I asked, with a persistence that struck me as ill-advised and a trifle aggressive, notwithstanding that I made use of it. She understood me with a little tender, hurrying pink blush. "Oh, no, except one." "Mr. Demotte?" "Yes." "And he impresses you favorably?" She made no answer. Just at this moment we had reached the doorway of a room where new rows and piles of books were visible. During the rest of our visit Millicent bestowed on me, I fancied, less geniality than previously. I hated to feel that I had perhaps offended her by too overt a familiarity. This thought, amounting to a dread for which I could by no means account, remained with me for several hours after I had quitted her society. As its annoying force wore away, I began to tell myself that to meet her again might result in something very like a declaration of passion. I had never seen and talked with any woman thus far in my life whom I so thoroughly longed to see and talk with again. Her face stole between me and my studies during the next week. I had a strong disinclination to inform Demotte of the rapid enchantment she had exerted. At the same time he exhibited what I secretly pronounced a strange reticence concerning her. Had Millicent already so won his love that my own admiration of her displeased him? No, I soon concluded, for if this were true he would betray chagrin, or at least some sort of lurking resentment. But neither manifestation remotely touched his demeanor, and after a fortnight or so he himself proposed that we should pay another visit at the house in Clinton Place. I went with him more gladly than I chose to evince. Her reception of us both was gracious in the extreme, but I noticed signs of intimacy in her manner toward Demotte which implied that their acquaintanceship had probably gone on ripening since I had last seen them together. Her father was not present that day. Indisposition prevented him from leaving his own room. The doctor had assured Millicent that he did not think it at all a serious illness, and yet, while she repeated to us this cheerful medical judgment, there was a cloudy light in her eyes that needed no explanation. And presently she confessed to us with a candor full of pathos that she had tried for weeks to keep from her mind the saddening certainty of her father's broken health. "It is so dreadful, you know," she said, "for me to think that I should be quite alone if anything should happened to him. It doesn't merely make me love him the more, it mixes a continual fear with my love. If And now, for some reason, her look wandered to my own and dwelt there a few seconds. If you can understand how such a strange state of feeling can exist. I understand very well, was my swift answer. If Demotte had not been there that day, I believe I might have shown the pity I felt by means of a decidedly passionate method. It was of no use to warn myself that I had seen this girl but once before. I had seen her 100 times since first looking upon her. She seemed already to have filmed all the sombre surface of my life with light, though we were still unquestionably strangers. After that day I made no concealment of my admiration from Demotte, but I did not tell him I loved Millicent Hadley. Shame kept me from this admission. With men of my frigid intellectual caliber, the self-surrender to love's divine folly will sometimes give the sense of being arraigned by all the august faculties of reason, while common sense, like a fussy little recording clerk seated beside his superiors, adds to the general grim effect of accusation. But if I had really divulged my love to Demotte, all that afterward happened would have forever remained as a sealed book. He himself, as I soon found out, loved Millicent profoundly, with a nature of such jealousy as his own. Once to be sure that we were rivals would have meant lifelong estrangement. But it never seemed to enter Floyd Demotte's head that we were or ever could be rivals. I failed at first to make out the cause of this dogged misinterpretation. Occasionally I grew desperate under it, and would let my praises of Millicent become as florid as a suitor's. But Demotte never appeared to suspect in the faintest way that their warmth was of the romantic flame. I visited the Clinton Place dwelling several times, unaccompanied by him, and not consulting him as to the question of going with me. He learned of these visits from Millicent herself, and treated them with a matter-of-course lightness. The more I brooded over his indifference to my attentions, and at the same time realized how deep a sentiment he himself cherished for this charming girl, the more miserably unable I became to reconcile the first with the last. I was not by any means as personally well favored as my friend. Mine was indeed the expression of a brooding spirit, and one beset by some species of relentless unrest. Still, there was nothing repellent in my exterior. I neither looked like a woman-hater nor a cynic, and with no dream of boast I can state that a fair-minded observer could not have failed to discern in my visage that mental virility which it would be idly flippant for me to disclaim. From the worldly point of view, moreover, I was even more marriageable than Floyd Demotte, since my wealth counted considerably above his. After a long reflection I concluded that my friend's absolute faith in Millicent's attachment for him had formed the reason of his baffling behavior. And yet in this estimate I was destined soon to encounter my own error. During our further interviews together, Millicent had given me proof that seemed slowly to gather strength regarding her high valuation of Demotte's genial gallantries. He was the one subject which above all others she liked to discuss when I called upon her. Adam Hadley's illness had not yet abated, and repeatedly his daughter received me alone in one of the lower rooms of his queer, book-crammed abode. She loves Demotte, I at length began to decide within my own darkening meditations, and as I drew this deduction from her words, her bearing, the livelier gleam of her enkindled eyes, and a score of tokens by which she would show plainly her concern in him who had first made us acquainted, it must be affirmed that a great suffering pierced me with its first pangs. I had no feeling of ordinary jealousy. I have never, in all that afterward happened, known torture of this peculiarly poignant kind. My sensations were then, and long continued to be, those of a penetrant and most desolating regret. My mind was too inflexibly logical to cast the least random and inconsistent blame upon either himself or her. In the whole unhappy affair I saw nothing except one of those perverse and cruel freaks for which destiny is alone accountable. Here was but a single episode of torment among the millions of others by which humanity has through ages been persecuted. It represented only one of the sorrowful mysteries for which earthly philosophy has no conceivable solvent, which have flung uncounted souls upon religion as a refuge and consolation, and which have left a comparative few — shall I say that mine was among this far slighter number — who have risen up, defiant, challenging, and fiercely unappeased by all pious faith, even though such antagonism meant wildly vain warfare. Still, in these early days of gathering misery, I was not completely hopeless. After all, I might be mistaken. Millicent might not be irretrievably in love with Demotte, and he, on his side, might not yet have fully persuaded himself that she would marry him on the asking. Why, then, should I altogether despair of my own chances? Demotte's tardiness in perceiving the state of my heart toward the woman whom it seemed to me that he undoubtedly loved might turn out of untold advantage in the future struggle between us, for I had got to expect a struggle as imminent, and I meant to push my part of it in all fairness, but with all vigor, and thus I took hope. I suddenly found myself quite at fault, however, in any such prophecies. There was to be no struggle. The full measure of my agony and defeat was to be dealt me by one abrupt, circumstantial coup de maître. Demotte appeared in my laboratory on a certain afternoon, just as I had determined to leave off the engrossing studies and exact experiments which had occupied me since an early hour in the morning. I was jaded and fatigued, but I knew of a way to refresh and fortify myself. It was a stimulant worth every elixir my chemical knowledge could point out to me 20 times over. It was to jump in a cab and have myself driven down to Clinton Place, where the music of a voice and the magic of a smile, precious beyond all other known pleasures, were perhaps waiting my choice of summons. The entrance of Demotte into the laboratory, whither he always came unannounced, gave me a sharp thrill of irritation. I had sunk listlessly into an armchair only a few minutes before. Rising now, I strove to conceal the annoyance he had roused. For an instant I felt that I almost hated him. He had come at so wretchedly mal apropos a time. Section 5.
Chapter 6 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 6. But he was quite unconscious of not being thoroughly welcome. "You look tired," he said, after he had taken a seat near the easy-chair into which I had again thrown myself. "I am a little tired," was my reply. "My dear fellow, you've been overworking again." "I'm always overworking," I returned, with a little laugh that could not have been very jocund. "No doubt I shall always continue to do so, until—" I had paused, and Demotte, with a shake of the head, murmured, "Until you make that discovery, I suppose. What a worshipper of science you are! I was talking about you hardly an hour ago." "Talking? About me?" I queried with a start. "I do not believe in premonitions or presentiments, naturally. We exact thinkers have a way of throwing all such trifles into a single rubbish bin labelled superstition. but nevertheless a thrill that bore in it the shiver of positive fear now swept through me. "Well, Floyd, I hope you had pleasant things to say." "Need I tell you that we did?" "Oui? Who was the other?" "Why, Millicent Hadley, of course." "Your 'of course' is a little confusing, upon my word." "Oh, it could hardly have been anyone else, because we have so few friends in common. And then—" Here is where he looked at me, as though there might be a chance of my wilfully playing with his credulity. "You know very well, Douglas, that Millicent cordially admires you." That "cordially admires you" must have sent the blood from my cheeks, though Demotte did not observe that any such effect had been wrought by his perfectly unconscious patronage. My fingernails began a little clicking tattoo, just here, on the carved sides of my chair. It cost me self-control to keep from making some sarcastic and even bitter reply. But, as it was, I merely said, "You have been seeing Miss Hadley today?" "Yes." "And you found nothing better than myself to talk about?" "Nonsense now, Douglas. Don't force me to tell you there is hardly anything so good." What a brute I am! Flashed through my thoughts. Here is a man who comes to me with the sweetest feelings of friendship in his heart, and I secretly desire to fly from him one minute and be rude to him the next. Aloud, I said to Demotte, almost aimlessly, "Miss Hadley is quite well?" "Yes, very." "And her father?" "Worse, or something very like it. It certainly looks as if he won't last much longer. He grows weaker, and sleeps more." Demotte dropped his eyes on the carpet now, and spoke in a lingering, musing voice. "She was feeling wretchedly blue about him. Poor girl! She needed to be cheered up. If one only could think of a way." "And so you thought about me?" I broke in. That was certainly flattering. "And Miss Hadley admires me, eh?" "Of course she does. But—" "Oh, there's a 'but,' is there?" I asked, and while the words left me I could feel my heart beat with sudden nervous throbs, and wondered whether my voice did not come near to betraying me by its undue tremors. Demotte laughed. "No, but as regards to her admirations, respect, liking, and all that, certainly not. Perhaps I should not have used the little word at all. The truth is, we somehow got talking of your intellectuality, Douglas, and of the coldness which goes with it, necessarily in most cases, as we agreed." "Coldness?" I repeated, and coldly enough, too. "Yes, I don't mean, or rather, Millicent and I didn't mean that you are not human enough. It was about your susceptibility, you know. Oh, confound it!" Demotte suddenly broke off. "I'm almost sorry I mentioned the subject. Explanations of this sort are sometimes so deucedly awkward." "And did Miss Hadley give it as her opinion that I was cold, although she admitted me to be human?" "Oh, look here now. You're laughing at me. At us both," cried Demotte. "On the contrary, I haven't the least inclination to laugh," I answered, though my voice was warily schooled not to sound too serious as I spoke these words. "Oh, well then," said Demotte, still eyeing me doubtfully, "it can all be summed up in this. I hazarded the theory that you were not a man who would ever care enough for any woman to marry her, and Millicent didn't by any means deny it. And really, Douglas, you won't deny it either, I'm almost certain." "It would appear to be useless," I replied, "since you have settled the matter." "No, we haven't," exclaimed Demotte, now sure that I was complacent and far from satirical. "Indeed, poor Millicent, whose experience, you know, in all such affairs must have come to her simply from the romances that she has read, gave as an afterthought that you were just the kind of man who might some day fall violently and savagely in love." Demotte laughed with extreme heartiness. "That horoscope, my dear fellow, struck me as a very funny one to draw for you." "And why, if you please?" "Why? It called up such an absurd picture of you. I saw you in imagination feeling your own pulse with dignified amusement. I fancied I could see you putting your delicious frenzy, as it were, under a microscope, and tabulating the separate waves of heat produced by it, according to their momentum and velocity." "Ah, now I do perceive that you must think me very cold," I said, and I said it with a great deal of coldness, rising at the same time. Demotte hurried toward me. He insisted on taking my hand in his own, and his look flashed a real repentance into mine, while he hastily addressed me. "There, you are offended, Douglas. I beg your pardon, what I meant an idle joke. Idle, but not malicious. I never am the last. You'll give me credit to that extent, I'm sure. I have my oddities and my bad flaws. No one realizes this more fully than I do myself. But I don't wound people deliberately or mischievously. No, never. You may be a sleeping volcano under all that equanimity of yours, dear friend. I hope, if you are, that your fires will some day find the proper vent. And then I'll congratulate you with 3 cheers and a tiger. No one more sincerely. Depend on it. I'm prepared to think the world of any woman you should set your heart upon. And she must conform with a rather high standard, too, if she wants me to believe she is worthy of you. There now, don't maintain that solemn look, or I shall believe you haven't forgiven me." "There is nothing at all for me to forgive, Floyd," I said, and having gained this closer view of his face, I saw that he was tremulously excited. He caught my other hand and held it as he had been holding its mate throughout the delivery of his recent eager sentences. "Ah, that is the right way to talk," he cried. "God knows I don't want to quarrel with you on this day, of all days. I'm so fond of you that the thought of a quarrel between us is always hateful to me. But on this day it's especially so. I wonder, now, if you can guess why I speak as I'm doing. Perhaps you see that I'm happy? Perhaps you read it in my face? Well, then, if you do, as your nod tells me that you do, can you guess what has made me happy?" "I think that I can." As these words fell from me, my heart seemed like a burden of lead in my bosom. "You mean that Millicent has made me happy? Don't you mean that, Douglas?" If I had dreamed he was not utterly unaware of the torture he inflicted, how I should have flung the clasp of his warm hands away from my own. But he was unaware of it, absolutely ignorant and innocent of doing anything except giving me an agreeable little surprised shock. So I steeled myself into saying, with only an air of amicable interest, "Yes, I mean that. And I'm right, I suppose?" "Of course you are. It came about this afternoon. She was speaking of her father's illness, and her voice broke a little. I never have been quite sure that she loved me until then. All your science, Douglas, could never just explain the peculiar intuition of that moment. Her eyes swam in tears, and a light stole out of them that was like some direct and exquisite tidings to me. I don't think I even asked her if she did love me. I took it rapturously for granted. And now we're engaged. I want our marriage to be soon. I greatly hope that it will be soon. Nor, as I find with delight, is Millicent averse to it being so. But you have not wished me joy, Douglas. I know that you do wish me joy. Still, I'm capricious, tyrannical, if you please. I want you to be the first who shall tell me that I've chosen wisely." Somehow I managed to acquit myself with the requisite amount of calm hypocrisy before Demotte left me that day. After he had gone, I recall passing into a room which adjoined my laboratory proper, and which I had fitted up as a sort of scientific library and study, with not a few well-filled bookshelves, and the latest reviews, American and foreign, that bore relation to the subjects I so preferred. The weather was early May, mild, yet with a delicious pulse of fresh, resistant breeze. I opened a window and sank into a seat beside it, leaning my breast against its ledge, while I looked down upon the multiform and murmurous city from my rather dizzying attic height. A drowsy purplish haze, that light, fair prophecy of our awakening spring, gleamed at the verge of the horizon. The sky itself already just ethereally touched with evening, and no more, curved in delicate blue above me, so much purer by the contrast with the big, impure city it overlooked. A great sigh passed my lips. Here I sat, with what millions of envious fellow creatures would doubtless be willing to admit was all the world before me, with an abundant wealth, with education, with a frame whose vigor promised longevity, and yet with an immitigable wretchedness at my heart. Demotte's freedom from jealousy was no longer unaccounted for. He had cared nothing at all about my being thrown with Millicent. I had been thoroughly safe, so to speak. I would never marry, in all likelihood. My science was absorption, concentration, devotion, for me. Ah, how blind I had been, not to have detected in him this trend and bias of complete misjudgment. I clinched my hands together, as I thought of how I might have prevented by very direct means any similar fallacy in her. Who could say that this idea of my frigid and loveless intellectuality might not have been changed into something widely opposite, if only I had known a little earlier of its existence in Millicent's mind? Would that I had known it! And now a vast blank swept before me, the other distant blank of death blending with it, as mist of ocean with mist of sky. Of all the living women, none could be to me what Millicent Hadley might have been. I had never loved before. I would never love again. Or rather, I would never again cease to love. The expression of a great passion in bare, bold, literal prose is such a temptation of the commonplace. I cannot write the depth of my disappointment without somehow seeming to invite the shallowness of metaphors, which may do no more than hint its ardor and its anguish alike. So many human bipeds have suffered, just as I suffered then. If all the dead and buried hopes, once vital with longing as mine had been, could have their tombs visibly and tangibly shown, what new acres of graveyard this ill-ordered and woe-laden planet would be found to contain! Demotte had perhaps rightly stated of me that I was a man to put my delicious frenzy under a microscope. But alas, when it thus gave me ecstasy instead of sorrow, I did not know of any microscope under which to put it. My inductive reasoning had stood bewildered before it. It was a part of me. It had slipped into my being. It flung a quiet and perpetual scoff against all my training in axiom, formula, analysis, logic, experiment. It meant a boundary line, at which the dissective postures that I sought became limp and aidless gropings. I had paused before its thwarting repulsion, as fact, while it was still a novel and unforeseen intoxication as sentiment. But now, when it had taken the dark outline of despair, I continued to confront it as the baffled man of science, and not as the usual complacent martyr. I wanted to take my pain in my hand and scrutinize it, subject it to laws, treat it as a surgeon would treat the dreadful, though fascinating blight of a cancer, whose gnaw and bane taunted him with their yet ungrasped arguments of decay. And all such mode of dealing was so drearily impossible. Science, I had long ago told myself, would one day reach the pitch and kernel of its cause. But science, as yet, with her undoubted wonders of accomplishment, had done so little. I think there was never yet a man as strangely a sufferer from what we call heartbreak as I, Douglas Duane, at this particular moment my solitude and distress. Every old tradition of the being who bows himself beneath the blow of unrequited love was, in my case, rendered unprecedentedly null. I did not weep or mourn. I strained at my bonds and longed to learn from what nameless element they had been forged. Always incredulous and rebellious, where the tenets of an optimistic belief were concerned, I was now a nonconformist of the fiercest type. I felt myself siding with John Stuart Mill in his declaration that the powers of the air are perhaps equally divided into angels and demons. The wide, dreamy hum of the encompassing city grew to my ears like a great roar of threat as I leaned a little further across the ledge of the window. If we are really the sport and jest of deity, I mused, how easy is it to end the sport and let the jest be laughed out? How numberless are the doors of escape for those who would really fly from life's rigors? And death is annihilation of consciousness, though it may not be of force. I looked at the pavements, many scores of feet beneath me. If I were to leap down upon them, I would die as I touched them. Why not do it, without another instant of premeditation? Suppose that for a few fleet seconds the pain were terrific. What would be the direst throes it could inflict, besides such visitations of forlorn disheartenment as the coming years would multiply and prolong? "You believe in no future for the soul," said a voice which seemed to come from that very source I had so resolutely denied. "Or, if you accede to the soul's vital entity at all, you may become convinced that it is impersonal, unindividual, as the twilight breeze that now blows upon your face. Possess yourself of the one supreme prize attainable to all on whom an inevitable dower of unhappiness has descended. Lay to your wounds this one sure and eternal balm. Cheat disaster by drinking of the lethe to which all must sooner or later bend their lips." I rose from my chair. For one brief flash of time, I tingled with the suicide's true headlong madness. I pushed the chair close to the wainscot below the window, and then sprang upon it, a second afterward setting one foot upon the ledge against which I had just been leaning. I meant, firmly and infallibly meant, to dash myself into the street below. And then, as I cast my gaze downward once more, a sensation, which I shall never forget, though I should live 1,000 years, darted through every nerve. It was not any qualm of cowardice, nor was it at all kin to intimidation. Completely the opposite of either. It seized me with untold power. I almost reeled from the chair, lifting both hands to my whirling head. I seemed to see, with a piercing and acute prescience into my own unlived days, a certainty of something which I might achieve. Something at once awful and unprecedented glared before my inner vision in lines of blinding light. I must have staggered forward and then fallen, for afterward, when an abrupt blurring daze had rushed over me and subsided, I found myself prone on the soft rug of the floor, and was aware that one temple had been slightly bruised. Of what weird stuff, had my strange ecstasy, hallucination, besieging fantasy been wrought? What extraordinary and portentous revelation had burst upon me? I could not respond to the questions with which my clearing brain now taxed its own depths. At the same time, a misty perception of the truth still remained, faint as though it were a last pulse born of some mighty vibration. Again, the rationalist within me made all this glamour of mysticism appear folly that deserved scoff alone. And always, in such sceptical moods, I explained on solely physiological grounds the whole anomalous occurrence. But my suicidal impulse had vanished from that hour. I had now no disinclination whatever to live on and stoically face the future. End of Chapter 6. Recording by David Botcher.
Chapter 7 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 7. In the following autumn, Adam Hadley breathed his last. The leaves of his life had, so to speak, been turned very tranquilly over, one by one, and at length finis had been reached without a whit more hurry than at the beginning of the book. I had seen Millicent frequently during the summer that preceded her father's death. We were ostensibly the best of friends. I had no reason to imagine that she dimly surmised my own love for her. I masked every trace of it, though not under anything like reserve. That task would have eclipsed my capabilities. I was never less reserved, never more expansive and voluble than when in her company. I knew that she had pronounced me much more amusing than she had previously supposed me to be. Demond had come to me one day with this bit of tidings fresh from her lovely lips. He no doubt thought it would diffuse an especial cheer and gladness, having jovially informed me, not long ago, that Millicent had really taken a great liking to me. But these words had been merely a dagger to stab me with. I had grown, after a fashion, quite used to such wounds by this. I received as a rule at least one each day. But in the very teeth of such mockery as that I was amusing to Millicent, I continued my uncharacteristic buoyancy and volatility. It was a sort of incessant acted part with me, and of necessity its performance took me out of myself. If I had had to present myself before this woman, whom I loved as perpetually the man who loved her to distraction, and who concealed his adoration under the mantle of a sober restraint, I should soon have found my role insupportable. After all, there may have been a dreary, left-handed triumph, too, in the gracious approval she gave me. Even such a hopeless attachment as mine has its vanities no less than its despairs. Yet the former, if such a name befitted them, brought me but a shadowy contentment. They were like nothing so much as the mere vapoury mirage of a paradise for ever lost, and, like the mirage, they would soon fade. I had resolved upon peremptorily banishing the chill, thin phantom of their comfort. My mind was made up on the subject of permanently leaving New York as a place of residence. I had almost determined, at one time, of making Europe my future home. But considerations relating to my large property here at length altered this intention. Since my return from abroad, I had sojourned for a few weeks in Washington. The agreeable climate of our capital, combined with its attributes of social vivacity and brilliancy, had greatly won my taste. Society like that of Washington, with its cosmopolitan latitude and its necessitated freedom from sillier caprices of unrepublican caste, appealed to me forcibly. It would be pleasant to live near that bariolé throng, I had decided, even if one never participated in either its merry or its more grave modes of enjoyment. And so, after some deliberation, I had concluded to purchase a house on Pennsylvania Avenue and to make, for at least a few years, Washington my fixed headquarters. Demotte's marriage with Millicent had been arranged to take place in the month following Mr. Hadley's death. I longed to escape the ordeal of witnessing this marriage, but my friend would, as I well knew, have met with grieved amaze any announcement on my own part that I contemplated an absence from the ceremony. True, I could have torn myself away at the last moment. But might not such a step, in consideration of Demotte's deep regard for me, have given him his first true glimpse of what I had long so successfully hidden? And I had now a wretched kind of pride in wearing my mask till the end. How humiliating if at this late hour it should fall from the dejection and infelicity it had thus far capably shielded. No, I would stay. I would stay on till the bitter end. And bitter it indeed was. Demotte had actually no real friends save myself. His retiring disposition was the sole cause of this. He might, with his name and place in the metropolitan whirl of things, have gathered about him hosts of intimate associates, but he had chosen otherwise, or rather his nature had chosen for him. And so the wedding, when it finally occurred at Grace Church one rainy November morning, was private in the extreme. There were not, I think, more than 15 people in the dim, reposeful interior of the beautiful and memory-haunted little church on Broadway when Millicent Hadley became Millicent Demotte. Nearly all these people, I was well aware, Demotte would have preferred away, but imperative considerations of kinship had made their presence almost indispensable. Most of them, I fancied, looked on the match as a woefully bad one for so matrimonial a parti as their first, second, or third cousin. Adam Hadley had not been a person of the least consequence from their Knickerbocker's point of patrician judgment. They were Ten Eycks and Vanderveers and Van Dams, and persons of that exalted Dutch extraction. Oh, if they could only have seen in the flesh some of the dead Dutch grandfathers they were so proud of! Adam Hadley had left his big library, it was true, which might or might not go off well at auction, provided his posthumous son-in-law did not philologically retain it. But what else had he left? Merely a few thousands of dollars, perhaps, and Floyd, their Floyd, with his clean $20,000 a year, and his irreproachable position, ought to have taken some girl of his own caste, provided he did not take one with a weighty and all-exonerating dower. So they either addressed me, or seemed to address me, I am not just sure which it was. I felt too indifferent to their sanction or non-sanction of the nuptials for the cultivation of any accurate observance of either. I only remembered and realized that day the almost epical sorrow it brought me. Millicent looked angelic in her satin and her pearls. Afterward at her home I saw her for a little while in her travelling dress. Her eyes were sparkling, a wild rose colour dwelt in her cheeks. She gave me her hand at farewell, and said some gay, sweet, timid words that just suited the bride she had become. I hated the words. They were so agonizingly friendly, so distressingly appreciative. I tried to forget them afterwards, as I tried to forget Demotte's warm hand-clasp in the carriage-door, when he and his wife were about starting on that mysterious voyage into transient obscurity which we call a wedding tour. It was over at last, and I felt miserably relieved to think that it was. I endeavoured at once to absorb myself in preparations for my departure. I had already hinted to Demotte that Washington would be henceforth the city of my abode, but he had received from me no distinct assurance to that effect. As it was, I wished that on his return to New York, with his wife, he might find me departed. And yet an obstacle to this course presented itself unexpectedly. To pack my precious and frangible instruments would involve both time and care, but just at this period other matters which concerned the management of my estate were forced upon my attention. The departure must be set forward, since my lawyers would not grant me postponement of their special claims upon both my leisure and my umpireship. And so it happened that on the return of Mr. and Mrs. Demotte I was still in New York. It gave me a good deal of surprise to learn, after their arrival, that the little basement house in Second Avenue was not to be exchanged for a smarter or more centrally located dwelling. Yes, Demotte answered me as we sat in his small smoking room together one evening during the very week of their return. We think we shall be rather more comfortable here than in any finer or larger house." "But I thought you would mix a little in the world," I said. "I don't just know what gave me the idea. I had it, however, and having it, I suppose that I instinctively invested your domestic air with an influence of dances and dinners." Demotte gave a sharp start, and then shifted almost petulantly in his chair. "Dances and dinners?" he muttered. "You recall, Douglas, how I detest them?" "Well," I laughed, "you've not much room for the former, however you might feel about the latter. And your wife's mourning needn't interfere with at least some such social festivity, that is, after a few more weeks have gone by." Demotte looked at me with a sudden anxiety. "My dear Douglas," he exclaimed, "I hope you won't say a word of this sort to Millicent." "Of course not," I returned. "Why should I?" He sank backward in his chair, and used his cigar with a suggestion of appeased disturbance. "Why should you, truly? For no reason, none in the world. Look here, my good friend, I don't at all want Millicent to mingle in society. I don't like society. I rather shrink from it, as you're aware. We shall be very happy down here in this little hiding-place of ours, I don't doubt. That is, if you will drop in upon us occasionally and dine and prove our nice, faithful chum. Whenever you do appear, you'll be immensely welcome. I ought not even to tell you that, Douglas. You must feel so sure of it already. But gadding about among the Toms, Dicks, and Harrys of gay life, not a bit of it, thank you. And to have these frivolous people at one's own house means to show up ceremonially at theirs. No, I wish to keep Millicent from all that humbug. And I am almost certain she hasn't the least possible liking for it. I should be very sorry if I thought she had." "She was very quietly brought up," I said, looking at the wall. "That can't be denied." "No, you're right. It can't. It certainly can't. She imbibed quiet household notions from her girlish training. So much the better. That was one of her great charms for me. I sometimes think it was why such a homespun, retiring fellow as I am should ever have asked her to marry me at all. Those books, filling nearly every room of that Clinton Place house where she was born and reared, have had their gentle composing effect upon her." He turned toward me at this point in his rapid succession of sentences, looking at me with an eagerness of inquiry for which I was somehow not unprepared. "Don't you agree with my views?" he queried. "Don't you think I take a perfectly fair estimate of Millicent's tranquil and simple tendencies?" "Oh, yes," I said. "And about the library her father left. You haven't room for it here, have you?" "Not as it was stowed by her father," he quickly responded. "But there are a good many books I don't particularly care for. There will be space for those I want on these shelves." He waved one hand toward the low bookcase on almost every side of him. "And upstairs in my library proper. It's wonderful what accommodation for books we can get by building our shelves a foot or two higher. As for the other books, those I don't care for, I have 2 unused rooms in my attic where I shall store them, pile them up, I may say, from floor to ceiling. You understand just what I mean, eh?" I did not, by any means. The library of Adam Hadley had been a superb one. This little basement house in Second Avenue was in no manner fitted adequately to unfold its treasures. If Demotte had bought or hired a residence that contained 1 or 2 apartments large enough for their worthy disposition, such an act would have been wholly in keeping with the bibliophile that he was. The plan which he now informed me of seemed in every way different from what anyone who knew him as well as I knew him would have thought that he stood the least chance of adopting. But a little later the whole truth burst upon me. That jealousy which I had before observed in him when it was merely relative to his friendship had now asserted an entirely new strength of manifestation. He loved Millicent as just such a man as he was could only love. He abhorred the idea of permitting her to associate with either men or women who were her equals, her rightful companions. He desired that she should be immured down there in the Second Avenue home, and that I, whom he deemed so harmless and so entirely exempt from his tyrannic aims and ordinations, should henceforth become the sole intimate associate of his wife and himself. This struck me as a new satiric stroke on the part of my peculiar destiny. I began to look upon my departure for Washington as indefinitely deferred. Millicent always had such a warm and sweet smile waiting for me. Why, after all, should I go? As wide a gulf stretched between us here as that which miles of intervening distance could make. Besides, a new condition of affairs had sprung up between herself and me. I represented all the human intercourse outside of that with her own husband which she was permitted unmolestedly to enjoy. All others she must secure for herself, either in the teeth of protest or in the shadow of its frown. By the time that her first few months of more funereal mourning gear had expired, she naturally sought to become on better terms with her husband's relatives. They had all paid visits of formality and etiquette upon her, but she wished to know at least some of them in a far different way. Floyd Demotte promptly developed, however, a mauvaise langue of the cruelest sort in speaking of his kindred. Oh, Millicent certainly could never stand his Aunt Vanderveer. She was a most autocratic and restricted being. She thought every branch of necessary knowledge was to be found among the branches of her family tree. And Townsend Ten Eyck? Ah, he was such a dense popinjay. If he meant anything, it was the American snob in full flower. It used to be said of him that he had one eating sorrow in life, namely, that he hadn't been born either the Duke of New York or the Earl of Manhattan. Those two Van Dam girls, with their bangs and their simper and their eyeglasses chronically flying up to their little yellow-lashed eyes, they were frivolity in burlesque. They would never do for more than 10 minutes at a time. To tire of them was to remember that a practical day only consisted, after all, of 12 hours. And so on, in highly uncharitable epigram, till poor Millicent realized that every name on the rather limited list had a relentless black mark set over against it. But her loyalty to her husband continued as unshaken as her love. She made no attempt to quarrel with his edicts of intolerance. It seemed to sadden her that he should have been so unfortunate as regarded those with whom the bonds of blood connected him. Whatever doubts his assertions may have wakened she kept hidden behind a meek and sweet tranquillity. Still, her disappointment was evident to me. I felt confident that she had expected, in marrying Demotte, a change from the old eventless monotony of previous years. The girl in her nature was not yet annulled. It might not be for a long time henceforth. She had married wretchedly for one to whom repressions like these were irksome. She was still devoted to her husband. As I watched them together, I marvelled at the unweakened stability of her fondness. Here again was presented to me one of the incongruous features of our mundane lot. Floyd Demotte, wholly undeserving of such allegiance, nevertheless received it as though it were his rightful due, and well, my thoughts would sometimes be intentionally broken off and restrained when I slipped toward the drawing of a parallel between his deserts and my own. I did not wish to hate the husband of the woman whom I still unalteringly loved. I would often seek to assure myself that I yet held him in warm regard, but perhaps the mere putting forth of such inward effort was proof that I strove to impose upon myself by a covert falsehood. All this time I was deeply occupied with my scientific reading and my most detailed and arduous experiments. Visits at the house of Demotte were my sole sources of relaxation. Frequently I would dabble with my chemicals and test the full forces of my many and complicated instruments from early morning until far past midnight, and during one such interval of protracted labour, that conviction which had for months existed formless and inchoate in my mind assumed startling clearness. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. My laboratory was still as death, save for the clicking caused by an electrical current of great strength in a machine invented by myself. I trembled with awe as I drew backward from the gleaming glasses and metals of this machine. It had suddenly taken for me a frightful and majestic individuality. In my nervous and overworked state, I would scarcely have been surprised if it had resolved itself into some visible figure, dusky and with a gaze of white fire, like the guardian at a threshold of truth hitherto uncrossed by mortal foot. I had discovered a totally new electrical law. Of this there could not remain with me now the faintest vestige of doubt. Galvani, Volta, Morse, Ampere, Ruhmkorff, and a course of others, whom one could name haphazard like this, what had they ever dreamt of accomplishing fit to be named beside my own marvellous reach of pure induction? A new property, a wholly unprophesied and unimagined quality of the monstrous and all-permeating power which we call electricity, had revealed itself through me, Douglas Duane. The telegraph, the telephone, the electric light, and all other manifestations of this supreme wonder were as pitiable commonplaces of science when compared with the masterly breadth and profundity of this message to mankind. It was true. I had found it at last. I had so often felt that the sword which should cut the Gordian knot of our human existence lay in this wild, alert, unintelligible ardour, than which nature has none other, at once more appalling and more mysterious. Every step of my process, every particular of my method, every verification of my novel and peerless announcement, will be found in the purely technical treatise yet to be written. May I only live to complete that treatise, since without it I well know that 1,000 sceptics will rise up against the testimony here offered. Roughly told, so that they who understand little of science may obtain something like a moderate apprehension of what I had achieved, the result of my long and severe toil may be thus presented. I had discovered that massed charges of electricity can be transmitted from the molecules of one body to those of another, after the latter body has been deprived of all electrical receptivity, save to a single special kind of charge induced and concentrated by myself. Alas! how like a rushlight shows any attempt at elucidation when science is deprived of her own terse exact tongue, and must speak in one as alien as mere rhetorical generalizing. Would Caselli have found it easy to explain his renowned pantelegraph among those who were ignorant of how the mighty laws whence he had derived it are mentioned and discussed? And yet did not even many of his fellow savants assail him for years with the most discouraging scoffs? It is sometimes harder to teach those who already know than those quite unlettered. Still, my coming document cannot fail in clarity for those whose former training permits them to understand its professional treatment and its authentic drift. One more step, as I told myself, there in the still dead of night, remained to be taken. My theory, vast as it was, had been established. It was now fact. During my final experiments that very night, I had reduced a broad-leaved, sturdy-stemmed plant to a sudden condition of collapse, of thorough vegetable death. A few minutes later, within the large oval glass repository where I had insulated it, I had seen, after instantaneous application of the new electricity which I had learned how to set free from a combination of certain chemicals, the plant almost leap again into its original health and thrift. But this was not all. The extraordinary charge had been thus unbound from one captivity to enter another. It had penetrated and permeated the tissue of the effete, lifeless plant, being wrung by a single intense decomposing convulsion from its former stronghold. Now remained the next height of discovery, more easy for me to scale perhaps than I had hitherto dreamed. But here rapid misgiving darted through my mind. Had I really conferred on this plant a vitalization as intimately mordant and molecular as I had supposed it to be dowered with? Hale as it looked now in its glass receptacle, how would it stand ordinary atmospheric contact and pressure? Acting on this thought, I at once released it. In less than 20 seconds it began to droop, until presently I saw past a doubt, by its re-established languor, that the hardiness bestowed upon it, though genuine enough amid the surroundings I had first imposed, had now shown itself a most evanescent stimulus. Still, the grasp upon its atomic organism had been for a time firmly effective. Something which the idealists would surely have called an inspiration must at this point have seized me. My chamber contained 2 or 3 other plants of about equal size with that which I had just used. I went to one of these, a handsome, thrifty Agapanthus umbellatus, and unearthed it from its pot. I replaced the dead growth, which, by the way, had been a really superb specimen of Hydrangea quercifolia, in the glass receptacle. Then I brought about in my apparatus the necessary dynamic exertion. Suddenly, while its effort was at full work, I plunged the fresh living plant within that peculiar chemical solution whence I had been able to obtain my first astonishing semi-galvanic results. No further success crowned this last venture, or at least I so decided immediately after I had removed the hydrangea from the insulating glass. The savage and wreathing liquid had swiftly consumed all traces of the agapanthus, as a scrap of delicate paper is consumed in a glowing coal-grate. But the other plant! It had been vivified as before, and now, on meeting the air of the room, it began as before to wilt. But life did not wholly leave it. Twice it had been dead, once through my own deliberate killing of it, through the paralysis of its germs by means of the new force I had mastered, and once through its exposure to the common oxygen. But now, again exposed, it retained a kind of drowsy, consumptive animation, impossible to discredit. I let 10, 15, 20 minutes pass, eagerly watching its foliage. No, it still lived, though in a sickly, spiritless way. I at length fell to pacing the floor of the laboratory, in the deepest and most exasperating perplexity. Had the vital principle of the destroyed plant sped with its own material dissolution into the fibrous texture of that which yet survived? By the simple act of plunging the agapanthus into what so mercilessly disintegrated it, had I not fraught my electrical charge with an entirely unanticipated pungency? And yet the transmission had only been partial. The hydrangea still hung dejectedly its stately head. How aggravating, how maddening was this rebuff at the very threshold of victory! I had given the plant fresh life, and that truth alone was sufficient to make me a prince among discoverers. But it was not enough. It was not what I had aspired for. It was achievement frosted by failure. Some other man would come after me, who would build a structure of fame on my foundations, who would use me for a guide-post to immortality. He would rear a palace, as it were, from the very stone I had quarried and hewn. Agitated by reflections like this, I chanced to let my gaze fall on the other plants, ranged in their verdant symmetry near one of the windows. And then, like a flash, I became conscious of a possible reason for my late seeming defeat. A second hydrangea, almost exactly resembling the one I had subjected to so harsh a course of treatment, gleamed gracefully among its companions. Once more I put the blighted plant within glass confines, made good the connections of the machine, and then dropped into its bath of destruction the beautiful plumes of leafage which invested the flourishing and intact growth. A shrill hiss followed, as the fierce fluid devoured this fair gift dipped into its baleful tongue, and now, again, I turned toward its less perfect sister, plainly seen behind the glass. For a third time it had regained its native health and beauty. I withdrew it from the glass, and for a third time waited what would happen. Nothing at all happened. The plant preserved one aspect of unchanging revivification. It had received the vital essence of something which was of its own vegetable species. It had received the same vital essence from another plant not of its own species, but had for this reason been unable to retain the projected vitalization. The molecular receptivity which I had prepared in it had shown me a new vague law of repulsion, and one touching upon that protection of species in animals concerning which Darwin has had so much irrefutably to assert. Well, I asked myself, with a great swelling at the heart, after all was over, what had I actually done? The answer came to me, distinct and direct. I had, in the first place, found a totally new way of dealing with electricity, and had caught from the mysteries lying beyond all science a new electrical agent whose birth was due to my own genius of discovery. This last sentence may seem to flavour of egotism. Let it do so. My genius is to myself a mental admission which no dissentient criticism may affect. The treatise, yet unwritten, will make everything clear as day, and the writing of this treatise will depend solely on my physical capacity to undertake it. If by any chance I should fail to perform that additional work after I have completed this, then the very science on which I base every assertion here advanced may possibly be avowed fabulous. But I shall not fail. I shall make my confessions flawlessly credible. The night, as I have said, reigned mute around me when this last great conviction of conquest pressed into my mind. An awe had now filled and swayed me. I stood alone with a phantom, as one might say, summoned from unconjectured deeps. The very intensity of the silence bore upon me. I thought of the woman I loved, pierced though I was with other keenly opposite sensations. I could not escape such remembrance. I might hate it, but it was still sure assertively, to push itself into my consciousness. And yet I abruptly asked myself, while I sat there fatigued and excited in my unquestionable triumph, why should Millicent's face thus intrude upon me? What had Millicent to do with the grand discovery I had made? She could never share its glory. She was Demotte's wife, not mine. A horrible shudder passed through me at this instant. I rose and tottered weakly towards the still, cold, mechanical evidence of that marvellous law which I, Douglas Duane, had so strangely excavated from the glooms of the unknowable. Was there a God? I had not proved that there was not, with all my atheistic proclivities. Was there a soul, a human soul? I had neither proved nor disproved a human soul. But I had proved, beyond the last imaginable protest of the materialist, that in lower orders of life vitality was transmissible from one vegetable form to another. "I will stop there," I cried aloud amid the stillness. I was still thinking of Millicent. It seemed to me then that I dared not go further. If I had shot the life of one plant into the body of another, why should I not be able to shoot the soul of a fellow creature into— I staggered toward the window, still thinking of Millicent, of my love for her, of my unmeasured desire to possess her as my own. I faintly recall that I tried to lift the sash of the window and failed. My brain whirled frightfully. I recollect amid my fading mentality that I had dared to dream of putting my own soul into Floyd Demotte's body. The dawn was streaming into the laboratory when I became thoroughly awake and at the same time aware of what had occurred. I must have lain semi-unconscious for a long time. I now rose feebly from the floor. I felt very weak. I was still thinking of Millicent. It seemed as if I had been thinking of her through all this term of lethargy. And yet certain strange words were on my lips, as if I had been repeating them amid a dream. "Save me from that," I was murmuring. "Whatever happens, let me not dare to dream of that." End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 8. When I again met Demotte and Millicent, each was far from suspecting the agony through which I had passed. On this occasion I dined with them in the Second Avenue house. That evening Demotte was called away from home, if I mistake not, to meet both for welcome and farewell some old college friends who were on their way to Europe from the West. As he bade me good night and begged that I would excuse him for just this once, I could clearly detect in his face the disinclination which he felt to leave me at all. But he felt no shadow of disinclination to leave me alone with his wife. "Millicent is to be more fortunate than myself to night," he said, glancing toward her with my hand still clasped in his own. "She is to enjoy your unshared society. Pray don't go too soon, Douglas. Millicent likes above all things to talk with you." These words, meant in the most careless geniality, stabbed me. Millicent, on her own side, answered them by an amiable little smile and nod. She was evidently not in the least embarrassed. Oh, blended mockery and absurdity, I thought. Here was Floyd Demotte, whose ridiculous jealousy of his wife had almost turned him into her jailer, showing his entire willingness that I, the man who measurelessly loved her, should pass 3 or 4 hours in her company while he himself was absent. "I have some new music," said Millicent as soon as her husband had gone. She went to the piano and began tossing about for some of the loose sheets of music that lay there. She was not an accomplished artist, perhaps, but her father had known what good instruction meant, and had procured it for her. Apart from this, there was a tender poetic spontaneity in her playing, which had won me. It was like her own sweet womanliness put into audible harmonies. I know that my strumming never bores you," she went on, lightly, when she sought one of the compositions to which she had referred. "You once told me so, although you may have forgotten the careless compliment." "I haven't forgotten telling you so," I answered, speaking with that affectation of gaiety which I had found the most capable concealment, when near her, for grave and dangerous disclosures. "But I didn't use the word strumming. That's a coinage from the mint of your own modesty." She half turned toward me, smiling. She had found the sheet she wanted, and had drawn it from the others. A soft lamp struck her profile, showing the pearly curve of one cheek, and bringing into winsome relief the tiny salience of one dark upward eyelash. "Shall I play this, then?" she asked. "By all means, play it." She seated herself at the piano immediately, as if with a childish pleasure in my sanction. "It is so new, and yet so touching!" she exclaimed, while she opened the pages and spread them out on the rack before her. "There's a gleam of Chopin in it, now and then, and of Schubert too. You'll see what I mean, I'm sure." Then she peered to the initial leaf, and shook her head with humorous despair. "I can't pronounce the composer's name. It's made of a very Russian-looking mob of consonants, but there's nothing harsh in this lovely pensée fugitive, as he calls it. I know you'll agree with me." She at once commenced to play, and with a taste and elegance for which all her previous performances had ill prepared me. The melody was fine and forcible in its grasp and finish. If I am not wrong, the composer of it has since won a secure fame. But after some really brilliant execution, Millicent surprised me by a most delicate suavity and dreaminess of treatment. The theme had become one of longing and of cogent yet subdued fervour. She gave every sign of being equal to the remarkable meaning which the notes now conveyed. I had not imagined that she could play so well. The work had clearly taken hold of her as none other which I had heard her strive to express. I rose in a real enthusiasm as she approached what I knew to be the end of the whole delicious little idea. As she was striking the last minor chords, I approached her, full of the warm praise which she had roused in me. But suddenly her fingers wrought a clash of discords on the keys. She turned her face toward mine, very rapidly, and then withdrew it from my sight. But in that brief glimpse I had seen that she was unwontedly pale, and that tears were streaming from her eyes. Instantly I hurried toward her. "What is it?" I exclaimed. "Are you unwell? What does this mean?" "Nothing, nothing," she faltered. The next minute she had risen and had hurried away from me. I thought she was about to quit the room, but instead of doing so, she sank into one of the chairs yards away from where I was now standing. A little later I heard from her a sound of weeping, and saw that she was pressing a handkerchief to her face, with the plain suggestion of hard struggle against a rush of almost unconquerable emotion. My heart began to beat. I felt myself growing dizzy. The control which I knew it would be madness for me to lose threatened desertion. Loving this woman as I did, it was unmanning pain for me to see her suffer, and yet offer her no tribute of sympathy. But sympathy with me might foretoken a passionate disarray, an abandonment of prudence, which I would hereafter regret unspeakably. What should I do? My blood was tingling in my veins. I saw that to remain where I was would be impossible. Should I fly from the room by a door close at hand, thus gaining the outer hall, and thence leaving the house? But very soon a great change took place in Millicent. She had mastered her agitation. She rose from the chair and slowly approached me. She was still pale, but her tears had ceased to flow. "You must think me wretchedly foolish," she said, as she came up to my side again. "You surprised me a little, that was all," I replied. "Was it the music?" "Yes, what else could it have been?" "It was the music, and what it seemed to desire." "And that made you think of yourself?" "Yes, it expressed just my own dissatisfaction. I suppose that is the right word. I don't mean unhappiness. I'm not unhappy. Why should I be? Floyd is the very soul of devotion and kindness. And yet—" She paused and gave a heavy sigh, sweeping my face wistfully with her luminous blue eyes. "You are discontented, then?" I said. "Only that? And you know why? Am I wrong here in asserting that you really do know why?" She shook her head. No, I can't help knowing why. It is being kept forever from seeing people, as he keeps me. It is feeling that I'm almost like one of those Eastern women, except that my seraglio doesn't overlook palms and lemon groves. It commands a prospect of Second Avenue." "Now that you have chosen to speak of this matter," I said, "you make it possible for me in turn to talk upon it." "You have noticed, then?" she exclaimed, with a kind of eager sadness. "Good heavens, Mrs. Demotte, I am not blind." She laid one hand on my arm. "Why do you call me by that tiresomely ceremonious name?" she asked. "I've told you I did not like it from the lips of a friend such as you are to both of us, and Floyd has told you he would much prefer you to call me Millicent." "Well, Millicent," I said. "Thanks. And so you have noticed how he behaves. Of course you must. Do you know, it seems to me like a disease with him, this perpetual dread of my giving a word or a smile to anyone besides himself. If he were not so mild-natured, I should grow frightened about it all. I should feel like one of Bluebeard's wives, the last one, I mean, that he hadn't yet murdered. Oh, it's horrible, is it not, for me to say anything so hard of poor, fond Floyd, even in jest? You must have seen, too, how I've appeared to bear it all quite uncomplainingly." "I have seen that, and with astonishment." "Why with astonishment?" she questioned, drawing back from me a little, and giving her tones an almost hurt inflection. "Is not Floyd my dear chosen husband? Ought I to complain if it were dealing him distress for me to complain?" "Yes," I returned, "you ought. That is my frank answer to a direct question. Submission with every worthy wife should have its limits in self-respect. Floyd truly insults you by the life he forces you to live." She gave a little dismayed cry. "How can it be insult if it only comes from his love?" I smiled bitterly. "Love can be as harsh a tyrant as ever hate was." She clasped her hands together, and held them thus. The troubled, restless movement of her eyes bespoke some earnest self-inquiry of perhaps a new sort. Then at length she gave a little start, and looked at me very searchingly indeed. "Tell me, Douglas, do you think I should take some definite step? Do you think I should make it clear to Floyd that he is not using me fairly as his wife?" "I think so," was my answer. "Either you will lay up for both your husband and yourself an after life of great unhappiness, or you will now, with promptness and decision, claim your natural and proper rights. I need not define to you what I believe these are. You have shown me that you perfectly understand them. Still, if you wish to use my own disapproval of his course in supporting and defending your protest, I fully grant you the liberty to do so." "No, no," she said swiftly, and with some excitement in her vetoing sentences. "I would not for the world have him even fancy that you had thus advised me. Whatever effort I may make had far better seem to him born entirely of my regret and sorrow at this unfortunate defect I find in him, as indeed it should be and will be." Her look glittered tearfully again for a second or two as it met mine, but she drove back the impulse to reveal further weakness in my presence, though her lips had a tremor now, and I could not misconstrue. "No, no, Douglas. He is so fond of you. I should be sorry enough if he ever broke with you. You are all that binds him to his fellow men. I don't know of any one else whom he cares for, whom he even does more than tolerate, except yourself." "I think I know of one," I said, with dryness in which I was sure she would detect nothing but a grim drollery. And she did detect nothing else. "Ah, you mean me," she cried softly. "Of course, yes. But I am too much to him. That is what I want to change. I don't imply that I would have him care for me any less than he does now." "You would be miserable if he did?" She smiled in a sweet, arch, defiant way that was a declaration of her unshaken loyalty. "You understand that I would," she said. "You have seen us so often together." "Oh yes, I don't doubt it." She kept silent, drooping her eyes. Then suddenly she lifted them to mine. "If I could only prevail upon you to do a certain thing," she murmured. "Prevail upon me?" I repeated. "To do what?" "To come and live with us." She gave a little nervous laugh, and leaned toward me. "Oh, it would be so pleasant. Floyd wants it. I am certain that he wants it more than you dream. The house is small, but then we could amply accommodate you here. You should have the whole third story for all those mysterious scientific performances which you go through. And I am sure, or at least I am nearly sure, Douglas, that the effect of your presence here would be beneficial to Floyd as regards this odd, fanciful prejudice that has taken hold of him, and I should be so glad if you would come. Now will you promise me to think it over before you refuse?" She stretched out one hand toward me, and there was a half playful supplication in her look. At that moment it seemed to me as if I both loved and hated her. I cannot recall just how I received this most unforeseen proposition. For some little time, as well I recall, I could not divest myself of the idea that she was using me with a calculated, premeditated cruelty, and yet in my soul I knew that this was the worst of egotistic delusions. It has been asserted more than once that no man was ever yet in love with a woman unless the woman somehow knew it. But Millicent Demotte never vaguely dreamed it of me. She had been reared in too complete an isolation from those girlish experiences which are the formative customs and usages of her sex. Her vanity was an unstirred deep, if it ever really existed. In all women I believe that it is merely the incident of an imposed education, acting upon their feminine recipiency of temperament. Women are by nature no vainer than men. Our faulty modes of education alone make them so. The piano was close at my side, with its disordered heap of music sheets. I turned toward these, and moved them to and fro, just as Millicent herself had done a short while previously. Through my pained heart rushed the realization of how cold she must be pronouncing me, but I could not answer her just yet. I had the strong secret agitation to get well within bonds before I did so. And presently I said, knowing all this time that she had been watching intently my averted face, "You ask that I shall think your proposition over before I refuse it, but you don't refer to your own kindness in making it." "Ah!" I heard her but did not see her exclaim. "You will accept it then?" I will think it over," I answered, trying not stupidly to stammer the words. "I see. You refuse." I turned toward her. I had now gained mastery over myself, and I was by no means certain how long it might last. "All that I can tell you just at this time," I said, "is that I will think it over. There are reasons, practical reasons, why I should do so." She looked at me with her beautiful eyes widely opened. "In what a solemn voice you say that! You're not going?" I had taken her hand, shaken it, and then moved away toward the nearest door. "Yes, I must go. I have some business letters that I can't delay till to morrow. Shall you adopt that new plan with Floyd? You know to what I allude." "Yes," she said. When I had got out into the street a few minutes later, I questioned myself as to whether I had shown any piteous awkwardness in my exit from the drawing room. No, I soon concluded. My nerves had befriended me. I had somehow managed to play no fool's part. I had made it appear as if those business letters were truly substantial claimants upon the rest of my evening. Live in that house, I thought as I walked along through the lamp-lit quietude of Second Avenue. What might happen now if I were mad enough to really go and live there? End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 9. 2 days afterward, Demotte called upon me in my laboratory. The moment I looked into his face I discovered that he was perturbed, discomposed. "Are you very hard at work?" he asked, seating himself near a window and absently moving the slant shadow of his cane here and there on the sun-flooded carpet. "No," I said, letting my gaze wander among the various paraphernalia that filled the apartment. "I am getting to be a confirmed idler, I fear." "An idler? You?" "Yes, my work has come to a kind of standstill, somehow." I thought, while I gave this reply, to what depths of meaning it pointed. You're on the verge of some magnum opus, I suppose, and pause accordingly." I tried to laugh in an unforced way. "That's a most charitable definition, Floyd, of my laziness." "You don't know what laziness means, my dear fellow, any more than I know what industry means. It might have proved of infinite benefit to me if I'd been born a poor man. I sometimes think that book collecting hobby of mine has been ridden quite far enough. In any case, the mania is a good deal less violent than formerly. Perhaps if I'd had some true occupation, Douglas, I'd possess a healthier mind than at this moment." "And you think your mind an unhealthy one now?" I saw precisely the drift of this conversation, but I preferred that he should not perceive this was the case. His tone of self-pity astonished me. I was unprepared to hear him approach the subject of his relations with Millicent, but provided he did so at all, self-defence looked his one calculable and prospective method. Could he possibly mean to denounce his own conduct as blamable? Such was his intent, as he soon made clear. How can a mind be anything except unhealthy that turns, as mine does, blessings into torments? Millicent is the loveliest creature in all the world. I should take the keenest delight and pride whenever she won the admiration of others." He made a gesture of the most pitiable exasperation. "But I can't find anything except a dull, gnawing misery in her sanest, purest diversions. It must be a kind of insanity with me. I suppose it is. You know all about it by this time. Good God, I don't imagine people haven't seen it and talked about it by scores. I'm not such a poor head-hiding ostrich as that. And now at last she has begun to complain. It's no feeble remonstrance either. She doesn't merely deplore affairs as they exist, she demands a sweeping change in them. It seems queer that she should, after her long and remarkable patience with me." He lapsed into silence, and I straightway took the opportunity of saying, "She has certainly shown great patience with you." "That's your real belief, is it?" he questioned, with emphatic anxiety, where contrition also appeared operative. "It's not merely my belief," I returned. "It's my firm conviction." He started up from his chair, went to the window in whose sunny flood he had been sitting, and soon turned from it with his face full of both sombreness and resolve. "I'll conquer my folly," he cried. "I'll yield to Millicent in everything. She shall go everywhere. She shall know everybody. By Jove, Douglas, if the men make love to her, I shan't mind, or I shall force myself not to mind." "Draw the line there," I said, smiling, though I felt almost as little like smiling as I had ever felt in my life. The next few weeks corroborated unmistakably this new resolution. The Second Avenue house was thrown open to guests with a successful abruptness which bespoke wonders for the dormant potency of Demotte's name and position. There is a strong flavour of nonsense in such a fact when recorded of a republican city like New York. If some European nobleman had thrown open his doors to the merry patrician monde after a prolonged retirement or absence, their acquiescence in his desire to meet them once more would have suggested no element of strangeness. But here was Floyd Demotte in the chief city of a country whose very roots of being were supposed to strike far down within the fresh, untainted soil of democracy, and yet who found himself easily able, after neglecting it for years, to assert a handsome patent of grandeeship, the reverse of all conceivable principles on which our American Commonwealth was founded. But let the shafts of satire that almost any hand may sharpen rest, so far as concerns my own sense of this national self-contradiction, quickly unshaped. The truth remains that Floyd Demotte bared his threshold, and that many amiable, modish, and well-bred people thronged across it into the rather limited drawing-rooms which lay beyond. The season suited such a dispensation of hospitality. 3 or 4 afternoon teas blended themselves very appositely with the festivities reigning elsewhere in town. Then, too, there was a marked curiosity to see the woman whom Floyd Demotte had married. Of course the accredited umpires of society sent cards in return for those of Mr. and Mrs. Demotte. There could certainly not be the least danger in their doing so, as they unanimously argued. She may have been a Miss Heaven knows whom, but she was now Floyd Demotte's wife, and was not he bound by complicated ties of blood to the noblest families of Knickerbockerdom? Assuredly he had been a bear of seclusion and reserve heretofore, but now that he chose to emerge, now that he had consented no longer to faire la police over his wife in that farcical fashion, it should do no harm mercifully to pardon his past stupidity. As for Millicent, she deported herself, through all this time, with a childlike ecstasy as naïve as it was delightfully becoming. She wore the new robes that deft milliners wrought for her with a grace the weariest cynic could not deny her. The neat-cut, costly satins and velvets which now ensheathed her supple form, and resolved their elegance and sumptuousness into folds which some intuitive tact taught her how to irreproachably dispose, borrowed a new beauty from her own instead of augmenting it. She became a popular personage at once, because of her sincere gladness to move amid the light and colour of gay assemblages, and the entire sincerity of enjoyment which made her personal loveliness universally attract. Demotte went with her everywhere, bored to the soul, hating the new life he had forced himself to accept, but cultivating a tolerance of the whole ordeal, for which I knew that severe remorseful pangs were responsible. And how did I know this? For the simple reason that I followed Millicent and her husband into the thick of their recent exploit. It was no more difficult for me to do so than the mere leaving a pasteboard at certain houses, for I was that absurd personage, an American gentleman with an inherited right to hold himself at pleasure an active nabob or a capricious recluse. Millicent and I met each other constantly at entertainments nowadays. She was always infallibly cordial to me, no matter how many devotees surrounded her. She would sometimes laughingly tell me that I was quite as much thought of as she, and that I helped her to swell her power through my faithful adherence. But in my heart I knew this either a grievous mistake, or else a mere friendly compliment, born of that ever undisguised liking which had so often raised itself before me as the mockery of my changeless passion. It had been a gay season, but it waned at last, toward Lent, and I was certain that Demotte drew a vast sigh of relief as it did so. One evening, after Lent had set in, I presented myself at the Second Avenue house, prepared to accompany himself and Millicent to the opera. I was a little late. My own brougham had driven to the door and had met Demotte's carriage waiting there. I was prepared, on entering, to find Millicent in a humorously scolding mood, and Demotte, as usual nowadays, neutrally quiescent. But I had scarcely passed into the drawing-room before it became apparent to me that some serious disturbance had taken place between husband and wife. Millicent rose from the sofa to greet me, her fallen opera cloak blending with her festal draperies. Demotte stood not far off, leaning against the mantel. "We are not going to the opera," Millicent said, as she gave me her hand. "Not going?" I echoed. The why that I was about to add died on my lips. I had seen Demotte's clouded face. But it was he who next spoke. "Millicent considers me a tremendous tyrant," he said grimly. "That, I believe, is why she has decided on not going." "Have I called you any such name?" she asked, turning and looking at him with a full, calm, arraigning directness. Demotte shrugged his shoulders. "Oh no, not in words. But you have meant it. You have meant it beyond the shadow of a doubt." "What tells you that?" she exclaimed, with a little despairing gesture, as she turned to me. "My conscience," he said. She sank on the sofa again. "I thought Floyd's tyranny," I ventured, "was quite a thing of the past, if you will pardon my having an opinion at all on a subject which does not concern me." These words were addressed to Millicent, though I made them loud enough easily to be overheard by her husband. "It does concern you," Millicent cried, with a sort of good-natured irritability. "Why should it not? It's your fault, Douglas, if the subject has no interest for you." "Yes," struck in Demotte, coming a little in my direction and watching me with an intense scrutiny. "Millicent is right. It's your fault." I looked from one to the other of them with wonder. I let myself say the first thing that rose to my lips, perhaps because this very wonder compelled me. "So then," I faltered, "there is no real quarrel?" "Quarrel?" exclaimed Millicent. She instantly rose, went over to Demotte, and threw both arms about him, kissing him on the forehead. "How could there be a quarrel between Floyd and me?" she continued, while crossing the room again to within a short distance of where I stood. "Don't you know us better than that? Surely, Douglas Duane, you ought to know us better. We have simply found out to night just how much we love each other, nothing else." "Ah," I said, with a gravity that was no doubt as colourless as I sought to make it. Demotte laughed uneasily. "It's this," he said, "this and this only. I happened to give my wife a kiss when I saw how pretty she looked in that pink silk, and to tell her that we somehow used to be better friends in the old days than we are now. I may have said it with a touch of rather testy sarcasm. "He did nothing of the sort," asseverated Millicent, lifting one hand repellingly toward him, as if to wave away the credibility of his announcement. "He said it with a voice as kind and sweet as any he ever used, but something in his voice pierced me with contrition. Yes, that's just the word for it, contrition." Here her voice broke, and she caught her breath as if in the effort to make thorough tranquillity the dignified keynote of her discourse. "Millicent," her husband now struck in reproachfully and admonishingly. She wheeled herself toward him for a moment, and then turned again to me. "Don't mind what he says," she swiftly proceeded. "He has been martyrizing himself all this time. I have seen it and known it, and I have behaved like — well, like a selfish creature." "You?" I murmured. It seemed to me that with her flushed face and her richly gleaming eyes, with the thread of diamonds about her slender throat, and the 2 or 3 tiny white feathers jutting from her high banded coronal of tawny hair, I had never yet seen her so beautiful as now. Her loveliness thrilled me with a new enchantment. "You?" I repeated. "Yes, I," she hurried. "Douglas, you are so wise, so calm, so reasonable. You're a mathematician, a great thinker, a man who will some day do something marvelous in science, even if you haven't really done it already. You must see perfectly just how ungenerous I have been. I don't want to go about in fineries and have idle flatteries talked to me, if it is all boring poor Floyd to the very soul. I ought to have stopped it sooner than I have. I ought never to have begun it. I want to end with it now, forthwith. That's why we're not going to the opera. That's why we're going to live a much quieter and no doubt more sensible life. I won't see my husband suffer any longer." And now she slipped to my side and caught my hand in both her own, peering into my face with her blue, vividly lucent eyes. "But we've made a kind of compromise together, Floyd and I. We're both so fond of you. You know that. We were speaking of you before you came in. We didn't dismiss the carriage for the opera till you came, on that account." "On what account?" I asked. "Millicent," broke in Demotte at this point, "don't cling to his hands as you're doing. It won't alter matters. He'll never consent to make himself the victim of our absurd foibles." "Yes, it will," cried Millicent. She clasped my hand still tighter with one of her own, and loosened from it the other, raising this to my shoulder and resting it there. "Our compromise, as I choose to call it, Douglas, is that you will come and live with us. We both want you to come. We're both devotedly fond of you. I spoke to you of this before. I've told Floyd that I did. You will be immense company for both of us. You shall be our sole society, our parties, our kettledrums, our opera, our entire outside world. I'll settle down again. I'll become Millicent Hadley once more, the little prim bookworm's daughter. Will you come, Douglas? I ask you as a sister." She had put one arm about my neck now, in a clingingly infantile way that expressed the innocent eagerness of her persuasion as no other action could do. And then her face brightened into a smile whose radiance blent itself with the balm of her breath. But suddenly a laugh of roguish sweetness rippled from her lips, and, with that bird-like activity of movement all her own, she turned her face towards Demotte. "May I kiss him as a sister, Floyd?" she merrily shouted. "Perhaps he will consent to come and live with us then. May I?" Demotte lowered his head, laughing too, and thrust both hands into his trousers pocket. He did so, this decorous monster of jealousy, jealous of even women's liking of his wife, yet not jealous of mine. "Oh, yes," he said, "kiss him if he will let you. But it won't make any difference. He'll never come and live with us. He'll stick to his solitude, his acids, his salts, his chemical treatises, and his beloved electricity all the same." Millicent laughed again, and kissed me on either cheek, drawing away from me with a second wilder and half-frightened burst of mirth as she did so. "Now," she cried, hurrying straight to her husband's side. He put out a hand and drew her to him. "You foolish Millicent," he burst forth, and then they both watched me. She was blushing and laughing, he had a smile on his face. It seemed to me, that smile, a sort of infernal defiance. I knew well enough that it was utterly the opposite, but so it seemed, none the less. And I laughed too. "Millicent has conquered," I said. My heart galloped so that it made a humming sound in my ears. I fancied they must hear it if it did not soon stop. "Yes, I'll come. I'll resolve myself into the compromise. I'll come and live with you both." Millicent gave a joyous little shriek of triumph, and kissed her husband many times. From that night I never felt as before toward Floyd Demotte. He incessantly presented himself to me as a foe, even a scoffer. He had ceased to be the man I had thus far held him. His very friendship had become a jeer, a sinister and unpitying taunt. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 10. I kept my word. I soon had my possessions removed to the Second Avenue dwelling, and shortly afterward I went there myself. Millicent would now and then ask one or two extra guests to dine, but as a rule she maintained her unflinching though self-imposed penance for previous gaiety. No persuasion could now move her to resume her former lightness of life. "I suppose it would have been quite different," she said to me one day, "if Floyd had attempted either rebuke or coercion, but instead of either, he touched my heart with his most lovable resignation. Ah, he has great strength of nature, has Floyd. He knows how to discountenance and even trample upon his own faults." She frequently praised him in the most glowing manner, just as now, and it had begun to be bane and gall to me when I observed how placidly she took for granted my complete endorsement of her eulogies. I can only call the months of sojourn with the Demottes, which now ensued for me, an interval filled with the most feverish discomfitures. I read a great deal, at times, but although my facilities for experiment were excellent, I now rarely availed myself of them. Somehow all desire to do so took but a single form, and that, after I had lapsed into reveries and ruminations concerning it, would not seldom leave me bathed in a cold sweat of horrified agitation. I had now resolved to let myself drift along, henceforth, with the stream of destiny. Against my will I had come into this house, or rather a consent to come had been wrung from me at a time when all emotion was one turmoil. What was to be must be. My whole future seemed like the slow beckoning of a gigantic shadowy hand. I had broken loose from the just and requisite shackles of continence. Had the wages of wrongdoing already set before my spirit the glitter of their lure? But mine, I kept assuring myself, was a position which had never yet known earthly parallel. Perhaps the denizen of some other planet, and I firmly believe there are thousands, even millions, of populated planets in the universe, had been confronted with just such an appalling temptation as my own. But here on earth I must almost certainly stand as the first man who had ever felt this revolting yet overruling desire, one which involved in the first place assassination, and in the second a novelty of audacious crime still undreamed of by all humanity. It is marvelous that I preserved so much calm amid the turbid reflections that now continually beset me. The more that I read, the more confident I became of the magnificent success which would await that final trial of my theory, a step before which even imagination itself shrank awe-stricken. 100 minor details of scientific investigation took for me new colors. At this period of larger enlightenment, I reviewed the whole wide field of my previous knowledge, and recognized that I had but partially understood phenomena which now assumed an entirely fresh significance when observed as tributary to the mighty and portentous truth I had unearthed. There were moments in my life, too, when I seemed engirt by the pathos of a terrible loneliness. I had indeed stolen a Promethean fire from the gods themselves. But how agonizing might prove the consequences of this peerless acquirement! The unconquerable strength of my passion was dragging me slowly toward a base misuse of what I had so transcendently secured. It might all have been so different. If I had not loved in this fiercely strenuous way, how great was the benefit which I might have conferred upon my race! He who makes 2 grass blades grow in place of one may be a benefactor to his kind, but he who tears a veil from the many which enshroud the last stronghold of infinity itself does more than merely aid the temporal lot of man. He points either toward that priceless cheer of a future immortality for which multitudes long, or toward that absolute future annihilation which may calm untold fanatical dread. He spells out for his groping fellow creatures the first sentences of an inestimably trustworthy message. He utters to them the first premise of a supreme syllogism. He either begins for them an immense proof that every evangelist has been bitterly mistaken that they should live as divinely in positivism as ever Comte desired them to live, or he confirms, through mediums of corroboration unguessed by St. Augustine, the principles and teachings of that clear-souled zealot. And I, with such vital fund of aidful and instructive tidings, how meanly might I fail to utilize its riches! How ignoble to fling it all away on my own selfish yearning, to make it evil instead of good, disgrace instead of fame, crime instead of honor. Meanwhile, for what had I dared to hope? In what had I presumptuously fixed an unbounded though darksome trust? And yet I had not fully yielded. Hours were mine when I almost swore to myself that I would never yield. And so the days of my residence with the Demottes multiplied. They were not happy days, or if they ever resembled happiness, it was of the hectic, dubious, fitful kind. "You are paler than you were," Millicent said to me one evening after dinner, fixedly regarding my face for an instant while we quitted the dining room side by side. Her husband had disappeared, leaving us alone together, as he frequently did. "And I sometimes think, too," she went on, with a candor as intrepid as if she had been addressing a brother or even a sister, "that you're more given to moods of silence, perhaps also of melancholy, than I've ever before seen you." "That's not very pleasant to hear," I said. "Still it shows an interest in me, and for that reason I should find it pleasant." "How absurd of you," laughed Millicent. "As if you didn't know just what interest that is Floyd and I take in you." "Oh, pshaw! Let Floyd speak for himself." "And so he would. You know that very well, besides, if you were to ask him." "But I don't want to ask him," I retorted, with what she possibly took for nothing more harmful than a bit of mock impudence to her spouse and a little flourish of gallantry for herself. "How long ago is it since you first noticed this alleged change in me?" "Since you first came to live with us," she answered. We had just entered the pretty sitting room on the ground floor of the house, with its walls tapestried in plates of crimson, and its furniture of glowing cashmere. The light was turned somewhat low, and the flames that coiled and writhed round a huge black block of coal in the grate, like 2 fiery snakes playing at hide and seek with each other, were on this account more flashingly manifest. Millicent seated herself and stared into the vivacious and crackling fire, with its lustres in a perpetual evanescent play on her amber hair, and little specks of white or blue splendor leaping from diamond or sapphire on her delicate fingers. I could not help thinking, as I too seated myself not far away from her, how the world of which she had really seen so little had nevertheless robbed her of much simplicity and naturalness. She is more éveillée nowadays, I told myself while I watched her. She may guess your secret in a trice, unless you are guarded. Perhaps already she has begun to guess it. If you really wish that she should not, greater caution is your policy. Aloud I said to her, may you not, after all, be mistaken about this change in me? May it not be fancy? She looked smilingly at me. No, I'm certain that I don't imagine it. I became certain that I didn't only a day or two ago. Ah, so recently? Yes. I meant to ask Floyd. Well, never mind Floyd for this once. You appear oddly indifferent this evening to everything that concerns him. You concern him, and I'm not indifferent to you. That is, to your reasons for this alteration in myself. Of course you invoke such reasons. You wrought them out of air, if you had nothing more substantial. A woman always does in these instances. She laughed. Perhaps, Douglas, I had something more substantial. I scanned her sweet, firelit profile. Pray tell me what it was, I urged. She lifted both her hands for a moment and then dropped them in her lap. It was a gesture that society had not taught her. I had more than once seen her use it in earlier and less sophisticated hours. Oh, after all, you may be right, she said. It was only a conjecture. Well, fact or fable, I persisted. Tell me what it was. She paused, and the smile on her lips hinted of a fleeting yet introspective mood. Presently she said with hesitation, yet an unmistakable assurance, I suppose that your going about into the world with Floyd and me might not have left you thoroughly heart-whole. Ah, I responded after a little interval, during which the crackle of the fire sounded like so many audible jibes. You thought I had been possibly falling in love. Yes, she said, with that sense of intimacy and receptiveness which nearly every woman can convey by a sudden confidential half-whisper. Yes, that is what I did think. Is it true? You need not have the least fear, Douglas, of my betraying any such secret. No, not even to Floyd. Not even to Floyd, I murmured. But she did not dream how much solemnity of satire underlay the words. It was a satire meant only for myself, somehow. It was like the captive clanking his own chains, just to get a dull iron note out of them, and so make morbidly and doubly sure of his duress. No, neither to Floyd nor to any one living. She leaned a little toward me now, as if waiting, expecting my confirmatory answer. I have been in love, I said slowly, but it was before we went about into the world, as you put it. Ah, the woman I cared for never cared for me. It was for a physical cause, I suppose. That sounds blunt and even coarse, but I don't know any better way of framing it. She nodded once or twice. I can understand. She was fond of somebody else. No, I don't mean that. I mean simply that I didn't suit her. But she afterward married someone else who did. Someone of a more pleasing presence. That is how everyone falls in love. Don't you think so? Hardly, she objected. She had grown grave, but quickly, brightening a little, she pursued. Of course looks, the looks that appeal to us, do make a great difference. Still, there is the soul. Ah, I remember that you are so materialistic on those questions. You fell in love with Floyd, I said, with what sounded to my own ears like an almost cruel abruptness. You're in love with him still. She tossed her head in pretty impatience. Of course you don't present that as a question. And of course, if you do, you're too much a friend of both of us not to be certain of the answer beforehand. Did you fall in love, then, with Floyd's soul, I asked. Mind, I use the word just as you use it. Was it the unseen in him that won you, or the seen and tangible and palpable? Come, Millicent, be honest with me. You always are honest, in hundreds of daily and ordinary ways. But this is a a point that interests me from peculiar motives, materialistic and cold-blooded ones, if you please, motives that relate to my scandalously frigid profession. Now, frankly, if Floyd Demotte would become, we will say, bodily some other man, still retaining what you yourself have termed his soul, still spiritually being Floyd, and yet corporally being another than Floyd, how do you think such a transmigration would affect you?" She broke into a high, nervous, and yet plainly chiding laugh. She pushed her chair away from the fire, and then rose. "Oh, you frighten me, at the same time you annoy me," she exclaimed. "Why ask such questions? Why?" She paused here, and her face noticeably altered. She hurried toward me. Her lips were trembling. Her cheeks had paled. "Douglas," she cried, with a fervor that astonished me, "are you ill?" "I?" was my answer. "No. Do I look so?" The tranquillity of my brief reply must have reassured her. I at once rose. After making it, she receded from me, saying, I thought you were ill. You look so white. You—" A step sounded in the hall outside. The next instant Demotte had entered the room. "Ah," he cried cheerfully, "you're making yourself comfortable in this cozy place, eh?" He was rubbing his hands together as he approached the fire. "It's unusually chilly for this season. The upstairs rooms are astonishingly cold. Millicent, we must have the furnace seen to at once." Millicent was looking at me. She gave another laugh, more composed, as she said, "I'm afraid we must have our good Douglas seen to at once." Demotte was bending over the fire, with outspread hands. "What's Douglas been saying now?" he inquired. "Something in his horribly atheistic vein, or something in his milder one of rank rationalism?" I made a quick, silencing gesture to Millicent, behind the stooped figure of her husband. It somehow seemed to me as if worse than mortification, worse even than the most poignant embarrassment, would be inflicted upon me by her divulgence of my late words. She evidently understood and granted my entreaty, but her inclination of the head and her intelligent accompanying smile conveyed to me a pained sadness which I swiftly interpreted. "She knows it all now," I said to myself. "At last she realizes the truth. But was I wrong?" Her next quiet words to her husband made me still doubt if I had not too hastily concluded. "You're half right," she replied to Demotte, turning away from both of us with an airy, careless grace, as if she had spoken jocularly at random. "Oh, you know Douglas by this time, Floyd. What odd things about life, death, and the human soul he's always saying." "Yes," returned Demotte, rather inattentively, warming his hands. "That night, sleepless in my bed upstairs, I formed and clinched an unchangeable determination. I would leave New York at once. I would take up my abode in Washington, as I had previously planned. Let them seek to dissuade as they would, no power of dissuasion could shake me. Here lay my last chance. My last chance of— what? I buried my head in my tumbled pillow, and shuddered amid the darkness. But the response came, nevertheless, pealing through that tortured conscience whose divine origin I had long ago denied, yet whose power, from whatever sources I had chosen to derive it, was infallibly the same. "Your last chance of going to your death guiltless of a fiendish and unexampled crime." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 11. When, on the following day, I made known to them my intention, they both stared at me in bewilderment. For some little time I failed to win them with anything except an exchange of astonished looks, as though they were thus mutely inquiring of each other just what degree I was demented. But at length Demotte quite plaintively exclaimed, "You can't truly be serious, Douglas." and then I felt that perhaps the ice was at last broken. I strove to explain to them that I needed change, and that I had long silently entertained this project. But I saw doubt in their faces while I thus spoke, and especially in the face of Millicent. Had I not told her that I had fallen in love, and that the woman of my choice had married another man? Naturally, she had believed that my leaving New York must bear upon this hidden sentiment. Above all things, during the 3 days preceding my departure, I wished to avoid any prolonged and significant converse with Millicent. My powers of endurance were not equal to such an ordeal. I was making one last effort to save myself. The weight of my secret burdened me cruelly. I pleaded the hurry of preparation and a resultant siege of engagements as excuses for not appearing at dinner and for breakfasting very early in my own room. Within so short a time it would have been impossible for me to have my many valuables and frangible instruments of my laboratory packed so their subtle mechanisms and their numerous metallic and glass complications might escape injuries of transport, and I had therefore placed the duty of properly arranging all these possessions and of forwarding them after my departure in the hands of 2 efficient agents. On this account, my departure involved far less trouble than it would otherwise have done. My intervening avoidance of Demotte sprang only from a wish to dispense with harrowing and imperative hypocrisies. My dread lest Millicent should engage me in some discussion of my own future plans came wholly from a fear of myself. I shrank from the desperation, the surrender, the arrachement of which I knew my ill-starred passion to be, under pressure, distractedly capable. But Millicent had doubtless made up her mind in an opposite direction. She meant to talk with me alone before I left the house, and she thus constituted herself an event not to be averted. I was purposely remained out until 10 o'clock on the last evening, before I was to start to Washington. I had gone up to my laboratory, which also appointed as a reading room in these my days of comparative idleness. I had seated myself at a book-laden table, beside a low lamp, but for surely 20 minutes I had paid no heed whatever to the volume open in my lap. When a knock sounded at my door, as presently happened, I gave great start. The summons brought me back to actuality from a sequence of such gloomy and thrilling reveries. I rose and admitted Millicent. "Are you surprised?" she said, as she crossed my threshold. Her manner was a trifle constrained, and her voice not quite its full amicable self. "Surprised?" I repeated, bringing her forward a chair, which she sat at once. "Not at all." She raised one finger and shook it at me warningly. "Be careful. You know you didn't expect me." I seated myself rather near. "Why, there is certainly nothing remarkable in you coming," I said. "That's just what I think, considering your treatment of us." I affected not to understand her at first. "Ah, you mean my not dining here for 2 or 3 evenings?" I then said, as if newly aware of the idea she had sought to convey. "Well, I must ask your pardon for that, but my time has been so crowded since—" I hardly paused here, but she broke in with speed and a certain dryness. "Yes, since you decided to leave us." "Since I decided to go to Washington." "Well, it amounts to the same thing. Tell me," she went on, making her tones grave and looking at me intently, "why do you go like this?" "I thought I left it all very clear to you the other morning." "You left it all very obscure," she said. "Indeed, then it must remain obscure, I'm afraid." "Douglas," she exclaimed, "Floyd and I are your best friends. You have none truer or fonder than we are." Have I denied this? She watched me mournfully. "Not in language." "How then?" "By your behavior. You have some mystery, and you are making us suffer because of it." No, I returned with what she may have taken for irritation, but which was in truth nothing except the keenest mental distress. "There is not any mystery whatever. Floyd has instructed you to come here and advance this objection." She rose promptly, with more dignity than I have ever seen her show. "That is hardly civil of you," she said. "Well, I did not intend to be uncivil," I answered, rising also. She gave an annoying movement. "This is a lame excuse. However, I suppose, if you will, that Floyd has instructed me, as you please to phrase it. Suppose we have conspired in this altogether dreadful manner. Is there anything so terrible about our doing so? Are we so greatly to blame for wishing to show interest in a friend whom we have known well and prized highly?" My brain began to whirl. The very effect of which I had been darkly confident, provided cause should be supplied for it, had now occurred. "So then," I said, feeling my heart begin to beat, "Floyd did send you here. You don't come of your own direct choice. You came because he wished it." I saw her turn a shade paler and bite her lip. "I came because we both wished it." I clenched my hands then, but no doubt the words I spoke were given with a fair amount of composure. "And you both think there's some mystery about my going. You both want to have that mystery cleared." "Yes." We faced each other as she thus replied. "I will clear it, then, to you," I said, and I heard my voice grow husky and strange to my ears. "I cannot live near you like this, Millicent. I can't, because I love you." There were now a few seconds of silence, during which she stared at me in childish, dazed way. "Remember what I told you the other evening? You are that woman. I love you, and I can't stay here." She grew deathly pale. She lifted both hands tremulously, and then let them fall. A shiver passed through her, as plain as when we see some abrupt breath of wind strike into the boughs of a slender tree. "Ah!" she faltered, recoiling from me a little. This was the only syllable that escaped her lips, but the quick, affrighted dilation of her glowing eyes meant more than many sentences. I sank into the chair, still watching her. For an instant I thought she would speak, but suddenly, with pride in the poise of her head, yet with great melancholy on her face, she turned and left the room. How she explained it all to her husband, I have no conception. But his cordial yet regretful adieu to me the next morning made me certain that she had not told him how the real mystery had transpired. She bade me good-bye with that serenity of whose secret nearly every woman possesses the talisman. Ah, you women, how often have you been maligned for deceit, yet how often you have known how to deceive in a good cause, with the aim of repelling ruinous disaster. That night I reached Washington, but I cannot say that I slept there. It was a night wholly sleepless. End of chapter 11. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Chapter 12 of Douglas Duane. This is our LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 12. I soon found that I had come to the capital in an altogether unfavorable season. The weather, after a few weeks, grew insupportably hot. I decided to spend the threatening summer in travel through the American continent. I visited San Francisco and many other points on the Pacific coast. I fraternized with fellow travelers. I exalted, or strove to exalt, in the topographical novelties and wonders of mountains, gorges, primeval forests. At the end of it all, I assured myself that the trip had done me untold good. I came back to Washington in early November. No letters have been forwarded to me during my travels. I had ordered that everything in the way of epistolatory communications should await me on my return. A letter from Millicent was the first one that I opened. It plunged me into a state of mind that rendered the reading of the other letters for a time impossible. Nothing could have shown me more thoroughly the the loving disposition of Floyd Demotte's wife than that brief expressive message, she forgave me. She had kept absolute silence regarding my foolish outburst. I myself had most probably meant nothing that I had said. But whether I had or had not meant it, she was always my devoted friend. She could not have written more fatally unfortunate lines than these, provided she had wished really to appease and comfort me, and I knew well that she had wished so. All the wholesome sanity of purpose and integrity of control that I had gained in my western wanderings seemed to disappear as I read this letter. She forgave me. She did not scorn me. I was now forever haunted by these two recollections. I resorted once more to my studies, and, with receptive faculties quickened by rest, by my researches continually pushed in one direction, I could not restrain the most obstinate tendency. All science held for me at present but a single point of keen attractiveness. I need hardly tell my meaning more plainly. Just here, with the grim thoughts which Millicent's letter had revived, came a kind of fierce counteracting determination to publish my discovery. In this way, for blunt words had best be used when all must so soon glare nakedly, I should perhaps find it easier hereafter to resist the temptations of becoming Floyd Demotte's murderer. For many days I went under a stormy struggle. Once let my great law be known, and the deadly fascination of performing a deed which would bring me a tremendous triumph, and yet remain forever clothed in unexplainable darkness, would of necessity vanish as well. There, beyond doubt, would lie for me a mighty safeguard. What chiefly lured me now was the serene case of my opportunity. Never before had there been built, by circumstances so complete, and a concealed staircase into the very red heart of crime. It was as though some man who alone possessed the secret that there were any poison on earth should contemplate the destruction of a fellow creature. But if I laid everything bare before the eyes of mankind, as I hope to do in my yet unwritten treatise, the malign charm of mystery would forthwith dissolve and perish. I even went so far, in one of my remorseful and morally stung states, as to fix upon the very hall in which I would deliver a course of lectures. If I had carried out such a purpose, how this country and Europe would speedily have rung with my name. But celebrity had no imaginable pleasures for me. My unrivaled discovery was of no value as a herald or trumpeter of my having been the first to light upon it. All that it could mean to me henceforward was the attainment or non-attainment of that reward which at times loomed before me as through a mist of blood. I answered Millicent's letter, but with phrases which took me hours to compose. The whole reply was a model of politic discretion. More than one, while writing it, I kissed with burning lips the sentences that she had written. I did not affirm that I had spoken senselessly or stupidly to her that evening, or that my words had then far outrun the actual fervor of my feelings. But I left her to suppose this if she were so inclined. I hid under dexterous apologies what might have been pages both of repentance and suffering. This portion of my life there in Washington may turn out to be the dullest kind of narration, and yet to me it teemed with perpetual acuteness of incident. Almost from hour to hour, surely from day to day, I underwent agonies of revulsion. Should I steep myself in guilt? Should I dash the chance of self-damnation away? Between these two unrelenting appeals of conscience, I was incessantly tossed. I had no friends, no acquaintances in the populous, remarkable city where I had chosen to dwell. I had nothing except my science, my laboratory, my books, and the implacable temptation which assailed me equally from each I dared not make the same experiment with two animal bodies that I had already made with two plants. It would have been easy enough for me to do so. The lower orders of animal life offered clear facilities for a new test, but the conditions of my own wretched uncertainty as to what course I would ultimately pursue rendered such an act impious in my sight as the reckless indulgence of my already mutinous longings. Besides, the whole truth seemed pitilessly plain to me. One immense vital force, entering every form of matter, from the meanest insect to the most lordly human mind, constituted what we call life in the first and soul in the second. The material part of the insect, infused by this principle, as a sponge is infused by water, makes it crawl and forage for its food, and to be the effete inferior thing we find it. The material part of the man, similarly penetrated and endowed, gives to his brain, his blood, his nerves, and his sinews the potency that raises him so much higher in the largely inclusive scale of creation. This, I asserted, was all, and was the all in all. I had fathomed the law which governs organic life to its final roots. I need no further proof that which I had so simply gained, without the slightest fear of absolute extinction. I told myself again and again, I would submit my own body to the same tests that I employed on one of those plants, provided the corpse of Floyd Demotte, made previously receptive through those molecular changes which I alone know how to bring about, represented the other plant. And I had thus ruminated without a vestige of self-deception. No shadow of personal fear could possibly affect me in the carrying out of such a design. One deterring influence was at work, and one alone. Strangely enough, as it now occurred, Floyd Demotte himself smote this resentment a shattering and destructive blow. I had passed a wretched night. In the early part of it I had walked rather aimlessly about the streets of Washington. Chancing to pause before a certain bright-lit building, I had read on huge placards posted at its entrance that there would be a lecture this particular evening by the world-famous religious orator, the Reverend Terrybinth. I had heard Mr. Terrybinth, the religious orator, as he chose to call himself. I had learned that he delighted to declare an unbound enmity for science. Some of the newspapers had said that he was clever. I had once read a report of one of his lectures, and did not understand it. I was not irritated by it, for this simple reason: I did not understand it. I remember fancying that the shorthand writers who took it down had possibly mutilated its true sense. At least I give Mr. Terrybinth the benefit of the doubt. But now it occurred to me that I might ascertain whether I had been merciful or merely just. It might prove a curious experience, too, this being brought in direct contact with one of those foes of science. I had heard that such a form of dementia existed, but I had never quite been able to credit the statement. Hating science affected me as a process no less extraordinary than hating the bread one ate or the air one breathes. Science is knowledge, purely that, and nothing else. And all the good that has ever come to mankind has come through knowledge. If it has received the least good from another source, I have yet to learn its name and quality. The large hall was filled with people. I could not obtain any seat whatever at so late an hour. The ticket seller, as he told me this, betrayed an infection of surprise. He evidently thought it odd that I should be not aware of Mr. Terrybinth's amazing popularity, and that I should rashly expect a seat by nearly 9 o'clock, within this, the stronghold of his burning eloquence. I concluded, however, that I had no reason to regret being among those who stood. 10 minutes of this ordeal would easily put a limit on my endurance. Mr. Terrybinth was a wiry, spare little man, buttoned up to his pale, sharp chin, or perhaps a trifle beyond it, in black broadcloth. He darted from one end of his platform to another, with his long hair flying behind him, and pounded the palm of his left hand with the clenched fist of his right. Every now and then he apparently strove to be calm, but he never succeeded in becoming calm. He was always striving, as it looked, and not succeeding. I could no longer foster any doubts as to his hatred of science. It found sinewy expression in such able periods as these. The domain of science inquiry, my friends, may be wide. Its possessors assert that it is. I don't deny that they're right, but evolution has to cower like a whipped hound before that marvelous secret which was unfolded to John in Patmos. They say John never saw anything at all in Patmos. Perhaps they would like to tell us that John was drunk. Laughter, suppressed by an amazed frown, though not without a certain dim, pleased curl at the corners of our Demosthenes' lips. Oh, they're quite capable of such blasphemy as that, my friends, these priests of the new faith. And now let us quietly and carefully examine just what science is trying to do in the way of ruining the old faith, the secure, immutable, and glorious creed founded 1800 sacred years ago. It is deliberately putting matter in the place of God. Bow down and worship matter, it cries, for you'll never get anything else, though you plod and delve for untold decades. That's what Darwin says, and Huxley says, and Tyndall says, and what the whole fine little race of new, self-sufficient, thumb-in-their-vest armhole crowd all say. Here the Mr. Reverend Terebinth magically unbuttoned his funeral broadcloth, and strutted about his platform with either thumb in either armhole of his newly disclosed waistcoat. And as he did so, there was wild laughter. And then he made a joke on protoplasm, quickly followed by one on the Darwinian monkey, and as quickly followed by a passionately pietistic outburst regarding the glory of God. I felt myself turning sick. I asked myself, as I slipped out of this dense throng hall, whether these auditors, who so enjoyed such blatant comminglement of falsehood and platitude, were themselves truly aware of their own folly in listening to easy, non-committal slanders against science. No, I soon inferred. They gathered to be amused by an extravagant fanatic who dishes up for them his frivolities of epigrams with spices of a novel bigotry. And then, as I walked home, the thoughts of what science really was, and of all that it might, in its firm, tranquil, irreversible way, do for humanity, enthralled me. Suppose, I mused, that someone told the world, as I could tell it tonight, of how a monstrous nothing lay beyond every aim, effort, or desire. Would not a clear gain result from these tidings to the multitudes they addressed? Hope may die in countless hearts, but would not a great moral desire to make the life better and sweeter than it is be born of such a mighty convulsive change? Would not men and women live for each other far more philanthropically and unselfishly than they now live? If this earth were for them the be-all and the end-all, would they not turn emotional waste upon aimless worship into pity and love for their fellows, a common companionship, a sympathy, as it might be called, which no doctrine or dogma of their vanished faith could equal? I could tell them what this insulted science is capable of revealing. Still, my meditations, as I moved through the lamp-lit streets of the beautiful city I had chosen for my home, there were no flavor or chagrin or annoyance in these reflections. I had almost forgotten the Reverend Mr. Terebinth, with his wild onslaughts against the clear, stolid immobility of fact. I was thinking of my own unapproached discovery. On reaching my own residence, I found a letter from Floyd Demotte waiting for me. I read it with positive torture. It conveyed to me such a patronage that was both astounding and execrable. I regretted my absence. It deplored my disposition toward solitude. It professed a warm regard for my society. It dwelt upon my unhappy predilection for science. It prophesied. that I would find a congenial soul in Washington of the feminine wifely kind. Cracked a joke or two at my protracted celibacy. It referred me to the amiability and tender recipients of Millicent. But I pause here. The letter, as I have said, tortured me. I have never been really jealous of Demotte before. I was madly jealous of him now. He gave me no sign that Millicent had shown him my own letter. If he had done so, there might even have been some comfort in that revelation. It might have argued to me a vague indication that his old unrest had broken out afresh, with myself for its indeterminate cause. But as it was, the whole letter made me grind my teeth together and think how happy he is, and how insolent in his happiness, and yet I could dispose him of his happiness if I chose. If I chose, would I, after all, choose? Somehow the Reverend Mr. Terryburn's anathems against science pierced through my memory just then, but above them rose the glowing and lovely face of Millicent. That night I lost myself. A certain moral bond shriveled into nullity. I went to bed and slept a calmer sleep than I have known for many previous nights. I woke refreshed, yet obdurate. Henceforth, as I but too clearly understood, there was to be no hesitation, no backsliding, no remorse, no conscientious decrepitude. There was to be nothing except placid action and unswerving will. Pity was a burnt scroll. Let hope rise from its ashes. I had enough of despair and its devilish Januaries. What I wanted now was full, secure fruition. I was a man who had torn from the unknowable a wonderful truth. I could use it for my race or for myself. One path was sublime. One was self-degrading. I took the last. End of chapter 12. Recording by Kenneth Sargent Gagan.
Chapter 13 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alexander Mayo. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 13. The next day I began my preparations, with a coolness that surprised myself, for the horrible and unprecedented work which I was now determined to accomplish. The first practical consideration was, how should I approach Floyd Demotte, in just the manner at present desirable? My aim was that we should meet, and yet no one should be aware of our meeting. I was already well known in Washington, despite my persistent retirement. If I disappeared some day and was never afterward heard of or seen, such a vanishment would cause very wide comment indeed. Still, at length I decided the adoption of this course would be altogether best. I was not a man who could crawl craftily out of society. I must perforce make my exit a bold one. On this plan I had finally settled. I would mysteriously disappear, as many another man of prominence had done before me, and never be heard of again. But the one most important point of all was to disappear with sufficient adroitness. If I had been a pursued criminal, personal disguise might have resulted dangerously. The clever, lurking detective may scan a false beard or a fictitious complexion and speedily pronounce it spurious. But when a man who is neither suspected nor watched quietly makes himself look like somebody else, the chances of his having the masquerade rudely interrupted are slender past precedent. This was what I aimed to do, and did. One morning I left my quarters in Pennsylvania Avenue. If anyone had been following me to spy upon me, he would have seen me clad in my usual habit. All that he could have defined as different about my general presentment would have been a small portmanteau, which I carried in one hand. But I had repeatedly carried this portmanteau before, filled with books borrowed from a certain public library which I patronized. After having a lot of books forwarded me and examining them at my leisure, I would return them in this way, strolling home again with the empty portmanteau, since the library was only a little walk from where I lived. I rarely brought any new books back with me in the same receptacle. I cannot explain just why I did not. Most probably my reason was laziness, as there is nothing more bulky and onerous to bear than a packed mass of books. Trifling as this incident may seem, it held for me then a notable import. It meant, or helped to mean, that I was merely quitting my lodgings as I had done many times previously. No one was watching me pass down upon the street from my abode, or so I felt almost certain. And yet if some observer may have thus watched me, but if he did, he could have seen nothing in the least unusual. The result I aimed at was simply and securely to cover my tracks. When I touched foot upon the pavements before my dwelling, I took the first step in what must be an eternal exodus. Douglas Duane would never come back to the habitation he had just quitted. The commonplace of my action veiled the beginning of an unparalleled mystery. But I knew that future inquiry might snatch a clue from the merest shred of evidence, and I wished to render the least evidence impossible. There must be no attainable clue. I had not trusted a single soul. In the library which I frequented was a reading room, where many newspapers were kept on file, and where I knew of a certain alcove containing books of reference. I entered the building and walked straight to the reading room. The hour was about 11 o'clock in the morning. The clerk at the desk recognized me and nodded to me. The place was full of visitors. I presently found myself in the small alcove which I have mentioned. It was quite vacant. I waited, listening for about a minute. Then began my transformation. It was not difficult. My portmanteau contained but 4 articles: a blonde wig, a blonde beard, a soft hat instead of the conventionally stiff one which I wore, and a bottle of chemical fluid prepared most carefully by myself, and of a quality to act instantaneously upon the complexion, dyeing it to a kind of mellow brown in place of my characteristic pallor. I had arranged everything so accurately beforehand that my strange toilet now lasted hardly longer than 2 good minutes. My wig was the perfection of art. It dropped on my head, and clung there with the fit of a familiar glove. The beard needed but a second for its firm and admirably natural disposition. The soft hat was swiftly substituted for the hat which I had worn. Nothing now remained but the alteration of my facial coloring. A few drops of the fluid, poured into my hollowed hand and then rubbed over my face, produced what I needed no mirror to assure me was the premeditated effect. I had now undergone a rapid yet entire change of visage, though not of costume. My sole purpose, after this, was to get forth from the reading room without attracting the least attention. My portmanteau must not be left there in the alcove, especially as I had thrust into it the hat which I had just taken off. Less trifling matters than this had served as airy, thread-like bridges between the known and the unknown. So I moved boldly out of the large apartment, holding the portmanteau, nuisance though I considered it. The superintendent took no notice of me whatever. I had given to my whole demeanor a positively triumphant commonplace. On the latter account, perhaps, I was disregarded by him, although he would not have questioned my right to appear in the reading room, even if he had perceived that I was a perfect stranger. The original law here had been, it is true, that none save members of the library should enjoy the privileges of the reading room. But this law had become a dead letter, I had heard, for some time past. As it was, I passed towards the door in a loitering way, with a glance at this or that filed newspaper. My portmanteau was a small one, and I tried to hold it as inconspicuously as possible. When I reached to within about a yard of the door, I cast a furtive gaze all about me. Not a soul was paying me the slightest attention. The superintendent himself was absorbed with a book. The other occupants of the apartment were intent upon their journals or their magazines. At this particular moment, it was a question with me whether or no I could literally vanish from the world of men without leaving a trace behind me. Let me once gain that outer hall, and I would baffle all future inquiry. The superintendent might state hereafter that he had seen me enter the room, but he could give no account of my departure from it. The perfectly ordinary act of going beyond that threshold signified a hiatus in my existence, which no efforts of investigation might hereafter bridge. Presently I had got close to the door and had put my hand on its knob. I now swept one more glance in every direction, with the same result as a brief while ago. Then, hesitating not a second longer, I opened the door and went out. Past the faintest shadow of doubt, I had accomplished exactly what I had planned. Until I wished once more to be Douglas Duane in exterior seeming, I might remain the deftly disguised individual I now was. I need not have the remotest fear that any eye would penetrate the clever trickery by which I had masked myself. As I walked along the street a little later, I saw that no one gave me more than a most ordinary fleeting look. I was safe, absolutely and unconditionally safe, from all disastrous exposure. I do not by any means even imply that if I had been a criminal anxious to evade arrest, I should not soon enough have had the visible subterfuge to which I had resorted humiliatingly proved fraudulent. But as the case now stood, I attempted no intensity of regard. Nobody thought of looking at me twice. I had become so dull and conventional a person. But if anybody had really found me an object for prolonged contemplation, his scrutiny, I think, would have borne no dangerous fruit. It required, as one might say, a professional eye to pierce my dexterous deceit, and no such eye, as I was very well aware, had any motive or inclination to do it. That afternoon I took the train for New York. At the station I removed my former hat from the portmanteau, crushed it under my overcoat, and anticipated an opportune moment for quietly thrusting it out of a car window when the train should be in full motion. As for the portmanteau, I placed it in the waiting room and left it there. It was quite empty then, and bore no indication of him who thus deserted it. Someone would profit by its possession, little dreaming of the object which had caused its abandonment. Arriving in New York, I secured a room at an obscure hotel and spent a day in searching for a habitation that would precisely suit my coming intentions. I was fortunate in soon securing just what I had desired. It was a floor to lease in a building on Broadway, not far above Prince Street. Below was a big wholesale store. 2 stories were devoted to commerce, and mine was the third. There were 3 large chambers. I at once had them fitted up in the plainest and least ostentatious way. Then I took possession of them. All this time my personal disguise continued unchanged. I had with me several thousands of dollars in banknotes, all that I had estimated I could possibly spend for a long time to come. In a desk in my lodgings at Washington was my last will and testament, bequeathing all my property to certain excellent charities. Demotte knew of this will. I had mentioned it to him when I made it months ago, and he approved it heartily. A good fortnight had now elapsed. I was at last comfortably settled into my new abode. I had engaged no servants. I dined at restaurants, and chose only resorts of this kind where comment would unlikely be concerning me. Just as I had expected, the New York newspapers began to copy from the Washington newspapers accounts of my mysterious disappearance. But, in reading these articles, it did not strike me that any great concern was shown over my having disappeared at all. I was gone, and gossip, wonderment, curiosity all wagged their heads. But this was not an important member of society. Even the extent of my wealth was ill known. One journal declared me a poor man, another asserted that I was eccentric and miserly, with a possible fortune of about $50,000. Some hostile inventions greeted me regarding my private life, and a few astonishing falsehoods accredited to the servants I had left in Washington, though I had left each of these with his or her wages paid more than to the full of what I had owed. One clear preliminary task was now before me. An apparatus of a certain sort must be constructed within my new abode. For so constructing it I of course required aid, and this I invoked from various different sources, not wishing that any one assistant whom I engaged should have it in his power to give testimony of the actual work toward which he had lent his energies. And at last this work was thoroughly completed. My apparatus rose before me in perfect readiness. And for what? A wild elation filled my soul as I realized for what. The entire arrangement was on a much larger scale than that which I had before dealt with. Instead of a small vessel to contain the liquid whose decomposing power was so fleet and fierce, I had caused a tank to be constructed large enough to wholly submerge myself within its contents when it should be filled, and to do this very easily at a moment's notice. The mixture was of so costly a nature that I trembled lest my funds might not be sufficient after all to purchase its various ingredients in such quantities, and Douglas Duane could not draw another dollar of his own fortune without revealing the personality which he had done so much to hide, and to which he soon hoped forever to annihilate. As for the machine itself, it had been finally tested and seen to be in faultless working order. Every tube, wheel, coil, plate, or cylinder was admirably sound and well disposed. It all silently waited the one mighty trial of its capabilities. That trial should be made immediately. I had no reason and no inclination for postponing it. My blood tingled in my veins with a fervid expectancy when I reflected upon it. Without a vestige of fear, I was still by no means free from pangs of conscience. But that eager joy of anticipation, which I can compare to nothing so much as to a childish catching of the breath before the occurrence of some long-desired festivity, had deadened in me the moral monitions and intimations. Then, too, I had striven to reach a rational comprehension of my curious situation hereafter. Remorse would necessarily cease on my assumption of a new body. I would become Floyd Demotte. My consciousness would thenceforward be his consciousness, and it was hardly permissible for me to even imagine that my memory would not become his memory as well. It was plain to me that no spiritual inheritance, like that which is generally understood by the phrase human soul, had ever befallen any living being. All that man possessed was all that animal or plant or mollusk possessed, save in a weaker degree. It was merely a vital principle, in which entities of similar species I had found the secret of translating from one to another organism. When I died, I would die eternally. But a new life would be born for me a second or two later, and that life would have no possible knowledge of those events which had led me to the unprecedented appropriation of Demotte's physical shape. It would be, I tranquilly insisted, as though Demotte should fall into a slumber from which he afterward awakened still securely and incontestably himself, though with amazement at certain conditions of his encompassment. For example, he would discover that he lay within a repository of glass, perhaps already having reached a state of semi-asphyxia through the very limited supply of oxygen which his odd transparent prison contained. But close at his side he would see a huge iron hammer, one blow of which could shatter this vitreous coffin into fragments. He might wound himself a little in the making of his exit, for he would be entirely without garment of any sort, naked as when he first came into the world. But his clothes would lie near at hand. He might marvel, conjecture, ruminate. He might ask himself 100 questions as to the cause of my having thus brutally, extravagantly, and ridiculously ill-used him. But he would be unable to ever answer his own tumultuous queries, except in a single way. I had sought by some hideous scientific means to murder him outright. For myself, my dead, extinguished self, that magnificence of discovery would forever be lost to mankind. Not truly forever, perhaps. Some future mind might light upon it and try to use it for nobler, less egotistical means. But I would be no longer I. Floyd Demotte would have irrevocably taken my place. I could never know a single pang on account of the fame I had bartered. But I would know the love of a dear and enchanting woman, and she would return my love, not even vaguely surmising, as I also would not then vaguely surmise, the whole incomparable tragedy and horror. I had not, in my many walks about town, approached the dwelling of Demotte and Millicent. But now, at last, on a certain clear, mild, salubrious morning, one of those mornings which rise amid our mutable American winter with a prophecy of the biting Arctic change a few hours may bring, I sought 2nd Avenue and drew near the well-known, modest little basement house. I passed it, but on the opposite side of the street. My intention was to wait the emergence of Demotte. If he came forth alone, I would begin unhesitatingly the advances on which I had determined. If not, or if he failed to come forth at all, I would simply delay my attempt. Of course, I was still disguised, and with an extreme care that now made the disguise very nearly impenetrable. As it turned out, I had surprisingly short time to wait. I had not taken up my post of observation longer than 10 minutes, when I perceived him coming through the vestibule that opened on his low stoop. I at once slipped across the street and accosted him. "For Mr. Demotte, sir," I said, handing him a note which I had devised and written that very morning. He took the note, saying, "I'm Mr. Demotte." Then he glanced at the handwriting and gave a great start. But looking at me a minute later, he added, "How did you know who I am?" "I saw you leaving the house, sir," I answered. "But you do not know me by sight?" "No, sir." He seemed as if about to reproach me for the imprudence I had shown. Then, remembering the note, he broke its seal. As he did so, he said, "Is there any answer?" "Yes, sir, I think there is." Meanwhile, he had already begun to read these lines from myself. "Dear Floyd, I am in New York. I have something very important to tell you. Can you not come to me immediately with the bearer of this? He will accompany you if you do not object. My quarters are not far from here. Yours in great anxiety, Douglas Duane." The effect of this note upon Demotte was instantaneous and severe. He turned pale, and his eyes swept my face with so much avidity and intentness that for a while I felt keen dread lest the deception I was practicing might burst upon him. "Tell me," he asked with excitement, "is Mr. Duane ill?" "No, sir." He scanned my dress. "You are in his employ, then?" "Yes, sir." "This note says you will take me to him." "I will, sir." "Very well, I'll go with you at once." As I made a prompt movement to cross the street, again he drew closer to me. "How long has he been back from Washington?" "Only a few days, I believe, sir." He seemed on the point of questioning me once more, then he shook his head as if that course might result in no useful information, for I had sedulously cultivated a manner of much dullness. A little later he looked back at his own house. I feared that he was about to act on some idea of returning and communicating to his wife what had just passed between us. If he had done this, he would have wrought a most unsatisfactory disturbance in my whole prearranged scheme. I could easily enough have presented myself at Demotte's residence by this method of procedure, running the risk of Millicent's knowledge whither her husband was going, for in the event of my being asked Douglas Duane's address, I must have given it. But I had no wish that Millicent should become aware either of the note or of her husband's personal response to it. But whatever thought may have crossed Demotte's mind, he soon turned to me again and said sharply, "Well, let us be off then." "All right, sir," I answered. A sense of surpassing exultation begun to thrill me, as I believe it never has thrilled another would-be murderer since the commencement of time. For I was that murder must be the sole name for the deed whose dark edge I now approached. And yet, in a certain way, the charge of cowardice did not so nearly apply after all to my meditated treachery, for I was about to fling away my own individual life, to experience, perhaps, the full pangs of death, to confront mysteries that my science had never yet sounded, possibly to meet, indeed, at what I had believed the very flush of victory, an overthrow and a degradation for which the fable of the rebellious Satan himself could alone furnish apposite precedent. Still, I offer no extenuating clauses in the history of my strangely unexampled crime. Those who have followed my narration thus far will have found for me some vestige of excuse and palliative through the magnitude of the temptation I underwent, or will clothe my action in the hues of an entirely unpardonable baseness. But I do not seek to exculpate my career. I am simply recording its fact and confessing the motives which governed it. Demotte scarcely spoke 10 words to me as we now struck westward into the big bustling purlieus of the Bowery, and then through the side streets towards that region of Broadway in which my rooms were located. All this transit now seems to me possessed by the influences of delirium. I cannot recollect the exact course we took. The buildings and the people we passed melted by me with the dimness of landscape seen from a swiftly darting railway train. When we at last stood together in the chamber which I had designated for Demotte's reception, I felt a sudden wholly new horror overpower me. What if my tingling nerves and throbbing brain should play me false at this final hour when I needed, above all things, coolness, precision, and courage? Breaking through the turmoil under which I was covertly struggling, came Demotte's composed but insistent voice. "Where is Mr. Duane? Can I see him at once?" "Yes, sir," I answered, and passed into another room, shutting the door behind me. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Alexander Mayo.
Chapter 14 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 14. Somehow, the moment I had thus left him, calmness came back to me. I tore off my disguises, used upon my face a preparation that speedily dispelled its altering stain, and wrought 1 or 2 rapid changes of apparel. The whole proceeding lasted a surprisingly short time. Every preparation had been made for it. A large mirror soon showed me that Douglas Duane was now undeniably his former physical self, without one betraying hint of his past studious masquerade. I opened the door. As I have said, I was very calm again by this time. Demotte sprang toward me the instant that he saw and recognized me. "Douglas," he exclaimed, grasping my hand and shaking it with great warmth, "has anything unfortunate happened to you? You look pale, my dear fellow. Why did you send for me in that curious style?" "There were reasons, Floyd," I answered. "Come into the next room, please," and I led the way thither. A curtain hid my one chief apparatus from sight, but in a general manner the chamber looked like a laboratory. Death must be inflicted on this man in a peculiar way. I had made ready a certain chair, and had connected it with wires to a battery of great power, and one capable of easily killing by shock. In my future essay the character of this battery will be carefully described, and the extraordinary difference between the electromotive vigour which I had compelled it to generate, and that of the bichromate cell, the Delaurier, the peroxide of manganese, the Leclanché, the Grenet, the Huyton, or any of all the numerous cells now in vogue. The instant that Demotte had seated himself in the chair, I had only to take a few steps back of him, and to place my hand on a comparatively small instrument, set well within the shadow of a large cabinet, for the destructive power to leap through every fibre of him with the celerity of a lightning stroke. The chair was of metal, but it had been so painted and adorned as to resemble the rest of the furniture in the room. I paused just before the fatal chair, and pointed to it. "Will you sit, please?" I said. "But, Douglas," he exclaimed, still standing, and catching at my arm, with a world of friendly inquiry in his gaze, "tell me." "I will tell you everything very soon," I interrupted, gently disengaging myself from his hold. "But grant me a little time, just a little time, I beg of you." And then, with a quiet vehemence, I pushed him down into the chair, placing a hand on each of his shoulders. After he was seated, I stooped over him, smiling. "You shall learn everything soon," I went on. "Promise me to just sit there and wait my announcements." He glanced up at me, breaking into a laugh. He caught my hand and pressed it. "Dear Douglas," he said, "I will wait. I'll do anything you say. I'm so glad to see you again." I got my hand away from his. Those words, every one of them, were like separate stabs from a dagger. I moved behind his chair. I did not want him to see if my face was working. I felt horribly agitated again, but it was a new sort of agitation. I could control myself so long as I was beyond the chance of encountering the frank look from his genial blue eyes, with their old, well-known feminine sparkle. "Very well," I managed to answer, when I was once quite in the rear of his chair. "Only sit there for a moment, and I will come back to you, Floyd, and tell you everything." The death that I meant him to die was as painless a one as human conjecture could devise. It would be a precipitate and deadly paralysis of all vital functions. He would never know what had harmed him. There would be no wound, no lesion of any sort that the keenest search of surgery could discover. The leaping death fluid would deprive him of life, tearing from every atom of his organisation the wondrous principle which had fed it. His residual body would present, after the extinction of vitality, no one special point where it had been enfeebled by violence. The physical man would remain precisely as uninjured as before my new marvellous agent of extermination had struck its framework. If I had had a doubt to the contrary of this fact, I should have quailed before a fresh warning of failure. But I had no such doubt. I knew too well the unmatched nature of the force I had been fated to discover. "Just as you please," he called out to me laughingly, and those were his last words. I had already reached the instrument with which the dread mediums communicated. I looked round once to see if he still sat there. Then I grasped the small brass knob that must mean death to him. I waited for perhaps 10 seconds. No least sound came to me. Then I turned and went to where he sat. His head had fallen backward, so that the white bulging line of his throat seemed to flare at me. His eyes were still open. I knelt and put my ear against his heart. Not the faintest throb. He was dead. And now it was my turn to die. I hurried to the curtain and draped my precious apparatus. I flung the curtain aside. The whole complex thing glared to me with a dumb, spiteful challenge. Had I the courage to go on with my wild work? It seemed to ask. Yes, my hot intent responded. The empty tank stared up at me with its void like a dull eye of a scoffing demon. I seized the baleful drugs that stood in great jars near it and poured them within its hollow. As I emptied the last jugful, a sound came to me from the commingling acids like the hiss of 100 interwrithing adders. I now sprang to the corpse of Demotte. I stripped it with impetuous speed. I made it still more molecularly sensitive in a way I cannot now explain, and then I lifted it in my arms, without thought of its weight, into the receptacle previously made for it. There he lay, disrobed and dead. I closed the curving glass lid over him. Then I paused for a few seconds. All was ready. I had only to take the last awful step. I dared not meditate upon it, and so suddenly tore my garments from my body, until I presently stood as denuded as was the corpse of Demotte. The tank of seething liquid, deep and wide, a horrible bath of death, was now waiting for me. I stood before it, and looked upon its surface, where coils and hisses yet told of the horrid agencies I had convened. Oh, what fools these chemists are, I remember thinking. With all their innumerable compounds, they have never hit upon this one mightily destructive combination. Then I thought of Millicent. I do not believe that I hesitated at all after I had made her image clear within my mind. Her name, if I am not in error, was uttered by me as I leaped to the ledge of the tank and then dropped downwards, with its virulent tide completely submerging me. Strangely enough, after what seemed a short interval of frightful pain, I had no sensation of death. I seemed to be flying through infinite space, and yet my feeling of relief was exquisite. I had suffered untold tortures, but I was now entirely at peace. The driving and rending, the bursting and shattering of my brain had ended. Immeasurable visions, as of enormous planets swinging round enormous suns, and seen with an eye to which the eye of mortal sight is contemptibly feeble, had rushed upon me. It was with me as though space had laid bare all her ethereal strongholds of glittering secrets. The feeling of disembodiment, of volatility, of splendid untrammelled liberty, was a rapture no language can portray. Time, as I now deduced, could no longer either measure or concern my transports. I had passed completely out of time. It did not then occur to me — how should it? — that I was still I, and that the vital principle which I had so firmly believed an unconscious force when freed from material bonds could not only be and think, but could be sublimely, and think miraculously. And yet I was aware that I still lived, a naked soul, an essence of deathless intelligence and glorious capacity. The answers to 1,000 mysteries of life, of nature, of science, of instinct, of religion, of even deity itself, shone before me in luminous and magnificent revelation. The problem of human suffering was no more a vexation. It had become lucidly solved. The whence, the whither, and the wherefore, both of mankind and of all creation, those riddles which have tortured philosophy for so many futile centuries, were as plain to my comprehension as the radiant wheeling spheres which I gazed on, and were plain to my rarefied and emancipated vision. The universe had eloquently and irrefutably explained itself. My past scepticism, pessimism, and negation had shrivelled to nothingness, as dry leaves would do if dropped into the white blinding fire of a furnace. But existence was not merely a divine expansion, possession and acceptance of the loftiest spiritual joy. It was more. It was a sacred fellowship with eternity, and eternity, like matter, beamed on me denuded of the least conceivable vagueness. Every perished or sentient creed of the world stretched before me as links in one immense necessary chain of circumstances. I saw atheism as it had been and as it still was, and neither condemned nor approved it. I simply understood its cause, its use, its meaning. I saw the long passionate drama of inextinguishable faith enacted throughout mankind here on my own little planet, and what an atom our earth looked among the grandeurs of other millions of globes. I neither pitied martyrdom nor regretted persecution. Both were effects and events of a development whose origin and terminus transcended inquiry. But abruptly, in the midst of this noble and seraphic exaltation, this piercing and triumphant omniscience, a shade, a chill, a blight fell upon me. I cannot put into words what I felt. It was not so much a realization of my freed and immortal personality being unfit for the exquisite happiness I had thus far enjoyed, as it was a burdening, horrifying conception of my having deliberately flung aside and even murdered impulses of right in my past life by conniving at the death of a fellow creature. All the unutterable beauty and brilliance of my encompassments took suddenly an accusative aspect. The lights of the great, lovely stars yet burned all about me, and shapes of untold harmony and grace yet floated on every side of me, but a darkness, or something that I can call by no other name than darkness, though it was not what we mean on earth by that word, had crept with a fleet and fearful stealth between my perceptions and the enchanting prospects I observed. It seemed to me that a wild cry of supplication and of anguish now broke from my lips. "My sin! My sin!" I moaned, or seemed to moan, and at the same time the blackness of that sin grew a close encircling gloom and horror. The effulgence and majesty of my surroundings faded. The universality of knowledge which had hit my mind died into an ignorance that left only a pathos of dim memory behind it, faint as the trail of a flying meteor on the dusky paths of heaven. And then came night, dense, weightsome, ineludible, befogging thought, that seemed to flicker and struggle like its blown flame of a candle before extinction leaps upon it. I awoke with a sense of agonizing suffocation. That other torture had been no worse than this. I was conscious of the glass that enveloped me. I was even aware of the iron hammer near by, yet I could not bring myself to make use of it for what seemed an interminable period. At last, with an effort that was like the breaking of some stout fetter, I clutched it, gave an upward swing, and felt instantly the relief that this destructive blow afforded. I was lucky enough to get clear of my curious, splintery cage without any awkward hurt. I was soon standing in the centre of the apartment, giddy, somewhat tremulous, but with a speedily augmenting conviction of my own vigour. Remembrances of the delights and wonders I had just known were still floating through my brain, like the fragments of 1,000 ruined pictures. At the moment I had taken my suicidal plunge, I had glanced at a clock on the opposite wall. I now glanced again at this clock. Exactly 2 minutes had passed. A sharp cry of incredulity broke upon me. The interval had been more like a year. As I approached a mirror and gazed upon what was now my new physical self, I shivered from the assault of a consternation and an affright for which no innate certainty of what I was about to behold had served adequately to prepare me. But as I continued regarding the image in the mirror, this unforeseen discomfort gradually passed away, though another, more severe, and not at all transient, took the place of it. I had become Floyd Demotte in every outward seeming, every trait of lineaments and of figure, but I was still myself. The prodigious experiment had succeeded, and yet its very success had flung at me a gibe of failure. I had mastered one superhuman task, only to find another of inexplicable sort to baffle and mock me for ever. I had disproved materialism, but I had disproved it in my very effort to confirm it. I had sought the verification of a fixed belief in the dumb, blind irresponsibility of what hundreds of seers had claimed to be angelically opposite, and now, cowering, I saw the cheerless immensity of my mistake. But retraction was impossible. If the soul was godlike, gods could fall, and mine had irretrievably fallen. I had not merely stained my spirit with dreadful crime, I had wedded it indissolubly to the fleshly and palpable evidence of that crime itself. I must henceforth bear a brand worse than that of Cain, for he merely carried, as the legend tells, a badge and a memento of remorse, but I must live through the remainder of my days as an incarnate remorse, a murderer prisoned till death within the shape of the being he had murdered. I staggered backward from the mirror, whose coldly unflinching testimony had now grown like the most maddening of jeers. I wrapped my shivering form in a garment that lay near at hand, and flung myself, palsied with horror, upon the floor of the chamber. And this, I thought, is the summit of my triumph, the comble de bonheur of my undaunted aims. Ah, ghastliest of expiations! The vulture that gnawed at the vitals of Prometheus was but the sting of a gadfly compared with such unremitting torment as mine. My very shadow will be a perpetual accusation. It will be his shadow no less than mine, and it will dog me with inexterminable persistence, with spectral and loathsome patience till I die. At night I will lie awake in my bed and feel my flesh creep with the atrocious thought of how his corpse clasps me, engirds me, weighs upon me. His own words of warning, spoken long ago in my laboratory, would recur to me in mockery and in vengeance. Perhaps my lips, his lips, would repeat them amid torturing dreams. Men of supreme ability like yourself are sometimes entrapped and betrayed by their own powers. He prophesied then that such entrapment and betrayal might be madness, and I resented his very suggestion as an insolence. But if madness were to come now, it might deteriorate and brutalize intellect, and thus deaden suffering. What other help can there be for me? Suicide? No man who has known and seen what I have known and seen beyond death would ever voluntarily seek death. He who kills himself always takes the chances of an eternal sleep, for in that sleep of death what dreams may come must give us pause. How clear a truth the poet sage struck there! No, nothing remains to me now but life, and that life a long, slow, inexorable hell. Thus I mused, when suddenly a bright spark of comfort dawned upon me. I remembered Millicent. I remembered why this black sin had steeped me in its guilt. I had forgotten her till now, and now a passionate surge of recollection seemed pulsing through brain and blood alike. I rose, thrilling with this new hope of comparative peace. If I still had the soul of Douglas Duane, I could still love with his unaltered love. I would go to her at once, as soon as I could hide or destroy every tangible record of what had lately occurred within these chambers. A few traces must remain. Let them. They would not be compromising. How could they be? No one had seen Floyd Demotte enter here with his perished companion. I would soon slip out, unnoticed, into the busy turmoil of Broadway. The stimulus which now supported and fortified me was unutterably welcome. I drank, during the process of assuming Floyd Demotte's garments, 1 or 2 glasses of a rare old wine with which I had provided myself. The draughts acted cordially and soothingly upon me. I grew able to think like my former self, and to exert all my natural faculties of caution. I had a sudden dread lest my voice might be different from Demotte's, and spoke several sentences aloud in order to test the dissimilarity, if they existed. And here I made a singular discovery. The voice was his, just as of old, since it issued from the same throat, the same lungs, but occasionally it rang with a new and uncharacteristic note. Every now and then it sounded like my own former voice, but I found that this eccentricity was one greatly, if not entirely, under my own control. At the same time, I presently assured myself with regard to my handwriting. The general formation of the letters undoubtedly was Demotte's, but sometimes, for a word or a whole sentence, it would lean toward a resemblance of my own. Here, however, the variation was much less apparent than in my voice, for I had always had a handwriting that in no marked way differed from Demotte's, and these lapses of which I speak would probably have been noticeable to few other eyes than mine. As for writing continuously in the hand of Douglas Duane, I doubt if I could have done so except with extreme effort, nor could I, for the same recondite cause, have used habitually my previous voice. What took hold of me thus incidentally was from remoter physic sway. What governed me in all common daily acts must spring directly from the conditions of that body and temperament in which I had found such eerie and reluctant habitation. When at last all was ready for the consummation of my audacious work, for the bringing myself face to face with her whose love would be the rich reward of my pain and the holy lenitive of my future compunction, I went forth into the great noisy thoroughfare. I felt my courage quail as I began this fateful journey, and yet I clinched my teeth together and swore that I would be tranquil as ice. Why should I not be? I had nothing to fear as disclosure, as overthrow. I had everything to gain as recompense, consolation, alleviation, and reanimated hope. It was now late in the afternoon. The treacherous December day, recently so serene, had undergone the most gusty and rigorous change. The brief winter term of sunshine would soon fade, and leave biting blasts behind it. The very roll of the wheels on the stones had taken a harsher and more strident clatter as they smote my ears through the dry, frigid, yet whirling air. People passed me with bowed heads and hurrying steps as I crossed eastward to the home of Millicent, to my home. A fancy beset me that they were all shunning me with one common instinctive avoidance, as something leprous and repugnant. During my walk I chanced to note the window of a small shop in one of the transverse streets not far from Broadway. It was filled with pistols of various forms and sizes. I had never carried firearms, hating the practice as I hated them. But now a thought, a fear, perhaps a prognostication, made me pause and fascinatedly scan the exhibited weapons. Suicide must at any time be a frightful alternative now, and yet if Millicent— I did not dare to finish the hated speculation. But soon afterward I went into the little shop and purchased one of the pistols. Then I moved once more toward my destination. The sword-like gales were sweeping through the streets with a still wilder impetus. They struck straight in my face. They had the effect of buffeting me back in my course, or striving to do it, and the long, bleak croons of sound that they made in the housetops under the pallor of the dimming skies were like voices of elfin dissuasion. But I bore steadily onward. Not to do so at this one most pregnant and emphatic hour of my whole insolent career would have been to die in preference, deeply as I had grown to abominate the recourse of death. I presently reached the house. I did not ring. Why should I? The latch key that he had always used was here in my pocket. I entered quietly, as he had always done. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 15. I looked into the little familiar sitting room on the ground floor. No one was there. A fire crackled on the hearth, sending its flashes in the early dusk over a portrait of him. Some reddish transits of light made the face leer and then scowl at me. I shuddered, drawing backward and putting a hand to my throat. Perhaps I thus repressed a cry that Millicent might have heard if it had really escaped me, for it would have been a keen cry, and the door of her apartment was open, as I found a little later, when I had passed upstairs and met her there. She came toward me with a smile. Her face was full of the most loving fondness. "Dear Floyd," she said, "what a long time you have been away." I shut the door. I remember perfectly doing this. My inward agitation was such that I felt wretchedly uncertain of my own actions. If some hideous betrayal of the truth should result, I desired no chance servant to look on it. She had drawn at once very close to me. She lifted her lips to mine and kissed me. She took my hand in hers. "How cold you are," she said. "I had this fire lighted. I was half perished myself. It's such a sudden change, isn't it?" "Yes," I answered. "Come to the fire," she went on, drawing me thither. Then she let go my hand and wheeled a big chair in front of the blaze. "There!" she exclaimed, about to push me into the cushioned fastness. But suddenly she paused, laughing. "You haven't taken off your overcoat, have you?" And she began to unloosen its buttons. I let her help me with the release from the overcoat. It fell into her hands after I was free from her, and she tossed it aside somewhere, while I sank into the seat she had provided. And then, very quickly, she found herself another chair and placed it close to mine. At once, after that, she took both my hands and chafed them against her own, as though to dissipate their chill. "Now do tell me," she said earnestly and anxiously, "what luck you have had." "What luck?" I questioned. "Yes, you know, about—" She stopped short as I withdrew my hands and stretched them forth as if to get the warmth of the fire better that way. "About?" I said. "You mean, Millicent, my dear—" "Why, about poor Douglas." "Oh, Douglas, yes." How otherwise could I answer her? Plainly she referred to some quest or train of inquiry on which Demotte had started when she had last bidden him adieu. Of any such errand I was inevitably ignorant. There was now a little silence, while I still sat warming my hands and staring at the blaze. "Well?" she at length asked. I half turned my face toward her, in my new anxiety. "Well?" I repeated. The monosyllable had an imbecile sound to my own ears. She gave an impatient gesture. "You can't mean," she exclaimed, with a hurt inflection just hinted in her voice and no more, "that you would jest with me, Floyd, on so grave a subject as this? Or have you some good news that you are keeping from me, fearing too happy a surprise?" "Good news," I murmured. Then, with the necessity imminent of my adding something, no matter what, "No, I haven't a scrap of good news. Did you think that I would have any?" "Yes, I thought so, and I need not say as well that I hoped so with all my heart. You remember what they wrote us 3 days ago?" "Yes." "About that Madison Avenue property, I mean. If they did not receive advices from him soon, his failure either to communicate with them or to appear in person might be a loss for Douglas of thousands of dollars." Here was light at last. My New York real estate agents had charge of the Madison Avenue property. Evidently Demotte had told her early in the day that he was going to visit them, and she now alluded to this accredited incident. "Oh, Billings and Stores," I ventured. "Yes." Then I waited. "Well, you saw them?" she presently queried. "No." "No? Why, you left me for that purpose." I changed my mind." "Changed your mind, Floyd?" Her voice rang amazedly. I would have given a year off my life to have answered her differently, to have told her that I had seen the real estate men and that they had as yet learned nothing. But retraction was now too late. I could not contradict myself. I could only seek in some manner to justify the contradiction that my miserable embarrassment had perversely forced me into employing. "Yes," I said. It seemed best that we should wait. I turned and looked at her full now in the firelit dusk. "It seemed best, Millicent, for one very imperative reason." "What is that?" she quickly inquired. "Douglas's own possible inclinations." My head, so to speak, was getting cooler as my body grew warmer. I had begun to see the sheer folly of not using what acumen I could. Hereafter I would be compelled, in 100 fresh instances, to use so much. How should I hope for successful deception then, or anything in the least resembling it, if I proved myself thus absurdly skilless and unwary at the outset of my coming task? "We must consider," I went on, "that Douglas was not an ordinary person, either in his disposition or his habits. Provided he has chosen to vanish from the community for a certain interval of time, may he not desire above all things that no effort be made on the part of friends and acquaintances to discover his whereabouts? Is not that precisely the feeling which a man like Douglas would entertain?" I knew that I was making the most desperate and random calculations now, and I so dreaded the effect of them that her look of complete amazement found me prepared to meet it. "Why, Floyd, what wonderful change has come over you! Think of how differently you spoke this very morning. You said then that you did not believe there was a chance of Douglas having deliberately buried himself like that, and now—" Here I perceived an opportunity for using what would be boldness and yet not mere headlong folly as well. "And now," I broke in, "I have got to look at the matter in a wholly new light." "So suddenly?" she faltered. I laughed. She sprang to her feet as I did so. The dusk had now become so deep that I could hardly see her face, but I saw that she was pale. "Is it such a very short time," I continued, "between morning and evening?" She made no answer. She walked to one of the windows, which had grown squares of glimmering blue in the winter twilight. "How dark it's getting," she said. The next instant she left the window again and came toward me with a little slipping step, pretty and quite her own. She crouched down beside me, the firelight gilding her soft undulations of hair. "I must be nervous to-night," she exclaimed with a faint shiver. "They say these sudden variations of weather in our American climate are apt to set one's nerves all on edge. I had a queer fancy then, such a queer fancy. I mean when you laughed." And here she laughed herself, somewhat brokenly. "I imagined but never mind, it's too silly." "Let us hear what you imagined," I said. And now the "let us" in these words pierced me by its ghostly pertinence. "Your laugh, Floyd," she explained, speaking unsteadily, was so like his." "Like whose?" "Douglas's." "Really?" She caught one of my hands and began fondling it. "Tell me, where have you been all these hours?" she demanded. "If you made up your mind not to go to Billings and Storrs, why did you not come home sooner?" I was somehow ready for this question. I had, in a way, already put myself on the defensive against it. "Oh, I wandered about among the bookshops," I answered, as nonchalantly as I could manage. "The bookshops?" she cried with a new amazement, drawing her hand away from mine. "Why, you must have changed your mind again in a most remarkable manner." "How do you mean?" I asked, turning toward her once more. She had her back to the light. Her face was almost unrecognizably vague. "Mean?" she repeated, rising. "Did you not say yesterday, only yesterday, that you were tired of collecting books, and that you believed you would never add another to your library as long as you lived?" I bit my lips in the dimness. "Did I say that, Millicent? Oh, yes, so I did, I recollect. But I suppose this craze of mine will go on for the rest of my life. I may make all sorts of good resolutions, but fail to keep them, nevertheless." "That isn't like you," she said. She spoke quietly. She had moved several steps away from me. I saw the dark outlines of her figure and the fitful fire-gleams playing upon the folds of her dress. But her features were all in dense obscurity. "Have I always kept my resolutions with so much obstinacy?" I inquired. She did not respond for several seconds. "Not obstinacy," she at length said. "Firmness." Immediately after this she went and lit 2 or 3 gas-jets of the chandelier, flooding the room with light. She moved here and there about the chamber for a little while, pulling down the shades at both windows and drawing the warm woolen curtains across them. While she thus occupied herself, I rose from my chair beside the fire. My heart, his heart, had begun to beat with a terrible perturbation. Had I not greatly miscalculated the taxations of my new role? Would I be able to continue it safely? And yet, how might one shadow of peril exist for me? I was proof against detection. Could it even thinkably be otherwise? Suffer whatever misery I might, she need know nothing of such ordeal. If I wanted her to live, if I wanted her not to go mad, I would not tell her. And there was no one else to breathe the grisly secret. I went to the book-laden table set against the wall, not far from the fireplace, and took up a volume, turning over its leaves. She came slowly to my side and put her arm about my neck, letting one hand lightly tap the shoulder that was furthest away from her. I had seen her take just this affectionate posture many times before now. "Something seems to have gone wrong with you, my dear Floyd," she murmured close at my ear. "What is it?" I gave a soft, careless, deprecating laugh that did not shock her as my former laugh had done. I had studied, indeed, that it should not. "Why have you formed any such idea?" I replied, still turning over the leaves of the book I held, and not daring to lift my eyes from them. I felt now, for the first time, that there was an ardor of passion within me whose mastery must include the simplest demands of discretion. If I once yielded to this witchcraft that waited my ensnarement, I should find myself so near self-betrayal that actual exposure would hardly prove less disastrous. You are somehow— what shall I say that you are?" She kept hesitating, and all the while I knew she had bent her head so as to see my face better. "You are not yourself, Floyd. I don't know that I can put it any other way." "Nonsense," I said, and wondered if the word was too curt, or whether it was curt at all. This strain was beyond my present powers. I should be wiser to quit the room for a little while. My brain was in a whirl one minute, and the next it had a numb, leaden dullness. And how devilishly apropos had been that last innocent sentence of hers. "Oh, well, I suppose it is nonsense," she whispered very fondly, and then she kissed my cheek. "You are not yourself, Floyd," meanwhile kept ringing in my ears. The touch of her lips had left behind it what might almost have been a little tingling speck of flame. I kept my eyes fixed on the book which I held. I was moved far more than I had any premonition of being moved when I first crossed the threshold of her home. I still did not dare to meet her look. If I had done so, I might impetuously have flung my arms about her and told her everything, until she, in turn, had torn herself from me with disgust and terror. I must get from the room just now, and not only seek a more composed demeanor, but seek to learn if my future could not be made exempt from these jars and shocks of guilty trepidation. And still I dared not meet Millicent's eyes, while her arm thus clasped my neck. Delicate as that arm was, it held for me the magnetism of a mighty attraction. Merely to gain a little time, and with time a little helpful self-control, I now said, "Have you read this story? And is it worth anything if you have?" She suddenly withdrew her arm. "Floyd!" she cried. I faced her then as placidly as I could. "What is it?" I said. She pointed to the book that I was holding. A look of the keenest anxiety now possessed her. "That book," she went on, and with actual excitement. "Don't you remember? Why, you were reading it aloud only last night." She suddenly hurried very close indeed to me and peered into my face. "Floyd," she continued eagerly, plaintively, "don't you remember?" I affected to glance at the outside title of the book, and then said, with that assumption of rank annoyance which is often the easiest cloak of agitation, "Certainly I remember. I didn't chance to recognize the type, and I hadn't even looked at the name." Here I flung the book on the table. My explanation diminished her surprise and her vague distress as well. "Oh, forgive me!" she broke forth as I walked toward the door of the room. "Are you offended, Floyd?" "No, surely you're not." "Offended?" I returned. "Why should I be?" "You're going?" "Yes, to dress for dinner." "True. It's nearly time, isn't it?" She was fixedly regarding me again. "Floyd," she said. "Well?" She had glided up to me with the swiftness of a bird. "Answer me," she began pleadingly, and with an unmeasured sweetness in her voice and mien. "If you should ever feel unwell, even the least in the world, you would tell me about it, would you not? You wouldn't keep it from me? You would not have any fear of worrying me by letting me know?" "I should tell you, certainly." Her nearness thrilled and enticed me once more. She let both her hands rest on my arm. Her tender, appealing eyes, with their gentle, intrinsic splendor, which made them unlike the eyes of any woman I had ever met, seemed to brood wistfully upon every feature of my visage. "If you are at all ill," she proceeded with a faint, winsome, sympathetic break in her tones. "Our coming voyage will be of benefit, will it not? They say that sea voyages are marvelous cures for nearly everything in the way of human ailments, except when those are past all cure." "Sea voyages?" I murmured. "Yes, and that is why your decision about not doing your very best to secure some trace of Douglas struck me as so peculiar. The time is drawing very near, you know. We sail a fortnight from to-morrow." "Sail a fortnight from to-morrow." It is my impression that I spoke these words, though I am not just sure that I did so. Her own next words, however, I am sure of, and this is my reason for believing that I so spoke. "Why, Floyd, didn't you realize that it is to be so soon? How strange if you didn't! You said this very morning at breakfast." I took several steps away from her. I must have been wild for an instant. "In God's name," I cried, "don't keep forever assailing me with what I did and what I said. I can't endure it." "Floyd!" She pronounced the name with an intonation that I shall never forget. It seemed to me as if she were rather repeating it to her own tumultuous thoughts than calling me by it or directing her observation at all toward me while it was delivered. And then a horrible afterthought burst upon me as I watched her working, affrighted face. I had spoken to her in the voice of another than her husband. I had spoken to her in Douglas Duane's voice. This realization spurred me with a desperate desire to banish the amazement and fear I had aroused. As she receded from me, I hurried toward her. "Millicent!" I exclaimed. "Pardon my having spoken so harshly. Pardon me for—" But she waved me back. Her face was white. I stared at her with a speechless, doomed sensation, while her gaze swept me from head to foot. What does this mean?" she stammered. You don't know about our going to Europe in a fortnight from now? I saw it by the way you answered me. My God, have you lost your memory? And then that other voice. You never spoke to me like that. You never spoke as harshly to me as that in all your life. And yes, you spoke with his voice." "No!" I cried passionately, feeling as if the floor of the room rose and fell beneath me. My torturing embarrassment had wholly vanished. I rushed toward her and clasped her in my arms against her will. I kissed her lips and brows in a frenzy of anguish and despair. "Millicent, Millicent!" I appealed. "I am your husband. How could it be otherwise? You are mad to dream that my voice is his. How could I speak with a voice not my own? Millicent!" She writhed away from me with an audible shudder that I should hear if I were to live centuries. She staggered back from me, and I now saw that her face was livid, her eyes dilated. Your kisses," she gasped, pressing both hands against her mouth, "are not his." "Not his, Millicent?" I had an infernal coolness now when it was too late. "Not whose?" "Not Floyd's, I know." It would be impossible for any art of description to convey the mingled solemnity, accusation, and apprehension of that "I know." She was so colorless and so in straits for breath that I thought she might swoon any instant. "Millicent!" I again called to her, and approached her with outstretched hands. "Don't come near me." She reeled back from me as she thus spoke. I first felt it when you laughed, there by the fire. I can't put it into words, except to say what would be a mad thing to say. But don't come near me." Then her face grew so fierce and bitter that she had the look of another woman than herself. If I were mad, which I am not, I should say that you were Douglas Duane." "Douglas Duane!" The name leapt from my lips. I must again have spoken in that other voice. I felt that all was lost, and a fury of recklessness had caught me. She covered her face for a moment with both hands, and her form swayed as if it might fall wretchedly to the floor with each fresh motion. I darted to her side again, but as my first touch met her frame, she dashed her concealing hands away and stood bolt upright before me, with a hate and an agony blended in her eyes. "Douglas Duane," she said with a kind of detesting hiss, and as she said it she recoiled. I felt myself turn icy. She had divined, not guessed or imagined, but divined the whole truth. What the jurisprudence of the whole civilized world could never have reached, her woman's heart, her woman's nature, her woman's soul, her woman's love, had instinctively, unerringly, effectually found. I moved a little away from her. I am not sure whether or no I screened my face. Perhaps I did not. Perhaps I only felt the light very blackness of darkness. But I must have put my hands against my breast, for in a little while I was conscious of the pistol I had bought less than an hour ago. There was nothing now for me to live for. Live! To live in this hybrid monstrous state of being, deprived of her love, for which I had drenched in the worst of crime the imprisoned soul that would ever taunt with untold irony its abominated toils. What sort of life, save clear, dread, unrelieved hell, could such a fate accord me? Best to die. But existence lay beyond death. This I had known and tested. There was punishment too, or, if not punishment, a gloom, a deprivation, an interval of expiation. What was it, really? I had not known and tested that. I had only dimly understood it before the great night drooped over me whose day had been this horrid awakening. But if Millicent died too, if both our souls went out together into that vast eternity with its light and its dark, both such phantasms of reminiscence, perhaps some mercy might come to me there at the last. Whatever the retribution was, it might not be endless. She would get all that divinity, that exaltation, that unspeakable happiness at once, but I— possibly in the end I might atone, and so meet her, cleansed of sin. I might find her as spirit finds spirit. I was a madman now. I cannot elucidate my next course of action, apart from seeking to justify it. I must have drawn forth the pistol and have hid it behind me. I retain a faint recollection that Millicent was standing with drooped head and shivering form not far from a lounge, and that one of her hands grasped, as if for support, the back of a chair. It seemed to me that I stole almost noiselessly to where she stood, and then— When the quick, bloody act was done, she gave a fearful start. I recall this perfectly, and as her body swerved I seized it, bearing it to the lounge. If she lived a second afterward, I do not know. I kissed her once, twice, and then felt the attack of an unutterable dread lest some vengeful fatality should prevent my killing myself. My hand shook in a piteous way. I recall trying to raise it, with the pistol still clinched in it, toward my head, and failing more than once. But at last I did not fail. There are 5 other bullets left, I thought. I had used the first. It seemed the most thorough surety that out of the 5 remaining I could win what I craved. This is all that I can remember before I fired the suicidal shot, following the murderous one. Open parentheses. Note. The remainder of Floyd Demotte's manuscript is brief, but wretchedly incoherent. On the day these final passages were written, he was seized with that final fit of epilepsy which resulted in his death. The writer seems to have realized his own weakness, having been often interrupted before, during the perpetration of his so-called confessions, by similar fits of illness. Much of the 2 or 3 pages of half-undecipherable writing which now follow relates to his comprehension of failing capacity, and his regret that the wonderful (law discovered by Douglas Duane should not have been scientifically formulated, as he proposed in his strange so-called biography. It is probable that the last attack of his recurring disorder came upon him while he was writing, and that he struggled against it, determinedly making sentence follow sentence, as a drunken man might do, with the conviction that he was forming a lucid and legible text. Nothing has been repressed in the manuscript here preserved, except passages of so rambling and aimless a character as to harm the quaint and romantic value of the whole remarkable but entirely insane recital. Signed by the names of 4 well-known physicians in the Bloomingdale Asylum for the Insane, New York. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Douglas Duane. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Douglas Duane by Edgar Fawcett. Chapter 16. Epilogue. Ford Fairleigh broke into a rather hilarious laugh, with a strongly personal ring to it. When Hiram Payne, after a sleepless night over the manuscript which had been confided to him, duly kept his promise and returned to the perused roll of paper. "You look as if you'd seen a ghost, Hiram," said Fairleigh jocosely. "Oh, no, not that," returned Payne with neutral serenity. Fairleigh laughed again, in a crisp way. "Oh, I dare say you believe every word of this trash." Payne shook his head. They were in their little chamber, closely adjoining the police headquarters. A good, brave fire of hard coals was burning in the hearth. Payne seemed to be studying every separate fierce interstice of these coals as he responded. "Well, I think there are several rather curious points." "I expected it!" exclaimed Fairleigh, who stood against a flank of the steady blaze as though he were a little afraid of the effects of its full fervours upon his nimble and active frame. "What are your points, old fellow? Come, name them, my boy, and I'll refute them, or try to." The man was a jealous fiend. "That's all." "Oh, I don't doubt, Ford, that you'll try to refute my theories," answered Payne, rather dreamily. "Still," he pursued, "I will give them as they occur to me. Mind you, however, I don't do so as a believer in the truth of those confessions." "Oh, no, of course you don't," replied Fairleigh, with unfathomable courtesy. "Still, there's only one explanation. Demotte shot his wife from mad jealousy, nothing more." Payne coughed a little dispiritedly. "In the first place," he said, with his usual loitering repose, "I should consider the whole question of illusion on Floyd Demotte's part singularly improbable. Crazy men have very strange wills of the wisp to haunt them, I am well aware, but this one would appear to move in a very orderly manner, and without any suspicious zigzags." "True enough," Fairleigh returned, "but what one might call a superficial sanity of the insane is a widely accepted fact. This Demotte, I should say, might have been a novelist, or at least a teller of logical and effective short stories, if fate had not placed his annual income so high up among the thousands." "Do you mean," asked Payne, with a kind of sceptical narrowing of the eyelids that was not lost upon his companion, "do you mean, Ford, that you believe this entire history has been a deliberate invention?" "An invention? Yes. A deliberate one? Well, it would be hard to state just where the cunning ended and spontaneity began. Floyd Demotte had committed a great crime. His madness protected him from the gallows, but it did not shield him from present or even posthumous obloquy." "And you think he wanted to mitigate the latter?" "Yes." "And that on this account he tried to throw a mysterious and romantic interest over his lot?" "That is just what I do think. You have described my meaning so much better, Hiram, than I could ever have done myself. You have such a gift of language." "Thank you," said Payne sedately, But in your case, for example, this alleged strategy of Demotte's has failed. You declare yourself not to be fooled by it. So I do. But there are a good many loosely constructed brains in the world." "Thank you again," said Payne grimly. "Oh, pray don't mention it," cried Fairleigh, with twinkling eyes, but the most serious disposition of his facial muscles. "And this scientific, mathematical treatise?" questioned Payne, after quite a little pause had followed. "Stuff. The stuff that dreams are made of." "I supposed you'd say so. But what if he had lived to write that treatise? Do you assert that it would have been mere vacuous, valueless rubbish?" "Yes. But I'll go further than that, Hiram. I'll assert that Floyd Demotte was well aware he would never live to write the treatise." "Good heavens!" murmured Payne, with soft irony. "What a depth of calculation you credit him with! And especially vast, I should say, for a moribund madman." "Non omnis moriar," said Fairleigh, remembering some of his New York college Latin. "That is what Floyd Demotte kept telling himself. He wasn't so mad but that he realized the worth of trying somehow to rehabilitate his shattered repute. A poetical-minded being like you, Hiram, ought to appreciate that kind of human endeavour." "I do," said Payne dryly. A little later he added, "It is certainly odd, to say the least, how these confessions correspond with all the facts which transpired in the testimony." "Odd?" queried Fairleigh, with a shrug of the shoulders. "I don't see why it's odd. Demotte had his tale to tell after and not before those facts did transpire. What he records of Douglas Duane in Washington may or may not have happened. For instance, Duane's having gone to hear the Reverend Dr. Terebinth denounce the brazen idolatries of science might easily be an event manufactured for the embellishment of his whole picturesque story. As for Duane's taking a trip into the extreme West, he may not have been informed of that proceeding, it is true, by his friend himself, but he could readily have learned of it from the current newspapers of the time, many of which included it in their columns about the doings of notable people." Another little silence ensued, during which Payne sat with his eyes fixed on the floor, and an occasional look of incredulity, perplexity, even trouble itself, taking possession of his dreamy German sort of countenance. Suddenly he lifted his head, and in almost an imperative tone called to his friend, "Ford?" "Well?" "Why shouldn't the truth or falsity of that narrative be made plain in one way, and one way only?" "Go on, please, Mr. Machiavelli," encouraged Fairleigh. "Or do you want me to ask in what way?" "No doubt you do, so I'll ask it." "I'll reply then," said Payne, rising, and with a placid directness both of voice and manner which at once told upon his listener. "The confession declares that Douglas Duane's rooms in Broadway were not far above Prince Street." "I know," Fairleigh responded in tones of unqualified seriousness and respect. "You are going to tell me, Hiram, that I should have found these rooms, provided they are to be found at all?" Payne bowed his head acknowledgingly. "Yes," he said, "I was going to tell you that." "Well, I didn't find them. I didn't find anything resembling them." "You searched for them, Ford?" Fairleigh laughed. He went up to Payne and put a hand with affectionate candor upon his friend's shoulder. "Dear old boy," he exclaimed, "do you want to insult my talents as a detective of ordinarily decent abilities? No, I'm sure you don't. Of course I made a thorough and unrelenting search. But it all came to nothing. I had no difficulty. Almost everybody was civil enough, not merely in the answering of questions, but in giving me full permission to search apartments. Naturally I made plain my legal errand and the uselessness of stupid objection. When I encountered surly revolt, or anything that resembled it, I grew suspicious to the verge of tyranny. Oh, I assure you, there wasn't a building, from Prince Street to Waverly Place, and that's a pretty fair distance up town, as you'll agree, that concealed from me a single chamber. The whole examination took a good many days. Of course, expedients of mystification might have been resorted to, but what earthly reason would anybody have had for resorting to such expedients? Accepting Douglas Duane's story as true, we must grant he was notably disembarrassed of all confederates. If he had left a room filled with the paraphernalia of his recent extraordinary performances, nobody would have been unwilling to show me that room. On the contrary, the desire would have operated in another way. I should have met with no reluctance whatever. Why should I have met any? You must allow, Hiram, that this view of my inquiring tour is the sensible view." "I do allow it," said Payne. He reseated himself. He stared at the floor again, and for surely 3 minutes a silence ensued which seemed somehow significant. Fairleigh at length broke this silence. "There is one event which you may think worth considering," said the latter, in a voice that indicated the old relations between the two men, it was so full of stealthy and amused sarcasm. Payne lifted his head. "What event?" he asked eagerly. "The fire which occurred that very cold night. It must have been the night of that same day, in Broadway, on the west side, just above Prince Street." "Ah!" said Payne, starting. "I recollect. It destroyed several large buildings, did it not?" Fairleigh nodded. "Yes, and more than that. About 6 people were burned. Among them were a certain janitor and his wife. There's food for your theory, Hiram. That janitor, as I have learned, had full leasing power with regard to 3 floors above the shops below him. One of those floors may have been that in which Douglas Duane effected his miracle. I'll admit, from all I've since heard, that it was precisely the sort of floor Duane might have chosen. The fire was a frightful one. The cold and the fierce wind made the engines at first almost powerless. That is why the fire wrought such great ravages." "I remember the fire perfectly," said Payne. "And it explains everything to you, no doubt," returned Fairleigh, with an abrupt, cool, merciless satire. Payne shook his head, but his mild blue eyes were glowing unwontedly. "I don't say that it explains things," he answered. "It seems rather to cut off explanation short and sharp." "So it does, you're right," retorted Fairleigh, walking away with an air that seemed to add, "What is the use of feeding a fanatic on logic? He hasn't the peptics to digest it." Payne sat in his chair, musing, for a considerable time. Fairleigh had thrust both hands into his trousers pocket, and stood staring, a little doggedly, out of one of the windows. "Ford," Payne presently called. "Well?" said Fairleigh, veering swiftly round and facing his companion. "Have you any other remarkable statements to make?" "Oh, no," replied Payne suavely, with his characteristic quiet. "I only wanted to remind you that Douglas Duane hadn't turned up yet." Fairleigh gave a kind of sullen, unwilling start. "I know that as well as you do," he broke forth. "Why the devil shouldn't I?" "Oh, no reason. None at all. He's been missing 3 months, hasn't he? 3 good months." "Yes," said Fairleigh, and with a clear touch of ill humour. "Isn't that fact, all circumstances considered, a little peculiar?" Fairleigh sent a challenging, irritated, quizzical glance toward his friend. Then he thrust his hands into his trousers pockets again, and wheeled away. "Yes," he replied, staring out of the window once more, and speaking in a guttural, dogged tone that gave his voice a most unaccustomed ring. I admit that it is infernally peculiar." Chapter 16. Epilogue. End of Douglas Duane, by Edgar Fawcett.
Thanks for visiting Timeless Audiobooks. Please remember to like, comment, share and subscribe for our latest audiobook uploads.